Hey everybody, I think we live. It say we live. Y'all do me a favor. Y'all already know, like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not, hit that notification bell. Okay, I see myself. We live. All right. So y'all, this is kind of last minute. So y'all do me a favor. I ain't send out no real notifications or nothing. I just decided to go live. I can talk to y'all in a minute. I've been busy as hell. And so I wanted to go live and talk to everybody. Um, Somebody said, call me. It's 10:04. I'm here. I'm here. Okay. That look, 4 minutes is not bad for doing this at the last minute. Like really 30 minutes ago, I wasn't even in this room with none of these lights on. It wasn't shit set up. Okay. But I'll see y'all in a minute, and I definitely want to have a conversation with everybody. I know that I have been busy. I have been doing my mentorship groups, my boot camps, and stuff like that. But I've gotten a lot of emails and just the conversations we've had. There is a lot of y'all that are going through it. Shout out to Chicago. We got some Chicago in the house. Definitely people that are in LA. And so anyway, tonight is going to be a little different. I have some videos I'm going to show and of course talk about it. But I want to talk to my people. I really don't want to come in here and run a whole show, and be the entertainment. That ain't even what tonight is here for, right? Or be given all of the knowledge. And so I do want to show y'all some stuff. I do, but I put a link in over on YouTube, and I'm getting my folks over here on MX Network going, and then I'm going to give them the link so you guys can join me in this conversation, right? You guys can click that link and you could come up here. And I don't come up here with no bullshit because I'm kind of tired. But if y'all come up here talking crazy, I just might get some energy to talk some shit back. But can I chill today? Look, if you a troll or you want to talk some shit, I mean, you come on up here and talk your shit, but you just gonna get cut the fuck out, okay? So just leave that alone, okay? Can we do that tonight? Can we do that? Think we have enough going on in the world? You don't need to get cussed out tonight. It's already enough going on, okay? Because that's just what's gonna happen. So the link, you guys, is in the it's pinned to the top of YouTube, and I'm going to give it to the people over here on MX Network. But feel free to click that link. I would love to hear from some of y'all, especially those of you that are in LA or have dealt with a lot of those fires. I know when this first started happening, we had a lot of people who was like, you know what, Michi, them is all the elite, all of the people with all of these damn houses and shit that's famous, and this ain't got nothing to do with us. That's not true. A lot of our people have suffered, okay? A lot of Black people. I had somebody come into my, I'm from LA. Only 5% of what happened was Black people. With shit, 5% is 20,000 people. Nigga, that's a lot of Black people, okay? So, I've had some of y'all email me, and tell me that you was ready. You lost your house, but you was ready. You had your bug out bag because you be listening to me. So shout out to the people that are prepared. But let's talk about everything that's going on, right? TikTok is going away. I see we already got somebody in the back. All right, I'll bring you up in 1 second. But TikTok is going away, okay? And some of y'all might not care, but it's some of y'all that's content creators. That whole platform take care of your whole entire life. And then it's some of y'all that have your businesses and your products in the TikTok shop. TikTok shop has made businesses successful overnight. You know what I'm saying? And so with TikTok going away, oh, it's a lot of folks finna be homeless, finna be hurt. You're not finna know what to do. Let me just say this though. If you have a business and you've been promoting on in TikTok shop and they leave and you don't know what to do, you ain't gotta like jump out the window. Okay. There's lots of ways to promote your shit. I have products, I make money every day, and I'm not in the TikTok shop at all. So I just want y'all to know there are ways. Okay. So don't jump out the window yet. You know what I'm saying? Let Michi help you. It's a lot of other things you can do. But we also got these immigrants. Is there anybody in here from Chicago? I'm gonna play a video for y'all, sister in Chicago, that be going in all the time. But I want y'all to see on this video. There is a sister in Chicago, and she's at this council meeting. She's there all the time, cussing everybody out and telling them how she feel. And so last night I saw her video, but there was a council meeting there, you guys. for them to talk about whether or not they're actually going to remove Chicago from being a sanctuary city, right? They don't want to be a sanctuary city no more. So a couple of aldermen have proposed this, situation, and then you got other people saying no. And girl, let me tell y'all, well, boy, it's the men in the house too. They packed the house when I talk about them immigrants. They ran their ass up in there, couldn't barely speak Spanish, but they was in the house at the mic telling Americans why they should not take the sanctuary status away from Chicago. Pissed me the fuck off. So I'm going to show this to y'all. If you in Chicago and you just want to get up here and cuss them out with me, I just want you to get it off your chest. A lot of times y'all come in here and y'all will leave paragraphs in my comment section, and I get it, like you got something you want to say and you don't have a platform to say it, so then you write a biography in the comment section. I want you to get it off your chest today. So if y'all don't mind, this is not the regular Michi show, but y'all click that link, y'all come on in here and tell me how y'all feeling. How is y'all doing? How is y'all managing, y'all? Like, I don't know, I woke up today, I was sad as hell, and I can't even tell you why. If you're an empath, y'all let me know if you understand what I'm talking about. But my life is fine right now. But I've been very sad all day. I went to Smoothie King and I was standing in line. I wanted to cry like somebody damn died. And I don't know whose energy this is, but it damn sure is not mine. And so I know it's a lot of y'all struggling. If you are in North Carolina, are y'all still without heat? Right? Because y'all got to get propane. People still dealing with shit from the floods. How many of y'all don't know that, right? And then the people in California who are not in the fire, they ain't got no goddamn power. It is so much going on, and people is stressed left and damn right. And so, I want to talk about it with my people, if that's all right with y'all. Okay. Yes, that's why they doing it. This smart city is coming. I got some people in the back. I'm going to bring them up and we'll see what they got to say. And then as we carry on this conversation, at some point, I want to show y'all what happened at the council meeting in Chicago, and we're going to take it from there. We might go look at some news clips. It's a lot of live news right now because the fires are still going. How many of y'all don't know that? Like, damn, how many days do fire gotta burn before there is no California left? It's just gonna burn the whole goddamn state until it's all gone. Like, the fire been burning a long damn time. We talking about over a week now. This is a lot. It's a lot. Okay. So people going through a lot of shit. And so, I want y'all to get it off y'all chest tonight. Let's talk. Maybe we can help each other feel a little bit better about everything that's going on. Okay. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to give this link to my people over on over on MX Network, and then we get into this. In the meantime, y'all do me a favor, like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not subscribed, if you're new to being here, right? Shout out to everybody in here in the last minute. I know I wasn't even gonna go live, but oh well. I figure whoever need to come in here will. Y'all get them likes up and share this video. Because some people got some stuff they want to say tonight. I already know. So we want to make sure y'all voice get heard. Shout out to everybody on MX Network. Let me say that too. If you don't want to watch no commercials during this, you could go to MX Network and watch it. Go ahead and get your subscription. You can get it. The link is in the description of this video on YouTube. You guys, there's a link there that you guys can go and click and get your subscription. You could come over and watch. We have a chat over there as well. And you guys can come over there and talk. And I'm putting the link in there now. Shout out to Walter. Thank you for the donation, Walter. Walter always showing love. Every time he come up in here. Thank you, Walter. I appreciate it. All right, let me see who we got back here. Because as soon as I said that, usually I drop a link. Don't nobody want to jump over. We got some folks back here. Okay, let me ask folks. Here we go. Hey, how you doing? Who we got in the house? This is Wendy. Hold on, we got a doctor, somebody in the house. Come on up on the stage.
Oh, okay. We in this thing, ECX.
How y'all feeling? Anybody out there? Let me ask anybody who's on here that's in there. Are y'all in any of these situations that I'm talking about?
I'm not personally in these situations, but our organization does help or have helped as many people as we can. Um, we have a homeless program where we can house, and we connect to an overflow unit that house. But there's a lot of people that are in trouble, and also the examination of fluids around that area here, North Carolina. I'm in South Carolina, but I'm about about 2.5 hours away from Asheville that experiences a massive amount of problems from the storm that was passing through. So trying to pull together individuals that will help. We're not asking for money or anything like that. Just people with programs able to help and send it directly to the places that need it. But the areas of shelter, being able to get people shelter, being able to help them with clothing, direct things they need, canned goods and things of that nature. And we're talking about organic canned products, nothing bioengineered, organic canned product and organic dry foods. We've been able to do that. And Fred, I want to applaud you for what you're doing on the show. I know it's been hard. I've seen you. I've been in the background seeing you war with demons and devils. I've
We
seen you.
come with
You
the
got a bite
territory.
on. You got a bite. I said she got a bite. She can take care of herself. So you don't see me dancing in the comment section. I said she can bite. I saw you wrestle with alligators. I saw you. I saw you tussle with whales.
Yes,
I,
yes.
I, I see you body slam thunderbolts. So I said she can handle herself. So I'm
Look,
happy about that.
it come with the
Huh?
territory. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. I
Yes.
appreciate it. Thank
Yes,
you.
it's good to see because I know it can be easy. A lot of our brothers that haven't had fathers, haven't had any guidance, are ignorant. They don't mean any harm, so they just don't know, and that takes a lot of guts and a lot of honesty as a man to say that. You got a sister standing out fighting. It's shameful too, sis, that you got to get out of here because there's so many cowards among us. So
Ooh,
many
speak
cowards
on it,
among
brother.
us.
Speak on it.
For
Well,
you to
that's
be able to stand, I'm happy shoulder and shoulder with other revolutionaries that are out to fight, that know that we're in trouble. You was talking about the brown people. I'm gonna say my piece and I'm gonna hush because I'm full tonight. I'm thankful for your platform. Thankful for what you've been doing because I've been on the warpath a long time with Dr. Collins. And oh man, these were the days. Those were the days. But to see the fruits and the seeds be planted and to see our sisters come up and stand because no nation can rise higher than this woman.
Come on
And,
now,
and,
brother.
and most honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that we live it. And I didn't say Farrakhan. I said the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. If you didn't catch that, have mercy. Have mercy. But I'm talking about a real Muslim teaching. That's a whole nother subject. But I'm thankful. I'm thankful to see you stand out and do the work and do the will. I am so very thankful for that because we have too few sisters that know their power. Too few sisters that know their power. And we are powerful together, not against one another. Black brothers, black sisters are powerful together. When I see you stand up and tell the truth, especially with these brown people, I'm gonna call them brown people because I know they wouldn't be here without the red and the black, the original man. I'm gonna call them brown people. And these brown people all came for Trump, voted for Trump, and all that. And first thing he said is, "I'm gonna send you back." They are not our friends. I'm not afraid to say it. They're against black folks.
mm-hmm.
They're gonna
Come
stand
on
on
now.
the side of Trump. They got something to prove. First thing they want to be, they can't even talk English, and they want to be police, so they can bust us up all upside of our head and our mouths. And they are the enemy. They're bringing them over here because they know that these devils will betray their own mom. They'll betray their own mom. So you know what they'll do to us. and they just loading them over here because they know what's going to happen. That's why one of the reasons I'm happy. I know we got a devil in office. He's been a devil though. At least he's not a hypocritical devil. But I'm glad that Kamala Harris didn't get it because she ain't never been for us.
No,
she ain't never been for us. She put over 3,000 innocent men that she knew of.
Come on,
This is in the record. This is in the record that she knew of that she directly dealt with. And so we've never had any space in these organizations. That's why we have to do for ourselves. We've got to do for self. We've got to rebuild our communities. We got to have fallout plans for our people, and we've got to get on our own planting and reaping. We got to learn our own trades, relearn our trades. And we do have schools out there, but we got to know what we're doing. We need something that's going to feed us. We need something that's going to feed us. So, yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask you, because you were saying earlier, though, while we have the people in here, that you have an organization that is offering people help, because we have a lot going on, right? So we have the fires and all of that, but people are still suffering from the floods, right? And so it's wintertime now. People do not have heat. And I saw a video where they're in line trying to get propane to keep things heated. I guess from trailers or something that they're in because of FEMA. We know they didn't give them much money, $750, same thing that they're offering to the fire people. And so tell everybody again, like, how can they find you or get in touch with your organization if they are in the area of, North Carolina? You said you're in South Carolina. How can they get in touch with you if our people need some help?
Okay, my site is Psychotherapy, Behavior, and Mental Health. We also have African-centered herbal science and medicine, and they can actually get me there. African-centered herbal science and medicine. You could go on YouTube, type my name into YouTube, or type it into Google, and type in African-centered herbal science and medicine. And what I can do is I can send you a link.
Can you type it in the chat?
Yeah, let me try to do it. Let me do that, and let me put the link.
If he could put the link directly, that would be great. So again, you guys, we are going through so much. And so again, when we look at the news, we will look at what's going on in the moment and not realize that there's so much going on, right? So even though we're looking at the fires in California, there are still people that are very much affected from the last natural disaster, if that's what you want to call it. If that's what you even want to call it, we'll use that word lightly, natural. The government is the new natural. And so we do have people that still need that help, right? So if you are in those areas, this brother said he has an organization. I'm sorry, brother, I was just muting your mic until you get ready to talk, because it's a lot of background noise. So it is loud when we talking. So anyway, you guys, he's gonna put the information in the chat, hopefully. And if you're in the area and you need help out there, make sure that you guys get in touch, right? Because I know that there are a lot of us going through some stuff. It really is, right? And for as much as we like to act like these things aren't affecting our people are affected all the time, and we are usually the ones that are affected the most, right? Let me see. Go ahead, brother. So while I got you up here, you can unmute your mic. I don't know if it will let me do it. Oh yeah, I can unmute you, I think. Okay, you got to unmute yourself. It said.
Okay. What's up, Michi X family? I just want to big you up and pretty much what you said. It's like I was watching that other video you dropped today about my one brother from Alabama or Mississippi? I think it's Mississippi, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it just, I responded in one of your videos, and I just don't have no belief. I don't have no hope. I don't have no trust in this devilish system no more. And it seems that I was telling somebody about the fires, because I'm here in Inglewood, California. So all the fires is right around me. But this seems like a playbook after watching the Small Hats, what they did to Palestine. It just seems like the Trail of Tears. Like they just moving people off their land so they can make a smart city, the bullet train, whatever they gonna do. And this just seems to go on time and time again. And we always are at the the bottom of the end of the stick to anything, to justice, to being treated righteously, to anything. And it's really frustrating, disheartening, and it's sickening. And I kind of, don't see no other way but to like rage against the machine. You know what I mean? Like this ain't gonna stop until we stop going along with it.
I say that all the time, and I think people look at me like I have two heads, but I really want to get the message across to people that we're at war. Okay, we think we've never been in war. We are at war. We absolutely are, but we don't understand who the enemy is, and we don't understand the ways that we are attacked. So we tend to think, oh, this is just life here. But you're absolutely right. The government that is putting these things into play, there's only one way to deal with the issues that we are dealing with, and that is to deal with the government that puts these things upon us. When you talk about where you are and what's going on, I really believe it's because they're getting ready to make a smart city. Now, you tell me, when all of that stuff is burnt down, do you really believe, and I'm sure I know your answer already, how many of you, even in the chat, y'all really believe that they're going to rebuild those communities and homes and have people in those communities? No, they burnt down.
Michi, listen, I'm in Inglewood. Listen, I'm in Inglewood. People can't even buy houses in Inglewood. You know what I mean? Them is $1 million houses where my mom stay. And to let alone all that stuff by the hills, and especially that big, like, little black oasis in Altadena, that's gone. Never we'll never hear from nothing like that again. And if you just look at everything in America, we still in slavery. We gonna be in serfdom in a little bit, and it's just like, man, it don't seem like nothing has changed to me. I see a lot of people think that we've progressed, but in hindsight, it looked like nothing much has changed. And I'm not hopeful for the future, because look what they doing. Like Elon Musk, he just said, forget y'all striking. I'm gonna put robots in here. So they don't even need y'all niggas no more. Excuse me. They don't even need people anymore.
You say these things to say a nigga. Do you watch me? Do you know how much I cuss? I'm trying to tame my tongue, but
no. Well, I'm just trying to be respectful on your platform. I love when you talk your shit, Michi. I love it. I love it.
How you feeling your damn frustration? I feel you. Let me ask you, since you are in the area, like, are y'all dealing with anything being in the areas surrounding? Like, are other people dealing with like power outages? Anything wrong with y'all water or stuff like that in the areas outside of the fires?
No, I haven't seen that, but I have seen, which is very interesting. I have seen the people want to bring that type of aura inside of Los Angeles. So niggas are starting to burn shit everywhere. People just starting to light stuff on fire.
Okay. See, yeah. Can I bring that up for 1 minute? I want to let everybody know. I see.
Oh, please do.
I just know. I want to tell the people in the back. I see y'all back there in the backstage to come up. I'm gonna pull y'all up in 1 second. Give me a minute. I don't want it to be too much noise with background while I talk to the brother. So I'm gonna talk to him real, and then I'll bring somebody else up if y'all don't mind waiting for the people in the back. But I posted a video, and it amazed me that the people was like, it was a Mexican guy, and he was trying to set fires in the community, and the people
and he had the blowtorch.
The police, yeah. But I've seen videos, they took them down as soon as I put them on YouTube in my reels. But I've seen other videos of people just lighting stuff on fire, and people were in the comment section like, oh, they just using them as scapegoats. But tell the real, like, there are really people out there just trying to set fires in places there are not fires. That's crazy.
Michi, listen. I got in an argument with a good brother on Facebook, and he ended up blocking me because I was trying to tell him when the fire first started. Because I'm like, man, people don't know about California and them Santa Ana winds. Them Santa Ana winds, they just pick up out of nowhere. So I'm like, people like, how could a fire go from over here to over there? And I'm like, well, nigga, if it's 100 miles per hour wind, that's easy. Amber could get. I even had a video where the ash was coming out the sky, Michi, and I just put my hand out to grab the ash. It turned out to be a piece of burnt leaf. It was a leaf, but it was an ash. So I'm like, that's amber. That could have came from anywhere. But I started to see video after video after video of people doing stuff in Long Beach on the 105 freeway. Then when I just left work, coming right here off Vermont and Manchester. I seen the car right there on Normandy in Manchester in front of Louisiana, fully engulfed in flames. So I'm not sure if like people are, they let a lot of people in here. It could be sales here. I don't know if these niggas been told to start fires, because I'm not sure if you seen the video with all the 3 fires started at the same time.
Well, I've seen a video where a guy set some stuff on fire. Now they came and put the fire out, but the police was in a car right there while he was doing it, and the police just drove when the light took off, didn't get out the car, nothing. What I will tell you is I do know for a fact when we have protests and those protests turn into riots, they do send people in. I know this for a fact. They will send people in that will actually break into the stores and start the looting or start setting stuff on fire, because it's this crowd effect. And then once they do it, it kind of brings other people along to get it started. So I know that in those situations, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have planted people.
The same shit happened in 92 riots when niggas was trying to peace treaty. They was stealing niggas' cars. They'd go to another nigga hood in the car that we just had a meeting with on the peace treaty, and then the car fly by busting on niggas. Bop, bop, bop. We like, oh, we thought we was cool. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the police, the government, especially the government, them niggas always do that. So that seemed like.
I think that that's their way to say, now don't get me, I'm not going to say that it's impossible for the fires to keep burning, but we've had these fires burning for a long time now, and it is burning up everything. And then I've noticed how fire, it's not like it's the clear trail, it's fires that start over in places that's not where the other fires are. So I do believe that they're using this as an excuse, and they may be having people start more fires, because I believe the ultimate goal is that they are able to take the land, right? Now, one thing that I know when we listen
relocation, for sure.
Right, when Biden says we're going to fully 100% pay for the recovery, that money is going to go to the city to knock everything down, get all the rubble away. It's not going to help the individuals, and they're not going to build homes again. That's for investors to do, right? And so I think that as it's rebuilt, it's going to be rebuilt into a smart city. Nobody's ever going back into those places as their neighborhoods and their homes, you know? And let me ask you, did you hear, I'm going to see if I can pull it up on my phone, because I think I saved it. It was your public works manager or whatever. He was online and he was telling everybody that they're gonna work and he's sorry and they're gonna get California back to where it was before we started these fires. That's what he said. Now people are like,
I did hear that. I saw that video, because I always be trying to go down the rabbit hole. I did see that, and I mean it's everything else that we mentioned before. I mean it's about the spilling of black blood, the removal of black people, and they want to move on our shit and take over. And they're going to, by any means necessary, they're going to use whatever tactic.
Absolutely. So I'm glad that you okay. You know, and you are right out there or whatever, but I still send my love, because you never know what's going to be tomorrow and what keeps going on. These fires have not stopped. So I just hope that where y'all are, everything remains the same. You know, when they come to take these land, they definitely want to come and get the Negroes out of the way. So, you know, let's hope that where you are, that things don't get into your area.
Oh yeah, I'm right here in the hood. I'm in South Central. It made me remind me of the 1990. It reminded me of the 1992 riots to see that ash. I was a kid, but I remember when the buildings was burning all over in our LA, and there was ash coming out the sky. So I don't know. We gonna see. But I just hope, Mishi, I love what you do. I love that you try to tell our people stay prepared. Black folks, y'all niggas gotta have a prepared mind. Y'all have to be situationally aware of what's going on. Last thing I'm gonna say, speak about prepping. I heard a white man talk about doing the fires. He moved into the place where a fire was almost before he moved into. So he said, what? Let me get some precautions and some measures to try to help me fight these fires. So he went out and bought a little simple, you know, the sprinklers that people put on their lawn, the big one that fan like that. He put it on top of his house. He put some fire retardant on the back, and then he evacuated. He came back. He said his house was the only one standing, and where the water.
Yeah. It's about being prepared. We got to stop thinking that whatever out there is gonna get everybody else, but not us. I agree. But I'll tell you this: white man or not, his is the only house standing. They about to take that house with public domain. They about to say, well, everything else is
Oh,
gone. He ain't gonna stay in the house for
same,
long. They gonna
same
open
thing.
his
Same
place.
thing they did with the 105 freeway. Same thing they did with the 105 freeway. When they wanted to build that, they moved all them people out that was staying there right there. And these people, the rich, the elites, they gonna do what they gonna do. We all we got at the end of the day. Michi, love you.
All right, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I love you back. Thank you for all your support.
Oh yeah, peace and love.
Same to you. You be good. Be safe.
Oh yeah, stay dangerous. I'm from Inglewood.
I know that's right. Shout out to Inglewood, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna bring Rashid up in 1 second. I want to play this and see if you guys can hear this. Y'all may have seen this, but it's on my phone, so hopefully y'all can hear it. Let me see.
For the interview, from investigative staff looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not.
Oh no, this ain't the one. Hold on, I'm about to find this video for you. How many of y'all heard that? Where the man was standing up and he was saying, "Oh, we so sorry about what happened." Here we go. Now, I don't know if y'all heard that. He said, we're going to rebuild these communities back better. It was too low before we started this fire. While other people come up here, I'm going to email this to myself. That's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to try and pull it up. I want y'all to hear this if you have not heard this. But basically, it's funny because somebody made a clip of it watching TV on their television and recorded with their phone. When I went to Fox News to look for the actual clip so that I could get it, I went to Fox on YouTube to look for this actual news broadcast. It is not on YouTube. It's not on all their other newscasts. They have removed it because I spent hours looking for it. Okay, it's not up there anymore, and the one that I got online is somebody actually watching it from their TV. So while other people are talking, what I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna try and email this to myself so that I can pull it up that way for you guys to hear it. I can put it on the screen. People say it's a Freudian slip. At the end of the day, definitely people be telling on themselves because he completely said we're going to bring stuff back to the way the community was before we started this fire. Like that would never come out of my mouth if I did not start the fire, right? So I just believe they just be telling on themselves, okay? All right, let me see. We got Rashid back here. I'm going to bring them up on stage. Go ahead. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, Michi, how's it going? First of all, thank you for all that you're doing. I'm from Michigan as well, Southfield. I used to be in Detroit, so
Okay.
all is good. I'm currently down here in Louisiana, and I just thought of like you were just talking with the gentleman prior with the eminent domain, and I'm currently in law school, and that's something that we kind of talked about today with property and how like the state can come in and condemn, like deem a certain area, a building or whatever, condemn and come in and take that property, whether it be a real property or land or whatever. And a lot of the time, and now when I heard like, so last week when the fire started to happen, I'm down here in Louisiana in Baton Rouge, and I'm like, and I'm feeling the wind and everything, and I'm like, yo, that fire is about to burn so much. And how did all these people know about that? That's why it has to be something more than just ordinary citizens. It has to be something more than just that. And as you just kind of talked about, like the smart city and things like that, that's not I mean, that's not far-fetched because if you look, that's on the West Coast, and you look at North Carolina, East Coast, how that thing just went through, and what's in North Carolina, the lithium there. So it's almost like they're doing, it's almost like something that's being done. And I'm glad that you are doing what you're doing, speaking to the people, giving them the information, because a lot of the times, even in law school, I find myself, I'm just like, why aren't there so many things that we could just learn ourselves and not wait to have to go to jail or go get in front of a judge or whatever have you to learn our rights or learn what these laws are? And
Mm-hmm.
it's just like, and so I'm so thankful that you take your time out and just educate the people and giving them, I know you sometimes you charge, but you give so much free advice. And that's so much of a gem because it's not too many people doing that. Here in Louisiana, so many people leave the state, and I'm from Michigan. My great grandparents came from Louisiana, but they left in the Great Migration, early 1900s, and none of them never returned. But after me coming down here and realizing that so many people flee the state because there's no economic, there's no upward, uh, they can't climb the social ladder. There's no
Mhm.
economic development for them. It's not being dispersed to all people. It's only concentrated with 1% of people and not really dispersed amongst all. And then you have the people who take the bag and look the other way. So you have your folks like people in our community, the Black community, brown community, whatever, minorities, and they will go to school, you know, get these degrees and all, but instead of helping the community, they'll take a bag and look the other way and just be quiet. And that to me is so, I just, it's almost like, where do you, when does it end? But I'm so,
Mhm.
again, I'm so thankful that you take your time out. I even started
Mhm.
buying, like my dad is from Mauritania. My mom's American, my dad's from Mauritania, but like he's against canned food. But after I heard you talking about being prepared and, you know, if you
Yeah.
stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. I've been buying canned just to keep it on the shelf, dry beans, just all these
Mhm.
little things. And I'm totally blind also. So like I operate in a way where I have to be prepared in a lot of different ways. But I'm just really thankful for you and what you're doing. And hopefully one day you come to Louisiana or I come to wherever you are because I'm thinking about not even going into like this corporate space, but really
Mhm.
just being with the in the community because who's going to help the people? How do you get this information?
Yeah.
how do you help the people who can't leave the state? There's so many people who cannot leave Baton Rouge. There's so, or Louisiana as a whole,
Yeah.
they have Angola. Angola prison is the size of, if for people who didn't know, look it up. Angola prison, it used to be 3 plantations put into one. It's the size of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Manhattan, the prison
And it
is the
used to
size
be
of
a
Manhattan.
plantation. I'm glad you said that because I think people do not believe me when I say that they done made prisons and had literally they make prisoners legally slaves. And then
Hmm.
when you have places like Angola and these places in the South, those prisons are literally old plantations. So you have Black people being enslaved and they're out there doing free labor on the same land that their slave ancestors were on, like real thing.
Exactly, because the
Yeah.
13th Amendment. So the
People
13th
don't
Amendment
believe it if they don't see
abolished,
it.
yeah, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, except if you are a prisoner, right? So
Yep.
now, when you are a prisoner, because what they were trying to prevent is that they didn't want a lawyer to come and say like, "Hey, wait a minute, you're treating my client like a slave," right? So they made it to say that unless you are a prisoner, then you pretty much have no rights. You have rights, but not as much as a free person would,
Well,
right?
not
So
really,
it's like,
right.
so it's like we really got to pour, like I'm just so thankful of what you're doing because like I said, there's not too many people out here that's doing that and that's really doing it for a true like it's almost like selfless, right? Like you're doing it to just, hey, y'all don't see that, y'all wake up, hey, what, come on now,
I'm
y'all.
angry at the way that we are treated and to have the wool pulled over so many people's eyes. I do it. And when people say selfless, like, yes, I want to help my people, but there's an anger behind what I do. There's a passion to help, my people. But it was one of the things like James Baldwin said, like to be constant is to be in a constant state of rage. And once my eyes were open, it was like I can't unsee or unknow the things that I know and that I see. And I just want everybody else to be aware,
Yes.
because if you really understand it, it's really messed up and it makes me angry. We're angry at a lot of things we see on the surface, but it goes so much deeper than that.
Hmm.
And yeah, so it pisses me off. And that's really the motivation behind what I do. I would really love for people always ask me like, what's the answer? The answer is for people to wake up, because this is the thing. I know those words are so cliche, but I don't know how else to use it. People have overused them so much. But Once you wake up and you understand what's going on, I actually don't have to tell you what the answer is. Once you come awake, the answer is obvious, and we all come to the same conclusion, no matter who you are. This is the thing, you got to realize that what the equation is, right, is A plus B, but you don't know it's A plus B. Once you figure out it's A plus B, then you know that the answer is C, right? If it's 2 plus 2, you know it's 4. People haven't figured out what the equation is. Once you do that, once you wake up, you realize the things that are going on. The answer is obvious. I actually don't have to give you the answer. I just need you to wake up, And so, yeah, I appreciate your support. I'm always very happy when I hear people say that you have listened and it has caused you to prepare. That makes me happy. I think one of my most joyous moments this week, and it was mixed with sadness, was a sister that emailed me, and she said, that she lost her house. She was in Altadena in the fires, and that her house is gone. But in the midst of that, when she got to a safe place, she emailed me, and on top of all of that going on, saying, but I had my bug out bag. I was ready to go when they said we had to go. And so even though I lost all of that, I had the most important things I needed. And that's because I listened to you. And I want to thank you for that. Like, those are the moments that I'm like, oh yeah, all of this shit is worth it. All the people that troll me, all the people that talk crazy to me, all of the times it seemed like it's difficult or whatever I'm doing, it's worth it, because what I'm saying is really affecting people's lives that are listening. And so I want to thank you for not just listening, but really hearing what I've said and then implementing it in your life. That is the greatest gift that y'all can give me. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and just really quickly, for the people who don't believe nothing that you say, like when you throw out, I mean, because a degree is a degree, whatever, but it's knowledge is power, right? And so when you speak about, oh, you have a criminal justice degree, and it's like, I'm like, yo, she's telling the truth. Like, she's not capping on none of this that she's saying. Like, she's telling the truth. And some people might look at that and be like, I don't know if that's true. I don't know. It's legitimate. All of this, you can look it up. All of this stuff is free. If you don't want to research, if you like the hard copy book, the library, everybody can go to a library. It's a library in every city, every state, every town, majority of towns. The information is there. It's about whether or not you are going to take your time. You can invest 5 minutes a day. Reading you just read to learn. They tried to keep, you know what they said back in the day? You want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book.
Yeah, that's true. We got audio books, y'all. Y'all got to listen to them. I don't be wanting to read either. Get the audio book.
Something we got it. Listen.
Yeah.
It has to change. It has to change, and it will. So it's Egypt wasn't built in a day, and so it's gonna take one step at a time. But I appreciate you, and
Thank you.
I'll resume. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you too and all your support. You be good, brother. All right. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pull somebody up in a minute, but first I want to say, let me go back here. I've seen some super chats. Shout out to International 5 TV. Thank you very much. You said, Michi, I sent my book to you about a year ago, Massive Weapon of Destruction. The End. Did you ever read it or get a chance to? No, I actually did not get a chance to. I don't even know if I got the book. I used to have somebody else that pick up all of my mail. They ain't with me no more because they a hater. Do you have a digital version of it? I will go and buy it. Do you have a digital version of it somewhere? Because you already sent it to me once. Is there a link where I can go get it? Send it, email it to me. And thank you for the super chat. I'll go buy it this time. Shout out to Lisa Jackson. She said, I wonder if the government is going to deem that place uninhabitable. Absolutely, Lisa. I believe that's what they're going to do. They are what we're not going to see. I can guarantee all of you this. Okay. They are not going to rebuild those communities, right? They're not going to, the people who live there, they're never coming back there again, okay? They're going to turn into a smart city. Investors are going to come in. What Biden is doing is by leaving, he's trying to throw all the money away like we got any money to spare them. We done gave it all to the damn immigrants. But He said they're going to pay 100% of the recovery. Okay. And so what that means, we have to understand this. So when y'all too, I'm sure maybe a lot of y'all listen to me aren't, I'm not donating to any goddamn body that's talking about send money to help California. Though that money is not going directly to help individuals and people. I think it's a shame they're going to give $750 to the people that are in those fires. What the hell is that? And they done lost everything. And so that money from the government is actually going to clear the land. That's where that cost is going to go towards, clearing away all of the debris, all of the houses that have burnt down and things of that nature. Once the land is flat, something has to be rebuilt, right? So investors are going to come in. Those investors and monies and corporations are very much tied to politicians. They're going to rebuild, and it is going to be a smart city. Now, they say smart city. I would like to use another word and call it the first open air prison that's going to really be advanced. Like I keep telling y'all, the future is getting ready to be, okay? That is going to be the first blueprint for it all. So California is not going to be the same in those areas whatsoever. For every person whose house did survive, they will not get to keep that home. Mark my words, okay? They're going to use the eminent domain. There are no other houses here. We're going to be rebuilding here. We're going to do freeways, different things like that. And what they're going to do is say that the government has more of a reason. You can't have this one little house here when we have to rebuild all of this stuff. And they're going to offer them pennies on the dollar to take their homes from them, okay? So for anybody's home who survived the fire area and you're the few homes left, you will not get to stay in that home very long. They're going to take it from you. Either you're going to take that sorry offer they give you, or they'll give you nothing, but they are taking your home and they're going to knock it down. They're just going to tear it up. The fire didn't tear it up. The bulldozer is going to take it with them. Okay. Mark my words in that. Shout out to Gwendolyn. She gave a donation on MX Network, says, keep going and giving the great information. I sent the bug in, bug out bag information to my family in LA, and they were so appreciative. Your information was sent all over Cali. Oh, shout out to you. Thank you for that donation. And thank you for spreading the information. If you guys have not gone, there is a video on my page that what the heck is it even called? I don't even remember. It says, are you prepared to survive, right, in these times? It's about 4 videos. It might be more videos back, but y'all go look for it and ask, are you prepared to survive in these situations? That's what's on the thumbnail. If you guys go to the description of that video, there are links to open up Word documents for you guys that you can print off. And it is an explanation of what a bug-in bag is, a bug-out bag. And then there are forms you can print off that is a checklist. So you can actually use that checklist for yourself to go through and make sure that you have everything you need for a bug out bag, okay, or a bug in bag. Bug out is if you need to leave quickly, like in these fires, right? And you have the most important things with you and stuff you need to survive. Some of the people left them fires. What if you ain't got no family house to go to? Where you going? You need to eat. You need to have some things to refresh yourself, hygiene, important stuff, paperwork, all of those different things, right? Bug in is going to work for these storms that we just saw. Some people were stuck in their homes, right? You might not have no power. We have people with no power, so they don't have any heat. You can't get out and go to the store. So what do you need in those situations, right? So that's the difference in them. And those are very small things. There's so many things you can do to prepare, but that is a place that you can definitely start. And you can go get that information in the description of that video. Can somebody over on MX Network do me a favor? The way that everything is set up, I keep trying to click it on my phone, but it will not let me because it just keeps opening up the StreamYard link. Well, can somebody go over to the YouTube and copy the link for the for people to come up, because I know some people over on MX Network was asking for it. I just put it in the chat again on YouTube. If somebody will grab it and copy it off of the YouTube in the comment section, and then please paste it on MX Network for everybody over there, because I keep trying, but it's not letting me from my phone that I'm on for MX Network. So it won't let me grab it that way, you guys. So if somebody could please do that. That way the people on MX Network can click the link and come in as well. I just put it in the comment section. If my moderators can, you know, over time, just continue to place that link in the chat for people periodically so that they can click it. And again, if somebody will please, Will, if you're in the chat, I don't know if Will is in the chat. I know that he's usually on both. If somebody will grab it and then paste it in the chat for MX Network for everybody. If y'all can do that, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to bring up a brother we got in the back, and we're going to see what he's talking about. And then we are going to I do want to play a clip for y'all when we move on. I won't rush anybody when we get past this conversation, but I want to show you guys a video from a sister in Chicago and what their community meeting looked like with their officials, because they are debating, right? You have the aldermen and they're in there trying to actually change the rules so that Chicago is not a sanctuary city anymore, right? So that way, when ICE gets ready to come in and take everybody, there's not going to be any pushback, because, you know, the sanctuary cities say, oh, well, you know, by law, our police won't cooperate with you. We won't help you lock up people. Well, they're trying to remove that status. And then you have the mayor and other people who are arguing with that. And the immigrants packed the house last night. And I'm so sick of watching them pack places and act like they have the right to have a voice or they have rights. You're not a citizen. The nerve of them. But we'll get to that conversation in a minute, you guys. I'm going to bring up the next person in the back. We have brother Amen Hotep. How you doing, brother?
All right, how the sister doing? Peace.
I'm good. How you doing?
All right, good. First time on your channel. I'm a 6-year Army veteran, and this is not by mistake what's going on in Los Angeles. This is a covert white ops. I'm not going to say black ops. I'm going to say a white ops. Ever since this fire has been going on, and I'm in California. I'm not that far from Pasadena and Altadena.
Okay.
What people need to do, this is what I'm going to say. This is my opinion. Ever since I've always kept a go bag. Most preppers call it a bug out bag. I call it a go bag with all the essentials. First aid, important documents, any medication that might be needed.
Yeah.
And some firepower, if you know what I mean.
I always say that you need a weapon. You need to protect
because you
yourself.
don't know what you're going to run into.
Absolutely.
I'm not optimistic. I'm pessimistic about this. I believe it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Me too.
People need now to prepare for the worst, but hope for the best.
Yeah.
These fires that has been sparking up, I understand the Santa Ana winds. I understand the wind velocity. I understand that. But fire sparking and the temperatures at the Fahrenheit that they have been reporting, where the fires are 90 miles, they're anywhere from 90 miles to over 100 miles apart, sporadically, just sparking up. I believe that there are teams here. They have no insignia, they have no names or uniforms that are here to wreak havoc on the state of California. And it's by design. So this thing with the MAGAs and the technocrats, they want to do exactly what you mentioned. Smart cities with mass surveillance.
Yeah.
To contain, maintain, and monitor and surveil people wherever they are, whether indoors or outdoors. They already have the technology to see where you are in your home, if you're lying down, if you're in the bathroom, if your dog's barking, if your dog's running. They have that technology now. And they are deploying that now.
Let me ask you this, and when we say that that's going to happen in California, and to me, that's the first one, so it's the blueprint. So do you think it's fair to say that this is where we are going, period, in America? So we need to understand that there is something coming for the rest of our communities so that they can be turned into that as well. And we should all be on alert for these so-called natural disasters.
Natural disasters?
Yeah, we're using that word lightly.
Yes. Okay. In connection with man-made disasters.
Absolutely. That's what, when I say natural, that's what they call it, but that's not what it is.
Yes, that's not what it is. It's man-made disasters. This is the thing. They'll take man-made disasters, natural disasters, to use as a caveat to agitate, terrorize, and maim the people. But in this cycle, it's not only toward the historical victim, which has been Black people or African American people, whatever people subscribe to, but it's to mesh in people from Central America and South America. People really don't understand this is the Americas, but there's 3 Americas. It's the continental US America, Central America, and South America. So these people that are coming here believe that they are rightfully Americans. So based on the legislation that Clinton passed through when he helped draft NAFTA and CAFTA, that's what set this off. And they did it for means of cheap labor.
Yeah.
And to take that cheap labor in the migrants whose language and history is diametrically opposed to American history, and mesh them up against people, natural citizens in America, to create confrontation. See, this is a divide and conquer tactic. They've always used this historically. But because of the technology and the type of systems that they had with the onset of artificial intelligence, the only thing that they can see, because most of the jobs in the next 5 to 10 years, most of the jobs are going to go away, even in high tech fields, programmers, coders, script writers. Artificial intelligence is in the background of most of these applications and platforms and systems that are doing the work.
Yeah.
So artificial intelligence now is at the level that what they can do things that it takes a person with critical thinking and high level educational skills and trade. Artificial intelligence can do it 100 times faster.
Yep.
So what are they going to do with all the people?
Depopulate.
And those that are that fight back, or those that challenge the system, will be encamped and incarcerated in these smart cities, which will become nothing but a part of the industrial prison complex.
Yep.
And I noticed the brother that was on before you brought me on mentioned the 13th Amendment. When they ratified the 13th Amendment, they already had a design for the prison industrial complex. So the Angola State Prison in Louisiana is called the Angola State Prison because not only was it a plantation, but it was a slave holding processing location also. That's what a lot of people don't know. So I don't want to take up a lot of your time because I know there's a lot of other people that want to come up.
Well, I want to thank you though. And before you go though, let me ask you, you have a special set of skills. You have been in places we haven't in the service that you have done. What advice would you give to the people watching, or any tips on what they should do to kind of be prepared in these situations, or any advice you have to give us? Leave us with some of that before you go.
Okay, what I would suggest and what I would put forward is stay physically active, meditate, learn how to use certain
weapons,
firearms.
Yes, be able to defend yourself. Absolutely,
and be able to defend yourself in ways with weapons that are learn how to use more than one weapon.
Thank you. Yes, I say that because I say that your firearm is only as good as the ammunition you have. Once that runs out, then that is no good. And there are levels of weapons and even defense you can teach yourself. And I think that is very imperative in this time. Yeah.
So you might have to drop a firearm and I don't just want to. You might have to pick up a disperser, if you know what I mean. One that that gonna back somebody up. And you have to teach your women need to learn how to use mace. They need to learn how to use firearms. They need to know how to protect themselves. Be hyper vigilant when you're out in public, especially men and women, young brothers and sisters. Be hyper vigilant at all times, because they're going to escalate this. Believe you me, they're going to escalate this all throughout 50 states. So to answer your question, is California is just the jump off point, so to speak, the platform, the diving board.
Yeah.
But the pool is going to be,
if they're going to do this to the rest of the country, and that is just the beginning blueprint, then that means we all have something coming one way or another in our other states too eventually. So
and what that's called is Hegelian dialectics.
Okay.
You look up Hegelian dialectics, it's a term used even in the military, where they create the problem and wait until people respond to the problem they create, and then wait for people beg for the solution. But the solution is a,
I didn't know that was the word for it. I say that all the time.
Yeah, that's what it is. This is better yet, this is a Hegelian dialectic operation.
Yeah.
And yes, it is for capital, it is for money, and it's also to move the elite or the wealthy of the wealthy elite further away from the classless people. Because if the jobs are going away, then food sources and your ability to purchase food, to grow food, is going to be limited.
Yep.
Because once you get to deforestation, see what's happening in California now, it's not only destroying property, but it's deforestation and contamination of the areas where the houses resided.
California is one of the biggest places when we talk about farmland and production of food and stuff as well. And nobody's talked about that yet.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's the reason why I said that, because most of and see right now, farmers that are in the South, in the farming country, in the farming states, they're being subsidized by the government to not grow food and not plant seed, but to buy those seeds, which are GMOs, from Monsanto and Procter & Gamble. Those are the companies that are the manufacturers of GMOs, Procter & Gamble and Monsanto. So my suggestion is that in communities, groups of women, men, groups of 10 and 20, start to organize, start to create your local units to interface with other communities, to work as a collective in the event that this gets out of control.
Absolutely.
Because if it gets out of control, they will not be able to manage. But what they will do is begin to shoot on sight.
Let me
and I know this.
When you say, and I believe you know it, because you have worked in services with the people that are doing this stuff now, the organization of it. And so, I think that was a really great thing for people to understand as far as preparation too. We did talk about that at a survival event we had, but I guess I haven't said that much online. So I'm glad that you brought that up. But people need to get with groups of people, right? We talk about women and children and other folks, but you need to find people, and in those groups, it needs to be people that have all types of skill sets and different things that they all bring to the table, right? And so that you have a gamut of things covered. Another thing that I wanted to ask you before you go, what your opinion is on people preparing themselves if they need to get out of the cities and go off somewhere into wooded areas and be able to pitch some tents and live and eat their food and be able to survive for a while. I think sometimes it may get bad in cities to where the best thing you can do is get out of the city. And most people think, if I don't have a log cabin somewhere or land off, that shouldn't matter. If we learn how to go out and create shelter, have our tents, have the things that we need and the people we need, there may be a time where you got to get out of the city. And when I say that, people look at me like it's ridiculous, But I think that's always a great plan to have, you know, plenty of people go and you can go and live, you know, outside of the city in some woods somewhere.
Yes, I agree with that. Well, I have this. I mean, I know how to do that, and people that don't know how to do that, link up with other groups or organizations, or either individuals that have those skills.
Yeah.
To teach them how to live, to get out of the city and live kind of off the grid if they need to. But we need to do this immediately. We need to start doing this.
Yeah.
Because not only are the fires that are going on this issue, is also another thing that they're not talking about is this super mega earthquake that seismologists are predicting to shift. Now, a lot of people in California talk about the San Andreas fault line, but the most dangerous fault line in California is the Cascadian fault line up near Northern California between Davis and San Francisco. That's the same fault line that caused the 1903 earthquake 8.0 that destroyed San Francisco. So there's multi-pronged disasters, natural disasters, and then you got the man-made situation. Because these people that are preparing for a fascist religious dictatorship in this country, they're preparing, they've been training, and they're coming. They're coming.
Yeah, I agree.
They're not going to stay in them woods for long because they feel that they're trained up. They have the weapons and the munitions in order to carry out their missions and their objectives. And I'm not saying this the boogeyman scare anybody. I'm telling you, these people are serious.
Yeah.
And when the government
people, it's not about scaring, it's about being prepared. If people want to be naive, they are going to then be caught in a bad situation. I would say stay ready so you don't have to get ready, you know. And again, for anybody who thinks, well, these things aren't ever going to happen, you're just going to be the first one in your family is going to be the people that are going to get caught up in what's going on. Again, you are prepared for something and it doesn't happen, good for you. But what happens when it does happen and you're not ready at all? There is a difference in that. Like, why not just be prepared, you know? Because if we open our, I don't think that what we're saying is so far-fetched for people to believe. If you just open your eyes and look at what's going on around you, there's nothing wrong with being ready, you know? I say that often as the citizens, we don't want to get up and fight back, but there's going to come a day where you're going to have to, and you're going to fight to survive, and you think that day will never come. You can be comfortable now, but there's going to come a day where you can't ignore it. There's going to come a day where you have to get up and fight or lay down and die.
That's right, sister. That's right. That's right. And if you know anyone in your neighborhood, or if you like animals yourself, get you a protection animal, because they are very hyper vigilant and they can hear footsteps from a half a mile away.
Yeah, that's a great thing too. Yeah.
And I don't know if you know, I used to train sentry dogs, so but a lot of people, you know, some people don't like dogs, some people can't handle them because it is work. But I tell you, they'll be your first alarm that someone is up on your property, and they will bark and bark until they get your attention. And that few seconds may matter in the event that you need to go. You need to go in that go bag and unlock and unload.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is serious. This is serious because I'm in my mid-60s. I've been in California 50 years. I've never seen this. I've never seen it like this. Never. I've never seen the political climate. I've never seen the political division like this in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Now, we have the historical record, the historical videos. We have the elders who are my elders and mentors. My people came from the South. My people came from Mississippi and Alabama. They didn't come to migrate. They fled because they were being terrorized.
Yeah.
By the same people who are descendants of those people that terrorized my parents and my great grandparents from 100, 200 years ago. We have to put this in some kind of perspective. They believe, this is their argument, they believe by 2045, if they don't take these measures that they're taking, they will be the lower minority.
Yeah.
They're only 18% of the US population right now. In their minds, that's already an act of war against them. See, that's what they really truly believe. So this is all happening by play and by design. And they're not, it's not a game. And we shouldn't have to wait till it's right on our doorstep and right in our door and right in our homes and property before we react and realize this is real.
We need to start.
Yeah, we need to start preparing now. We need to start learning first aid, CPR. We need to start also rationing foods and learning how to live off the grid if it calls for us to do that. If we need to get out of the major metropolitan city, you got to start mapping out routes and best curfews in order to get out of the city. Because the city at times, it can be a trap.
Yeah.
Because it is easy for them to block off major highways and freeways. They did that during the Rodney King uprising. They did that in 1965 in the Watts riot. They did the same thing.
Yeah. Well, you're dealing with them blocking stuff off, whatever the issue that's going on. And
correct.
Then one thing I think that I tell people all the time, this is why I would say you need protection as well, is because even this is happening in the fires right now, you have people who are out there, looting, and they're looking to commit crime. So when you see these things go on, there's going to be whatever's happening, there's going to be then the enforcement of the law and whatever they're doing, but then there's going to be a group of people who seek to take, to hurt, to do harm, because in the midst of that chaos, there is no police to call. There is nobody coming to your rescue. And some groups of people just wait and they're not prepared. That's okay. They're going to take what you have because that's how they prepare. Or they're just going to seek to harm you, hurt you, do stuff to you and your children because they just want to hurt people. And so there's that dynamic that is always in the midst of these situations that people, they think, well, who wants to go out and start robbing and hurting people during all these fires? Ain't enough going on. There's people do this all the time during these situations. This is always a dynamic in the midst of it.
You'd be surprised if you're in a war theater. You can't distinguish friend from foe, even ally from ally. So you have to be hyper vigilant and make sure that you use all your skill sets and training and focus. And your first time you come to a close call and you survive it, those skill sets never leave you. Never leave you. Never leave you. So the thing it is that that's correct what you said, because your neighbor could be your if they think you have it, has rations and resources, they're gonna come get it. They could be your next door neighbor. You can speak to them every day. How you doing? But when things bust loose,
that's
when
different.
the system crash, you have to be your doctor, your nurse, your police, your protector, and everything. And men, you are the first line of defense. But now we need the sisters.
Yeah.
So the sisters need to learn how to use a firearm, learn the safety of firearms, get the firearm that best suits their ability to handle it and control it, and also learn first aid and learn how to pack and secure a go bag.
Yeah.
Because I hate to say it, and I would like to say, well, I can't lean on those because I done seen too much. See, my father spent 40 years, but he spent 28 years in the military. He fought in the Korean War. My brother fought in the Vietnam War. And all that Iraqi Desert Storm mess, I've been through all that. So the thing it is, these people preparing for this, yes, some things may not be known at first hand, but as I said, I'm gonna leave you with this. Our people need people in general, but our people need to get ready, train up, exercise up, get our minds clear, and understand that no government agency, federal or local, will be able to come to your assistance and come to your aid. All right, sister, I'm gonna leave you with that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I hope I didn't rattle on too long, but
no,
this is
I
a subject.
Look, if anybody is in a rush, they can always click off like they clicked in here. I appreciate your knowledge. You have,
because this is a subject that's serious to me.
Have not lived. So I appreciate you reiterating that as a man that has been in the service. Your family has been in the service, many years. That has obviously been in your family. And I think that everything that you gave was important information. So I thank you for that knowledge that you have given us. And I just hope the people listening that they take it in and that they use it. So thank you.
What I'm doing, and what I'm doing on my end, I'm reaching out to my fellow network of veterans because we're discussing these issues also.
Well, if y'all get into a place, you send me an email to my email and let me know if y'all get, considering putting together some group where some of us can come and learn some knowledge and get more prepared from the knowledge that you have. So,
Yes, ma'am. All right.
That's something you're going to do. Thank you so much, brother.
All right, sis. All right.
Right.
Good night. Good night.
All right, y'all. Again, thank you, Will. I was just going to say, put that over on MX Network. So you guys on MX Network, if you are looking in the chat, that is the link. If you would like to click and come on to the in the back of the chat, you guys can click that because I know somebody over there asked about it. Thank you so much. Will said make some two-way content. So let me get into that, everybody, before I don't see any new people back there. I know the doctor is back. I want him to give his information of where people can go to his organization. I'm not sure if he got a chance to put that in the chat. He fell off, but I see he's back there again. Let me see. But I do want to give you guys some information. So again, I want to remind everybody that you can go over to, I have a video on my page and it says, are you prepared for these situations? That's something like that on the thumbnail. It's a couple videos back. I don't know exactly which one it is. If you care enough, it ain't a lot of work, you'll put it in. Go find the video, you guys. Go to the description if you have not already done so. In there are links to a bug-in bag and a bug-out bag. It will explain what both of those are and what is the purpose of them. It will also give you a checklist to print off and to use as you create yours and put yours together, right? So you're able to do that. You can check your list and make sure that you have everything, okay, that is over there. Also, somebody said make some two-way content. So on MX Network, we do have a two-way Tuesday section. In conflict with some of the person I was creating it with, I have taken some of that down. But we actually do have something coming up soon. Shout out to you, Lisa. Thank you for the super chat. I'm in New York and I stay on the run with all my equipment in my pocketbook. It's crazy out here on the Iron Horse. Salute. Shout out to you. Thank you for that super chat. And I love the people that are prepared and know what's going on that they need to be prepared for. But I do have a brother here. It kind of makes me sad that it's only over the video, but I do within the next week or so, we will have a video that will be on MX Network. We will do it, you guys. So if you have your subscription over there, you guys will be able to come and watch it. But we have a brother that's going to teach some first aid. When we talk about first aid, a lot of times we just think about like a little basic first aid. But the truth is, in these times, you may need to stop somebody from bleeding. You may need to remove a bullet. You may need to stitch somebody's wound up. Like there is a lot more to first aid than just, put some peroxide on it and a Band-Aid. When you get in certain situations, you need a little bit more. You really do, right? If somebody breaks something, can you make a splint to put on their arm or whatever? So it's more that you need to know. And we have a brother that actually teaches that, and he did teach it at the event. And it's better to do it in person because he actually has things that you can sew up that's like skin. He actually has things that are like a person's body part, and you stuff the wound to stop it from bleeding. So you actually get to do that hands-on. So I will be going through the motions of that for you guys to see on video. But these people that train like this, they are in all kind of places. So, maybe we'll give you information and you can go find them in your communities and get that kind of training. The Black Agenda is planning on, once it's cold now, so about March, April, we will start touring and going around. We're not going to do the big thing here again. We are going to come to places like we did before. And so when we come, that is actually going to be a new component to the Black Agenda. Of course, we will still have our brother Q. We will be talking about schooling, the STEM school that we have to put your kids in there, get them out of the public school. We will be talking about all of the things we normally do deal with, healing, all of that different stuff. But we will be bringing the aspect of surviving with us, right? So we will have someone there to train you with some of those things. And we need y'all help. You have to email me. Let me know if you want me to come to your city. If anybody remembers, it's been a while, so you know how the Black Agenda works. We will not throw our event in a space if it's not Black owned. So I don't care if it's your cousin's restaurant, if it's your cousin's little clothing store, whatever it is, we can order chairs, we can get microphones and set up, we can turn it into a place to throw it. So if y'all okay with it, we okay with it too, okay? So y'all have to let me know where y'all have a space that we can come and help me with that. Y'all hit me up. That's how we did it last time. Say, hey, Michi, I'm in this place. I know of a place you can go. Give me some connections, and we will come there and bring all of these resources to you guys that are solutions, right? And I'm working on some stuff, trying to get some grants. So shout out to the grant writers out here helping a sister out, because I would love for the Black Agenda to be free. Know that if you are paying for the Black Agenda, it's just for the cost of us to get there. We don't make money off of it. We just want to make it happen. So we keep that in mind, but you guys still need to be vigilant about your own survival and preparedness, okay? So we'll still get some content. We do have some more content coming up on 2A Tuesday, you guys, okay? But again, you guys will get to see that. I actually ordered some MREs, and so I'm going to open some of them and let y'all see what it's like and how you prepare them and stuff. Another thing I want to throw out there for food preparing and stuff, I'm actually going to get me one. So I'm ordering a dehydrator, and I've learned you can dehydrate everything, like eggs, milk, juice, meat, whatever, and then you can blend stuff and turn it into powder, and then you put water and it come on right back. You can dehydrate the fruit and all of that good stuff. Now you can buy these things prepared at MX Survival. We have them on the site. But for me, just like people can stuff, because I am learning canning now to be able to can the stuff that I grow. But you can also dehydrate a lot of stuff, right? Avocados, seasonings, all kind of things, and put them on in a jar and be good to go. So in my mind, that's how I think about food that will last for a while and I can survive off having it. So so keep those things in mind, right? When you get into the mindset of survival, there's a whole lot that you can do to be prepared. One thing I do want to throw out there to people is that a little bit of preparedness every day, it equals up to be a lot later. You do not have to go out and spend $5,000 today. Just grab some more canned goods when you're at the store. Make sure that you get a small, solar box or something. Make sure that you have the things you need. And I'm going to say this again, never throw away your medication. Medication does not completely not have any potency to it. That never happens, okay? So if you have pain medication, you don't need no more, keep it anyway. You got antibiotics, ain't been used, keep it anyway, okay? Keep that medication. All right. So I want to say shout out to Ebola. I might have said that wrong as heck. I apologize. Shout out to Ebola. Look, I love you. Thank you for the super chat. I apologize if I murdered your name. Gerald, thank you for the super chat as well. The link, you guys, is at the top if somebody wants to click it and come in. I see one more brother in here. I'm going to bring him up real quick, and then after this brother is done, I'm going to play the video for you guys. We're going to get it to Chicago. Shout out to Ebony over on MX Network. She says she's in Chicago. She brought up the community meeting and how all of the immigrants brought their butt up in there talking about their rights because they do not want Chicago to change from being a sanctuary city so they can come in and ICE can take all of them immigrants out of there. And so they packed the house and got on the mic. And so we have the full meeting. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I do want to show you part of it just so that you can see this ridiculousness. I've never understood people claiming their rights in a place where you are not a citizen. So how you got rights here? You're not even a citizen. They keep talking about the Constitution and shit. What Constitution? What? This is not your country. How are you trying to quote the Constitution to save your ass? It blow my mind. But anyway, we're gonna see it for our damn selves. Shout out to you, Sadi Say Things. Thank you for that. Michelle Obama is not attending inauguration. I fear some sort of large scale bomb of Washington D.C., possibly even nuclear. Well, you never know. When things go down, they do be looking at places like that. Thank you for the super chat. You guys, I will be live tomorrow with D. Monterio, the brother that got done wrong in Mississippi. We've been around D for a very long time. That's like my family. I love D, and I'm so proud of that young man. And he's just a really great young man. He really is. And he deserves justice. Not that anybody doesn't, but he's come a long way and he's been through a lot. And that situation really messed him up. So tomorrow he will be coming live to speak with us. So I look forward to that live. I always look forward to, talking to D, whether I'm going to visit him and we get together or whether it's on a live. So that will be tomorrow, you guys. I still am doing the live for the Matrix of the Holidays, but other things have just been pressing when it comes to what's going on. I will be doing a live on Saturday or Sunday. I will be emailing everybody so you would know, but this one will only be on MX Network. We're actually going to talk about MK Ultra, and we're going to talk about exactly what that program is. We're going to watch some documentary evidence about MK Ultra so you can understand and how I think it played a part in what happened in New Orleans. We're also going to talk about the time where fog was actually used in San Francisco, and the fog was used to actually put something on the people. And this is all documented and it's real. So when I tell you that the government has done things, so when people was like, oh, that fog is just fog, you're just bugging, it's smog. Okay, I'm going to show you a real account where they actually used fog to make the city sick. I'm going to show you, since people think that this is just some shit that we be making up. They wouldn't do that. God damn it, they already did. And I'm going to show you they already did. So I don't know why you think it's so far-fetched, because they've already done it once, okay? But that show is only going to be on MX Network. Of course, that's why we have it, that type of content we can't really have over here, because next thing you know, you look up and YouTube done took the video down. They'll be talking about we giving misinformation, although we're going to back up everything we talk about, okay? So y'all can look forward to that, and we'll be doing that. So we got another brother back here. Let me bring him up real quick. Go ahead. Hey, how you doing, brother? It's coming up here tonight. Shout out to the brothers. I love our brothers. Go ahead. How you doing?
Hey, shalom, Michi. It's an honor to speak with you. You've been a service to all of us out here. Doing the work, putting in the work, showing people how to do it. And I totally appreciate everything that you've done. I have to start out saying that because I've sent emails, but I never got a response back. Maybe I should have been a little bit more aggressive.
Did you send a direct email, or did you reply to like one of them emails I sent out?
I think I was in more of a newsletter email.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to send me an email and directly say, Michi, I'm talking to you. I do get like newsletters, but it'd be like other people that are tagged in it. So I don't be knowing if it's directly for me or for like a lot of people. So, yeah. So if you see another email, just say, hey, Michi, and I see my name. I say, oh, they talking to me. Send it to the real Michi X. Send it to that email and I will see that one.
The real Michiax. Okay, got you. But
At
but
Gmail.
at the same time, I somebody in the chat room. That's why I clicked the link, because somebody said the brother that was on before was long-winded, and they just put it in there. And I know it's just somebody in the chat just running their mother or bumping they whatever beaters. But at the same time, no, he wasn't long-winded. Now, just to add a caveat to what you were even saying, learn how to tie a tourniquet, folks.
Yes.
I was in the Navy. I never went to war, 9 years, but learn how to tie a tourniquet. That could save somebody's life so they don't bleed out.
Absolutely.
And just, there's a whole bunch, like you were talking about earlier, Michi, about packing the wound. There's a whole lot of things that go on with first aid, but you added some things. But if you don't learn anything, folks, learn how to tie a tourniquet, because you might have to tie one on yourself.
You're right about that. You know, that is one thing that they talk about a lot. And I'm glad you said it, because it slipped my mind. But they talk about stop the bleed all the time. And they do tell me, a lot of the people that prepare, they bring that up a lot and say, a person it's not the wound that will kill them, but if they bleed out. And so they make a big deal about doing it. They say, in the hood, and we would carry tourniquets, like we carry lighters in our pocket or something, like you can save a brother life. You watch somebody get shot, just go ahead and twist his arm or his leg up. If you can stop the bleed, a lot of times you can save someone, even if they lose a limb. And so you're right, because actually the people that I deal with that are preppers, I hear that all the time from them. Stop the bleed. Yep, you were so right. So thank you for adding that.
Yeah, no, I am participating in the conversation that you have going. I don't want to take away from it. I just want to, make sure that people have just specific stuff. Yeah, learn how to tie a tourniquet, folks. That could save your life, and it could save somebody else's life. And that's just cutting off the blood. You could rip up a shirt and tie a tourniquet to stop the bleeding. And make sure you tie the tourniquet above the wound. That's what I learned from my military first aid. Yeah, tie the tourniquet above the wound. And you can use anything, a shirt, a rope, shoestring, maybe a couple of shoestrings, but you want to make sure that you put pressure on there. God gave us a body, and this body is magnificent. And we can manipulate parts of the body in order to have an outcome in all types of different ways, from making babies to tying tourniquets, to stop the bleeding, things like that. And so, yeah, I appreciate the brother that was on earlier speaking about being prepared. I made sure I got a bunch of water. I got about 14 gallons of water, for anything that could happen, because I'm a conspiracy theorist, a proud conspiracy.
Me too. I should make a shirt.
Yeah, I'm a
with
proud.
That on it. Me too.
Yeah, because the propaganda says that somebody who is a conspiracy theorist is persona non grata. That's a persona non grata. I learned that from Dr. Greer, just watching his lectures and talks and things like that. So, yeah. So people say, oh, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. And it's like, well, you don't have a effing brain, because how are people not getting together doing things? So, it's on inception of, conspiracy theory. Oh, that's exactly what it is. Because they meet you, what the difference between the conspiracy theory, a conspiracy theory, and the truth is?
What?
3 to 6 months.
See, I was going to say one has just been proven already, and the other one just waiting. So I guess it's the same answer, because eventually, it gets because, like, right now, what is everybody talking about? Like, the last conspiracy was we was doing too much when it came to the shot, right? But
Right.
now we got everybody grilling politicians and everybody else. You got Mark Zuckerberg, who done came out and told everybody that the Biden administration told him to censor anything negative. Now he's admitting that they were taking down stuff that was true. They admitting that they was silencing doctors who was saying this ain't right. Like, now it's all coming to the light. But I had so many people telling me to be quiet, and I was risking people's lives, and you telling folks not to do this, and they not gonna be safe listening to you, and you stupid, and who's stupid now? Bring your ass back over here in the chat now. Where you at? So you right about that. It's only time before the truth comes to the top, you know.
Absolutely.
You are right about that.
Absolutely. I mean, and then we can even go back in history and bring that's why they gave us that movie Back to the Future, because we can bring the back or what happened in the past to the future. And you had Joe Rogan talking about, when LA lights up, it's gonna start and it's gonna go all the way to the coast. I'm from Oxnard, California. And geographically, Oxnard is about 20 minutes away from Malibu when you get on the PCH. Yeah, where I grew up, they blew, talking about hitting close to home. Now, I never imagined that I would be in a position to buy one of those homes on the PCH, but I've seen the footage. It's horrific. That is horrific. I've driven from Oxnard to Santa Monica, I don't know how many times, hanging out at the pier, going down to the promenade, the Santa Monica promenade, and now the whole landscape, it's a war zone, allegedly.
Yeah.
The amount of destruction, the structures that were destroyed. I never ate at Nobu, but I drove past it a bunch of times, and anybody that's ever driven on the PCH, you've driven by Nobu, you've driven by what's another one of those restaurants? It'll come to my mind, but we're driving by all this real estate, all these houses that I would never own one of those, but they're still there, but they're not there anymore.
No. And that's how you know when it gets real, because it's one thing that America will do away with the lowest totem pole of people, right? The poor people, the Black folks. But when they burnt down and they started with the rich folks stuff, that shit told everybody that something coming. Because see, we have to understand, America will eat their own. They will do stuff to their own people, to the wealthy and all that too. So they have a bigger plan in mind. And that's when people need to be like, well, if they're doing this to them, and trust me, nobody finna tell me that these fires, here go my conspiracy theory now. And what you said, and how many 3-6 months? In 3-6 months, y'all come back and tell me how well this conspiracy theory played out. But no, that goddamn fire did not start in nobody's backyard, and then all of a sudden, because of the wind, and it was no water, because of the pressure, and all of that other bullshit they keep saying, that's why everything is burning all these days later, and it's all burnt, and it's all gonna be gone. And then all of a sudden, they're finna have a smart city there. So come on. Y'all, if y'all need 3 to 6 months, I'll give it to you. But I think some of us ought to know off the bat that that's some bullshit, right? And so when they start doing stuff like that, they don't care about nobody. So they surely don't care about those of us that are considered the low of the totem pole. So when you see them doing that kind of stuff to them, you should really wonder what's going to happen when they get to you. Because what I said earlier was, if California is the blueprint for what's going to happen to create these smart cities, meaning you have to tear everything down to rebuild in a new way, right? So if that's happening there, eventually, what you think coming for the rest of us? If that's the new blueprint and we're going to become a smart places everywhere, what you think coming for the rest of us? That's what people need to think about, They
said, okay, I look for patterns. If you look at Lahaina, in Maui, Lahaina, Maui, right? They I think it was Jim Crow Joe. He's talking about build back better. There's I think New Scum. He was talking about build back better. Why are these people parroting this thing called build back better? That sounds like a pattern.
Yeah, that's like when the news talks. And the news says the same thing everywhere on the news. It's always saying the same thing over and over again. That's like they was all briefed, and that's the slogan or the term they want them all to keep using over and over again. So subliminally it will sit in people's mind that, oh, it's gone, don't feel devastated, we're going to build it back better. You know, that's all that is. It's the term that they gave them to use. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's that mockingbird situation, right? Because everybody's out here just build back better, brah, build back better, brah. They just say it and they don't even know. Just like a lot of people say, misinformation, disinformation, misinformation, disinformation. But the greatest advertisers that ever existed are from the United States of America. So the reason why people are saying these things is because, you know, these are the greatest advertisers that ever existed. The what they
Well, the
call
greatest
the
thing about advertising, when you say they're the greatest advertisers, this is the thing about advertising, is that a person needs to hear something at least 7 times before it starts to really reiterate with them over and over again. The more somebody hears something, it sets a subliminal message in the back of their mind, and then they begin to think it or speak it as though it is their own thought when it's actually been planted there. And so it is a way of doing that. This is why, if you think about, and the media is used all the time for conditioning, but I want you guys to like think about right now, everybody on this live, if I tell you, if you get in a car accident, who you call? Y'all all got a lawyer name in mind right now because you've heard him on the radio all the time. You calling JG Jitworth or whoever is in your city because you know they song, you know they slogan, you know whoever. You have somebody that you think of automatically when you think of car insurance, whether you have car insurance or not. Why? Because of the repetition of the slogan or whatever it is that they keep pumping in your head. And then when you need those services, the first thing you think of is that, and you think that was your thought. No, baby, that was the seed planted in your mind to control your thoughts and your thinking. And so you're right. And the politicians and government and the news use those things all of the time to get people to feel and think a certain way. And so many of us think that we do things every day of our own will, that we think thoughts that belong to us, not understanding that most of them have been planted. Those are not your thoughts, and you are being controlled, you know, from a distance, maybe with a mo control, but you're being controlled in some way, and it's really not all you. And so you're right. Marketing and media plays a big part in control of how they control people in this country. Absolutely. That is a big thing. If people just stop watching TV and listening to the radio, you would be amazed at how much you wouldn't think like everybody else. I don't watch TV in my home, okay? I watch stuff with purpose. So I'll get on YouTube. I'm gonna tell you when I watch TV. I watch TV when I want to be mindless, when I want my brain to stop going. Because when you don't watch TV in your home, you have a lot of silence. So you sit within your head most of the day, which is what I do. Okay. So when I want to stop thinking, I want y'all to think about that. When I want to really stop thinking and feel like I've taken some time off, I go in my room and I turn on that big old TV on the wall once in a blue moon and I watch something on Netflix. I watch a show. You know why? Because while I'm watching that show, it is occupying my mind and my thoughts. I'm not thinking about anything else. I'm looking at that show. If you stop watching TV and the news and everything else, you would be amazed. So many of y'all watch TV every day and people want to have conversations with me and they get to reciting or saying things to me that don't make any sense. But then when I start watching the news that they've watched and I see what they're looking at, it makes sense that you're saying that to me. But the simple fact that I'm not watching that shit, I have a mind of my own. So when it's given to me, it hasn't been subliminally planted in my mind. I haven't heard the shit 50 times. I didn't listen to that song every hour on the hour for fucking 2 weeks until I decided I liked it. I still don't like it because I didn't listen to it that much. So it is different when I talk to people that are always in front of media. I don't watch TV. So a lot of my thoughts are really my own because I stay in my head. And if I want to understand something, I seek out what I want to watch, what I want to be informed by, what I want to see, you know, and then I will go to YouTube or go to news channels or whatever and start to do my own research. And then I will look at different things, understanding psychologically those patterns, and I can see them when I watch them. TV is ruined for me. because I understand subliminal messages. So when I'm watching the show, half the time it pisses me off because you're watching the show and you think it's good, it's drama. And I'm like, look at why the hell they got all of this LGBTQ stuff in here? Why did they have to add that? You know what they really trying to teach you in this? Oh, y'all think this is just a commercial, but I just really saw them say Black women ain't got no fathers for their kids. That's why in this ad for the Macy's holiday, she's there with no kid, but the white family they just showed before that, or better yet, the gay family, you got two men and he got a child. You got a white man and a white woman, or you got a biracial couple and a child, but you show the Black woman and she ain't got no kid. Y'all thought that was just a commercial. I don't see the subliminal shit and it ruins everything for me. So again, I tell people a lot, they used to, when I would give solutions, and people laugh a lot when I give this solution. It seems like a simple one, but it's a very hard one. I promise you, for most people. Turn your TV off. Stop watching TV and take your mind back. Stop watching TV and take your mind back. Most people think, oh, that's no real solution. I promise you, it'll be one of the greatest things you have ever done for yourself within 6 months, not watching television. Don't watch it. Stop watching TV and watch things with a purpose. Go seek out what you want to know. And other than that, stop just letting the TV play in the background. Stop watching TV all day. Stop falling asleep with the TV on in the background. I promise you, it is conditioning your mind. I promise you it is. That is a fact, okay? So let me see. I want to say to the sister on MX Network, Miss Watchman, I will, I know you said that you didn't get the emails or whatever, but I will post all of the upcoming lives. I'm going to set them, and the ones for MX Network, I'll put the links and put them in the community section on YouTube. So I will do it that way. I will also send it out, and I'll probably put the links to it in the description of our live tomorrow with D. Monterio. So I'll make sure that I put it out there for everybody to find it. So let me see. Okay, brother, we got a couple of people all done jumped here in the back, but I want to watch this. You got anything you want to say before you go? Any last words?
Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you for saying everything that you just said. We need to know that we're being psychologically manipulated. And I have a question, and I know you have a video to play. Have you ever heard of Edward Bernays?
No.
Ooh.
And I'm not good with names. Maybe if I see a face, I might say yes. But the name doesn't ring a bell to me, no.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, so Edward Bernays is the father of modern propaganda. He was an influence to Joseph Goebbels, who was the propaganda minister for Nazi Germany. And he had a quote, "Tell a lie and tell it often." Like you said, 7 times. They pump out stuff, and then somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I like this," because your id has been influenced. Now, I'm gonna say this real quick, and then let's watch this video. But Edward Bernays was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, and Sigmund Freud, he created psychoanalytical theory.
Yes.
And if we know about the superego, the ego, and the id, that's Sigmund Freud. And the only reason why we know about Sigmund Freud is because Edward Bernays was one of the greatest marketers that ever existed.
That saying that you said is true. They say, you tell a lie long enough and loud enough, it becomes the truth. Yep.
Yeah. Tell a lie and tell it often. Edward Bernays, he published a book called Propaganda in 1920.
I have to go check that out. That'll probably be interesting to me. I took psychology. I definitely know who Sigmund Freud is.
Okay, I got 2 more points, and I'm gonna be quiet as a field.
Okay, go ahead.
Edward Bernays is responsible for creating bacon and eggs for breakfast. Edward Bernays is also responsible for changing the name of the Department of War for the United States to the Department of Defense to make it more palatable for the public.
I can see that, because war says we're coming after you. Defense says we're protecting you. That makes sense. I see how he can tell you that'll resonate with the people better. You can smooth it over on them. That I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the IDF came out of the 1940s. IDF. Yep. That's Edward Bernays' work. Yeah. Century of Self. That's a documentary you can find on YouTube. And Edward Bernays didn't die until 1995, I think. That's when he died. But this man published in 1920. He was alive the whole time. But that's it. Edward Bernays. Please, everybody, look up Edward Bernays. That'll explain a lot of what's going on right now psychologically, and that'll you'll come back to Michi and be like, "Thank you, Michi, for talking," because Edward Bernays is gonna make Michi so credible beyond anybody that's doubting Michi. Look up Edward Bernays. She's on point. Okay, thank you for giving me the time. I appreciate it.
All right, brother. You be good. You know, I always say when people ask me, Michi, what type of books should we read? I never be like, go read these books about revolution or anything. If you ask me what kind of books you should read, I'm going to tell you to read books about psychology. Learn about conditioning, persuasion, manipulation, crowd psychology, dark psychology, group think, things like that. If you understand psychology, a lot of things will make sense to you, from the way people in your life do things, the way that you perceive things, but it will also give you great insight to the government and officials and news and things of that nature. Actually, when I took a philosophy class, philosophy actually taught you how to debate, but that class also broke down the structure of how every news story is broadcast because of the way that they play it, so that it will resonate with the people in their mind. And they basically just told us to our faces why the news does what they do in the way that they do it, and even in the way they tell their stories, right, in a certain order. So I will tell you that if you really want to know, if you understand psychology, you'll understand everything. You'll understand slavery, you'll understand revolution, you'll understand so much more when you understand people, and the mind and how it works. So I see I do got some folks still back here, but I'm gonna play this video, y'all, and then I'll let y'all up because some people may want to say some stuff about this. So we were talking about, anybody that came in here and they're like, well, what are we talking about? We on psychology and conditioning. What the hell is this show about, Miji? We letting the people talk, so we go wherever the people go lead us, okay? But we've been talking about the fires in California, and that's where we started. And it has taken us from starting there to talking about prepping, why these things have happened, and just some of the things going on with the smart city coming. And it just takes you into the psychology, the government, priming, conditioning. If you understand, I don't think you can really have the conversation about the California fires on a deeper level. We can do the surface. Well, is everybody okay? We already talked about that. There are people out there going around starting smaller fires. We don't know why. We've already had a brother from California tell us that, we can have those surface conversations, but if you want to get into the depth of it, that's how we got to where we were a minute ago, right? And talking about how these things come about, why the government is doing the things they do. Is this really a natural disaster? What should all of us be prepared for? What does this mean for the rest of America? Like, if California is the blueprint and they are the first smart city that's going to be rebuilt, which it is, and the government will be participating in that building. That's why Biden promised all that money before his old ass left the White House, right? California is not going to be the only smart city. If this is the way new things are going to be done, you best believe that it's coming for the rest of us. Now, will it be in a fire? I don't know. Will it be in a flood? Ask North Carolina. Ask people in South Carolina, right? Ask all of them about the floods. Will it be, ask Katrina, the people in Katrina, will it be in a flood? Will it be earthquakes? What will it be? Will it be this new, viruses going around, everybody getting sick? Will it be disease X like the World Health Organization said is coming? Who knows? But just know something coming. And your ass better get ready. So now we're going to move on, you guys. We're going to go over to, somebody said earlier in the chat that TikTok been saved. Have it? I heard Trump was finna come in and shut it down and let it stay. He liked TikTok, but if it go away, y'all, billions of dollars will be gone. Folks going to be homeless from content creators all the way to business owners. They got their stuff in TikTok shop. So You know, so let's hope that doesn't happen. But you know, if it does, I suggest y'all learn some other ways to promote your products. When I tell people that I make money online, I am not on TikTok. I barely use my damn Instagram. So when I tell you online money, I don't mean social media. I mean, you can make money online. You don't even have to have a goddamn social media platform where you can make plenty of money. Okay. So I would just say, as business owners, you better learn to shift. That's one thing about being a business owner. TikTok people that have your stuff in the shop, things happen. Society shifts. Things come about in the economy. You go through ups and you go through downs. If you're going to survive in your business, you better be learned to transition when it's time to transition. So I would throw that part out there. Like, TikTok is not the end of the world. If you have a business, you have a site, you have a product, you better learn how to take that thing somewhere else, because there are plenty of other places you can take it, and it doesn't have to be a social media platform at all. I teach people how to make money online, and I want to be clear, online is not social media. Okay. Y'all go look. I don't. The last time I posted some shit on Instagram, I don't even talk about what I do on Instagram. I don't promote shit on Instagram, and I am not on TikTok. Okay, if you're over there and you looking, you will see I don't be posting shit. But we gonna go to Chicago, y'all. So I did a video the other day, and you know, they out there protesting. Even in California, they still protest. How disrespectful. And the fires going on right now, and you fucking protesting. That's all right. ICE coming for your ass. All right, Hector and Andrea and Alejandro and whatever the hell the rest of y'all names is, they coming for all of y'all. Okay. So you can protest all you want. I want to see if y'all gonna be outside when that hotline get up. Y'all protesting now. Look, I was in Colorado the last time Trump did the roundup, okay? And I'm telling you, next door to me was an illegal immigrant house. It was like 30 people in a 4-bedroom house. And when that happened, they was out of there. Adios, amigos. They was gone. We didn't see them. They heard Trump was on the prowl, and they was out. They left. So it's funny to me because they're everywhere protesting. In Chicago, they've been protesting. In California, they protested everywhere. But as soon as Trump send ICE out there, them niggas gonna scatter like roaches. They're not gonna be nowhere to be found. But y'all so tough today. You go sit your ass down with that dumb ass sign you done wrote. Okay, how you in America waving your flag too? That's what I don't understand. They out there waving their damn flag. This is America. I thought you wanted the American dream. Why you here waving your flag? Go the fuck back to your country then. Just disrespectful. I don't understand the audacity. I really don't. So now they in Chicago, right? We know they've been in Chicago, and Tom Holman said he come to Chicago day one. Well, there's a lot of Black people who are happy about that. They have been putting a foot on the mayor's neck for a long time. Now, this woman, I want to give y'all her channel if you would like to follow her. It seems that she has been keeping track of all of this. She was on the news. If you saw the clip I played about them protesting, and you saw the lady in the red shirt, Flip Chicago Red, I believe it said. This is her video from her page. And there was a community meeting. This is my understanding. If there's anybody in the chat that is from Chicago, they want to you know, chime in, you want to tap the link and come up. I'm not there. So if there's something you want to inform us about, something you want to say, you just want to come up here and cuss the motherfucking immigrants out, you could click the link. It's all right. But correct me if I'm wrong or anything I'm saying. So there was a community meeting from my understanding. And in this community meeting, I've seen them at them before, right? She goes to them, they're cussing out the mayor. Everybody goes, this is Black guy. He seems to always be with her in their videos. And you don't see the house packed like that. But in this video, this meeting is about several aldermen, I believe. My understanding is that they are actually trying to pass a new bill so that Chicago is no longer a sanctuary city, right? They don't want to have the problem of when the ICE comes in and they're enforcing getting them that, you know, the sanctuary cities be trying to protect them. This is what their mayor is out there trying to do, talking about we gonna protect them. And Tom said, I'm gonna take your ass to jail. He said, if you don't want to help us, fine. But if you think you're gonna put a roadblocks, if you think you're gonna stop us, I will arrest your ass. That's what you're not gonna do. So shit's gonna get real interesting, y'all. That's all I'm about to say. Okay. So they're trying to pass that it's not a sanctuary city anymore, because if it's not, then those rules to protect them do not apply. Okay. And so at this meeting, you're gonna see a whole bunch of these you know, immigrants and people fighting for them, packing the damn house. They want to come to the microphone talking about their rights. You ain't got no goddamn rights. Talking about the Constitution. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna let you see it for yourself. First, I want to say shout out to MR. Thank you so much for that super chat. Says valuable information is needed for those that get it. Thanks for all you do. Thank you for your super chat and thank you for your support. I appreciate everybody that's hanging out in here with me tonight. It's 12 o'clock if you're on the East Coast, like my time. So thank y'all for hanging out with me and allowing the people, having some patience. I know sometimes y'all don't like to hear the other people talk or what they have to say, but these are real people. This is how they feel. Some of these people are in these areas, and I like to hear what y'all have to say sometimes. So shout out to the people who have some patience and who, want to let the other people's voices feel heard. That's what this show is about, right? To let those people have a voice and say what they want to say as well. So I appreciate everybody coming up here. Shout out to the brothers. We have had a lot of brothers come up here tonight, and I'm glad to see the brothers speaking up. I think we got a couple sisters in the back now, though. All right, so let me play this video, y'all. Then I'm gonna bring some people up here. After I play this video, I'm not gonna bring y'all up one by one. I'm gonna bring everybody back there up, and we can talk about it. And if some more people want to come up, that's fine, and we will see where the show go from there. Okay. Let me come over here. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna make it bigger so y'all can see her. And I'm going to give y'all this sister's page if y'all want to go and follow her page, because I'm sure she's going to have plenty more to show us in the upcoming days. Okay. Okay. So this is a long video, y'all. It's 3 hours. We're not going to watch all of this. I'm going to let you see her talk. We're going to look at all of the people packing the house, and then we'll skip forward to what some of the people had to say at the microphone.
Voting on not to allow ICE to at least come in and get the criminals, because all of us don't even want ICE to come in and get the criminals. So this is what we're voting for. But let me let you see who's here. Let me let you see who's here in the American building, in the citizen building. Look who's here advocating for themselves. Look at these people. Let me show you. Look at these. Look, I'm just gonna go down the line. Look, now we're here to talk about illegal immigration and allowing ICE to come in to at least come and get the criminals, changing the ordinance on the sanctuary city ordinance to at least allow ICE to come in and get the criminals. Look at people. Look at all these people here. Look at all these people that's here. Talking about immigration. Let y'all see. Look. Look. I'm steady walking. Look, all the people here for talking about immigration. Look, we all the way over here. Look. Yep.
Double pauses for a minute. Y'all see all these people in the house, right? This make the point. I'm gonna fast forward to show y'all some of these people talking, but they all look like immigrants to me. Now, notice they said that they might have a hotline. I don't know if y'all seen that video, because I did a quick video on that and played Tom Homan. If you ain't watched it, go watch it, y'all. And they said they're gonna have a hotline. Now, when somebody asked me in the comment section, how you gonna know who an immigrant, who not? Look, we Black people, we've already been there, right? If you look like an immigrant, I'm calling the hotline on your ass. I am putting that shit in my contacts. I'm going to have the number down. I'm going to say this. Hold on. I'm going to say this with a straight face. Let me go back to the camera. I'm not laughing, not joking. I'm not finna say I'm playing. I'm going to put the hotline number in my phone under a contact. I'm going to make it a point to use it twice a week. They tell you should work out so many times a week. You should call the number 2 times a week. I'm calling on everybody that look like an immigrant. I don't know. ICE will get here and girl, we'll figure it out. If I see some little kids on the playground, they're going to come get them immigrant kids and they're going to take them to their immigrant parents. And we're going to make sure we get this rounded up. I'm in Georgia, though. I don't see many of them. I mean, I might go visit some other cities just to make some phone calls on people. And for real, all my lives, they come out with a hotline. The number will be at the bottom of the screen on every live that I do. I swear I'm not playing. I'm going to email everybody the phone number several times. I really am, in my email list. Okay. I'm dead serious. I'm waiting for the number. I really am. I'm looking forward to it. Let's fast forward this. So she's sitting around for a lot. We want to see some people that's at this mic crying and talking about they got the right. Look, look at their dummy. Look at them. Look at the dummy. Look at the dummy.
Not present, Alderman Mitchell. Not present.
They said some shit. And every time somebody says something, oh, it's all right. We want to be here. We need to live here. My father is from here. And they get them little speeches. Everybody started cheering and shit. And it was, I'm mad because, you know, Chicago was only a couple black people in there putting them in their place. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a lot of cheers. It should have been way more black people in there booing. Where the fuck y'all was at? Where y'all was at? Huh?
All these.
And the brother came to the mic. They was disrespectful.
We have terrorists in our city now. Some here in City Hall as we speak. There has been reports Chicago police investigated the discovery of an explosive device on 3050 King Drive at 10:56 a.m. And there a bomb unit had to be called. And let me remind the people in 2021, Al-Qaeda said that they inspired to attack big cities like Chicago and New York with ghost guns and using trucks and things like this with pipe bombs. So this stuff is serious. And you want to know what Brandon Johnson's response is? Oh, I'm a Bears fan. Oh, I'm a middle child. Come on. Are you with the CTU or do you want to be the mayor?
Come on. Right.
You are bad as a mayor, but let's just be honest, man. You got to choose one. You're either going to be the mayor, do your job, or you're going to be a part of the teachers union. And something tells me that you're not going to be the mayor long and you want that $5 billion pension when you retire with the Chicago teachers union. But let me just continue. The people here, I see a lot of your supporters here today.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you guys, what have the Democrats ever done for you for these past 70 years? What have the Democrats have ever done for you? I'm going to ask you guys, who's the bigger fool? The fool or the fool that follows the fool? 70 plus years doing absolutely nothing for African Americans such as yourselves. This won't stop at illegals. Our babies will continue to be victims of crime, murder, and things like drugs, gangs, if you vote the Democratic Party in. I'm talking about like black people here making the same mistake over and over again. Don't complain when the streets aren't clean. Don't complain when nothing is getting done because you guys are still voting people like Brandon Johnson. He does not care. He cares more about, I don't know what. What do you care about, Mr. Brandon Johnson? Do you care more about your pockets or do you care about the people of Chicago? You care more about illegals than the people of Chicago. We are from here. You care more about them more than us.
Come on.
Like, what are you doing, man? You are surprised that you got a 14% approval rating? You're letting in terrorists, man. This is serious. This is on top of what Lori Lightfoot has already done to Chicago. You're adding on to the problem. Do you want to help us or not? Because the people are getting fed up with this, man. The Democratic Party cannot save us. Only God can save us.
Come on.
Only God can save us. You got a handout, and I hear you people over there saying, oh, I don't need a big loaf. All I need is a slice. These are the people you're associating yourself with. And you've been exposed.
Yes! America!
The whole time she was, let's see what this lady got to say. Is this the lady who, I think this is the lady who like, my daddy was.
Unless they know that staying in their country is more dangerous to non-citizens here in immigration.
No, this ain't the lady. She talking about staying in her country is more dangerous. And she talking about where she from is dangerous. Girl, we don't get no fuck. Look, we black. It's dangerous for us in this goddamn country. You don't see us leaving, though. We be fighting this white supremacy. I suggest you do the same thing, bitch. Okay, we're going to talk to him. We're going to see what he's talking about. He worked with an organization. He in here crying for the immigrants, too.
Self-hating cowards such as Alderman Ray Lopez and Tavares want to turn our city into a hell for migrants who are not only Latin, by the way. Care Chicago has 40 to 50 open asylum cases currently. What do we tell these people and families if we don't remain a sanctuary? Plus, our economy cannot handle mass deportation. We as Chicagoans must direct our.
Now, this fool said that what do he tell the 40 to 50 families seeking asylum? You tell them to go to fuck back home. But then he said that the city cannot afford mass deportation. First of all, the federal government will be paying for those mass deportations. And it's amazing how He says the city cannot afford the mass deportations, but they can afford to keep fucking taking care of them immigrants. Okay, I'm gonna push play now.
Our energy and organizing towards those who are actually oppressing us and divesting from us. It is easy to turn new migrants into an enemy for us residents, but it's harder to look our own local government in the eyes and say, why? Why have you ignored us for 80 years? Why haven't you fully addressed homelessness, which predominantly affects Black Chicago residents? It is wrong to change this bill and reject people seeking a better life and would severely limit my organization's ability to take new immigration and asylum cases. Do not do your jobs haphazardly and put us residents in a predicament where we're fighting against each other. Put the work in and equally distribute resources so that we may all live pleasantly. Thank you.
Boo, the Black folks was in there booing. Now I want to bring up one point. This man said that the biggest population of homeless people in Chicago is Black. Absolutely. The biggest population of homeless people are Black all across the United States. Damn near 40% of homeless people are Black people everywhere. Okay. But you see, even though he brought that up, nowhere did he say, why the fuck are you giving all of these illegals places to stay, money, everything else, but you haven't provided that for your own homeless citizens. Let's take this another step further. Out of all of those homeless people, a big majority of them, we can even stick specifically to the Black ones, okay? But even aside from the Black ones, there are a lot of homeless people, including those Black ones, that are veterans. They fought for this country, and this is how the fuck they treat them. So he brings up the homelessness, but yet and still he got an organization that takes care of immigrants seeking asylum, but he ain't got no argument for the homeless that he brought up that are Black. So let's get on to the next person. It's the lady on here. We don't want to hear him. Where is this one? We don't want to hear his ass either. Oh, look, y'all want to look. Remember all my, y'all watch my, it's always one Negro. Here you go. Let's watch him, y'all.
We're calling on all of the decent people to say no. In the name of
Look at this.
humanity,
Look at this.
to accept the fascist America.
Look at
To
this.
Stop Trump MAGA fascist program.
See, look at this.
Saying no to mass deportation.
Look at this, y'all.
Total illegales. We are all illegals.
We know illegal.
We not illegal. Fascism, yes. Fascism is being inaugurated next week. Trump, Hogan, and their local lackeys like Raymond Lopez and Tavares are collaborators with this fascism. I want to make an example out of this sanctuary.
We're not illegal, homie, right?
Battering ram for massive roundups and deportation.
I'm gonna help them too.
Look, Alejandra. That's Alejandra, right?
Who want to see an end to this oppression,
that's her name.
this madness, who don't want to see our immigrant brothers and sisters who have been forced
Them motherfuckers that our brothers
all over the world
what?
Be rounded up and hauled off, and families destroyed because of that, need to stand up and flood the streets January 20th and 21st, saying no, in the name of humanity, we refuse to accept a fascist America. They want to make an example out of Chicago.
They going to. They going to, and we're going to help.
Well, I'll tell you what.
We're going to help.
To make Chicago an example.
We will.
People finding their courage and their backbone. Standing up with collective action and self-sacrifice.
Yes, but you got to look at it, y'all.
The goal and aim of defeating this fascism.
You got to look at it, y'all. This is the Black Democrat.
This nigga done wrote a whole speech on a piece of paper. Now I want to know when this Black man done ever wrote a whole speech like this for some Black people. It was out at one of them Black protests. Talk about we gonna fill the streets. No, baby, all of them immigrants in the room with you right now is gonna be hiding on January the 20th. This is the bullshit. Where is the one? I think, is that her? She's this might be her. Let's see.
Ice, baby. All right, Tom Holman. Tom Holman.
Hi, good morning, Carol.
Good morning.
My name is Esther Martinez. I am with Illinois Coalition for Immigrants and Refugee Rights.
She can't even speak English.
We are here to speak against Alderman Lopez proposed amendments to the Welcoming City Ordinance. Chicago government is smart and is strong. Alderman Lopez claims to want to protect undocumented people.
Look at that.
And
Can't even
only
speak
go after
English.
targeted people. But the people he's targeting have only been arrested or charged. We don't even have been convicted of anything.
You came over here illegally.
People over twice, people,
You crossed the law.
This might not be the lady. It's one more lady we want to see, but I want to make that point too, like the lady said. When they say we have not committed any crimes, if you bring your ass over here illegally and you did not go through the proper way of getting into this country, motherfucker, why do these goddamn immigrants think that that's not a crime? To come in illegally, the word illegal immigrant right in front of your shit. Illegal immigrant means that you came in here illegally, which means that is a crime. So I'm so fucking tired of them saying that shit.
You already broke the law. That's what y'all
broke the law. You're here illegally.
That's what y'all want to say.
Already broke the law.
Will cost thousands of dollars if they get a bond at all. And unable to show up for the court dates and find the change against them.
I want to find the lady that tried to equate immigrants to slaves. She said we. Nah, I might have missed her ass already. Some lady brought her ass up here. She came up after this dude. Let me see. No, it wasn't this far in. Was it this chick? Let's see what she got to say. It might have been her ass.
America first. Come on. Americans first. Trump 2025.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. As a first-generation American, a daughter of immigrants, it's heartbreaking to see the city my parents immigrated to, a city they chose because it is a sanctuary city, is now at risk of no longer being a safe haven. My father fled Syria to save his own life. He went to Greece as an undocumented migrant, then to America, specifically Chicago, to escape being involuntarily directed into the Syrian army. His brother remained in Syria, and he was killed, a martyr for a country that has long ignored the suffering of its own people under the dictator Bashar al-Assad, who's responsible for the death of over 700,000 people and the displacement of over 12 million people. I often think of what would happen if my father did stay in Syria. But my story and my family's story isn't isolated. It is the reality of countless immigrants who come to Chicago, fleeing unimaginable dangers, seeking a better life and safer life for themselves and their families. Immigrants do not leave their homeland unless they know that staying in their country is more dangerous than the uncertainty of immigration. To strip people of their security when they come to America seeking safety is wrong on so many levels. Given that this country was built on the backs of immigrants and slaves, I said immigrants and slaves. It is certain to say that this country cannot prosper without immigrants, especially those
don't
and do all the jobs that Americans refuse to do.
No, that ain't true.
I urge you all to vote against any cooperation.
Don't use no slaves.
Between ICE and CPD. Voting in favor of this collaboration will strip families apart. I don't want to see my families and loved ones being deported and their lives being destroyed because Chicago is going back on its claim to be a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Girl, bye. Becky with your Indian shawl. She a $5 Indian, I guess now. So I want to bring up two things she said, and I'm about to bring everybody that's in the back up here, and we can just have this conversation. We can all talk until I guess we tired of talking and we out of here. The link is in the chat. If somebody looks, it's pinned in YouTube. Will, if you will put it one more time, if you still with us at MX Network. And if one of the moderators will put it in the chat over on YouTube, if anybody wants to come up and join the conversation. But I want to say this before I bring everybody up. She made a statement, you know, about this country was built on the backs of immigrants and slaves. I am tired of hearing that comment. So let me say this. Shut the fuck up, okay? Because when Black people were actually building this country on their back, literally, okay, y'all were nowhere around. It was civil rights where Black people came in like some dumbasses following Martin Luther King with that bullshit. Because one thing we're going to watch up in here pretty soon, we're going to go ahead and do a little viewing together, and we're going to watch on one of my lives. We're going to watch How to Sell to the Negro. And what I'm going to show you in there is that when civil rights came about, Black folks actually had their own schools. They had their own communities. They were actually doing well. We were not in a bad state that they made you believe so you would fight for integration. We were doing better before that. And now look at what happened after civil rights. It was one of the worst things that happened to us. But civil rights fought for the right for the immigrants to come in here. So we were here building this on our backs as slaves before you ever brought your ass over here. So I'm tired of people making that comparison. And I'm going to keep saying this. When I say we built this country on our backs, I'm talking about everything. The inventions y'all look at today, the shit when you flick on light switches, when you have a fan, motherfucker, the peanut butter that you eat, all of the inventions that were created, the stoplight, everything else. You do understand that when a person owned a slave, they created these inventions because it made their work easier to do. It solved problems, and y'all act like Black folks is so stupid and we so lazy. We done created half of this shit in this goddamn country, and because they own the slave, they own the patent, they own the invention, but they're not the ones that made that shit. So let's be clear about that. Next, even down to the way you are medically served came off the backs of Black people. The father of gynecology, who studied the woman's body and how to medically take care of women, how to give hysterectomies and do C-sections and everything else. You know how he learned that? He used to buy slaves so he could experiment on them. And he would cut Black women, not no motherfucking immigrant women. He would cut them open and give them C-sections, hysterectomies, and everything else. And take Black men. If you go read Medical Apartheid, it was one guy that was sick, had the flu or something. And he said, well, I wonder if I can shock his nervous system for him to be energized again. He took boiling water and poured it on the man's spine. A Black man, not an immigrant man. So when I say the very fabric of this community was built on the backs of Blacks in this country, that's what the fuck we mean. And stop comparing immigrants after y'all came in here and started stealing all the construction jobs and everything else that somehow you built this country. Motherfucker, the White House was built before your ass got here, okay? Let's be clear. And it was built by slaves, Black slaves, all right? And then I want to make one last point. If this bitch said this shit that everybody else keeps saying, that immigrants come over here and they take the jobs that Americans don't want or won't work. I'm sick of this narrative that Americans are lazy. Shout out to all of my people in the chat and all of the Black folks and Americans who work 2 and 3 jobs, who get the fuck up and get on the bus in the wintertime all year long to go to the jobs that they work just to barely make ends meet. What are you talking about? And what's amazing to me, I had a motherfucker come in my comment section and he said he owns a construction company. He pays $25 an hour and he can't get no Black folks to work. Only these immigrants work hard for him. I sure wish you'd bring your ass up here tonight, because you know what? I guarantee you're not paying illegals $25 an hour, brother. You're not. Because they're illegal. So do you want to admit to the fact that you're paying people under the table? Because if they don't have paperwork to work illegally, that means they're not paying taxes and you paying them under the table. You paying Alejandro fucking $9 an hour, if that, for a job that's $25 an hour. So stop telling that lie. I get tired of y'all saying that they work hard because they're desperate. They come over here and willingly take illegal slave wages. And you think Americans that actually live in this country, birth this country, that we should take slave wages? Maybe we don't take those fucking jobs because you don't pay us a fair wage. We're not going to go out in the field and do farmer work because Black folks didn't just pick cotton, baby. They picked everything. They did farm work. Who the fuck told you that we just picked cotton? We've already done that. We've already been there. We know that on those farms, people get sexually assaulted. Y'all fuck them over. Y'all barely pay them enough for them to survive. Y'all treat them like slaves, and y'all boast y'all chest and say, y'all will do the jobs that Americans don't want. You damn right. We don't work for slave wages, bitch. We're Americans. We have that right. You come over here with your desperation and then want people to pat you on the back for doing slave labor? Fuck out of here. And let's be clear, these immigrants are cleaning hotels. I don't know the last time you can tell me that I know Black people that would take a job. When I was younger, I cleaned hotels and made beds and changed the fucking soap dispensary too. So you can't get a job there anymore. You mean to tell me the jobs in the casinos that they're working, that we don't want those jobs either? You know, for every Black construction company that tells me, or white construction company that tells me we can't get Black people to work for us, I'll show you 5 Black people that will tell me they can't get a construction job. Better yet, I'll show you Black construction companies that can't get the fucking jobs from the government because their bid is too high. And the reason the other companies' bids come in lower is because you use an illegal labor, motherfucker. So because you can give a lower bid, you're getting all of the bids from the government, and the Black construction companies can't get the jobs because you niggas are taking advantage of illegal labor that's cheap. And y'all got the nerve to equate that to Americans being lazy. Fuck you and your motherfucking mama and all you motherfuckers who think that American, immigrant, Black or white. And that's what I have to say about that. Now I want to say thank you to Dana. Shout out to you for that beautiful super chat. I seen it, but I was in my mode. I couldn't stop. But I want to thank you for that. Thank you. Dana gave a beautiful super chat tonight. She gave $100. Thank you for that. So with that said, y'all, I'm going to bring everybody that's in the back up. Again, the link is at the top of the YouTube. If anybody wants to come in this conversation, it's over there. Shout out to Will. Will did put it over there. I think that's the YouTube link. That ain't the StreamYard's link. We'll put the StreamYard in there if anybody would like to come up and have this conversation. And if you're from Chicago, please feel free to come up here and grab the mic, because you're really living through the shit. I'm pissed for you, because I'm not in Chicago, right? I'm in Georgia, but I'm pissed for you. I might get my camera and get my car and drive my ass to Chicago, because I want to be there when the shit go down. I might come cover it for everybody so they can see it, all right? Because this shit is ridiculous. And it's amazing how they just show their little dumb ass up. We're going to bring these people up on the stage. They got so much to say. Now, like, they got some rights to speak. Go back to hiding where your ass was. That's what they need to do. They in there tough, right, at this meeting. But watch on the 20th where they ass gonna be. They ass gonna be running and hiding. Ain't gonna be nowhere to be found in the streets. I promise you.
I pray they are, sister.
Now look, I've been in here running my mouth. That's what I do most of the time. And again, this show is for y'all to get it off your chest. So y'all tell me how y'all feel about this. You don't have to feel how I feel. It might not be a great conversation though if you tell me you agree with them immigrants. but tell me how y'all feel about this. What do y'all think?
Miss Michi?
Yes, go ahead, sis.
Okay.
I know you was back there for a while, but damn ex.
That's all I could think of to call myself.
That's all right.
I live in Southwest.
Well,
and I know I'm intimate.
I'm not going.
These people.
I want to get my quick 2 cents in, and then I get down. Okay, y'all can hear me.
Hold on, wait a minute.
I'm not gonna be on long. All the beautiful brothers and sisters up here.
You hear me, Tejan? Can you hear me? Madame X is talking. When she done, you could go. Hold on 1 second, okay?
I'm sorry. I can hear you now. It's my laptop. Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. She was gonna let her go, and then you can say what you gotta say after hers. All right, go ahead, sis.
I spend a lot of time with immigrants. They have 2 faces to their, politics. When they have the upper hand, they oppress Black people. They'll run you off of jobs. They have work crews that come out here and work for these wealthy white folks. I live on a ski resort. It's hard to get people to come out here to work because it's so darn expensive. They make the city or the locality makes allowances for these people and gives them housing as well, or at least temporary places to, bring their RVs or something like that. I know personally Black people that were run off of these work crews. The pay is lucrative if you have a place to stay. I happen to be a well, I'm trained in permaculture ecology, which means I can hang out in the woods and eat. I'm
Good.
also I'm a natural therapist as well.
That's great. Those are some great
Uh-huh.
trades to have.
I want you to know right now, I'm here trying to get into graduate school so I can study further what's happening to us. Your food is so screwed up. There's even new stuff that's not bandied about, people don't know about. I have three pet peeves about that. One, Seminix HK293. HK stands for hepatic kidney cells from fetus. There's a new video out. Things are going a bit viral about human cells in food. It's
I've
not
heard
an
that.
accident. It's not just somebody's fingernails or somebody set their cigar down while they were hashing up their hamburger. No, no, no. Hepatic kidney cells, particularly from boy fetus. Seminix HK293 was so-called developed for medical purposes. It's powdered fetus.
So it's
It's
not a conspiracy theory when we were telling people that when people abort the babies that they take those fetuses and they do put them in food.
it's dried. It's powdered
Right.
fetus.
They put them in
Natural.
vaccinations too, don't they?
I'm sorry.
They
What
put
did
them
you
in
say?
vaccinations as well, don't they?
Well, I haven't investigated this as much, but according to my research, it's replaced about 5 years ago. The ingredient lists were reconfigured, and I thought that's peculiar. And I ran up the information, and I found out about Seminix. There used to be commercials, infomercials on YouTube where they would be marketing this to wholesale people. Most most brands have this now. It's artificial, organic. It could be called natural flavoring.
Yeah.
That's what it's sold as.
Yep.
The loophole involved with all this was that nobody in their right mind would legislate uh, out, particularly out human flesh in food. I mean, that was they were real crafty about how they got that on our plate. It came to the attention of the Congress, the federal Congress. They tried to vote it out. They could not. They weren't allowed. This government is not going to help you.
No.
They are hostage themselves. Every senator, every congressperson, if you have an image that becomes national, these people after you and will control you.
Do you think that's part of why the mayor in Chicago is responding the way he is? It seems so ridiculous the way that he is stepping in to fight for the. Do you think that's what it is? Do you think that he may not want to take that position, but he has no choice? Do you think behind the scenes there's something else that's causing him to make that choice?
Michi, I know it. Stop entertaining this. They're playing in your face as you used to say. Now come on.
Mhm.
There's no reason for fetus pieces to be in your food accidentally. They let us know because somehow, like you said, psychologically, psychology is related a lot to, well, through Sigmund Freud and all that, to Kabbalah, to Luciferianism, things like
Mhm.
that. They're constantly feeding us these lies. It's hard for me to even get on your show. I'm shadow banned everywhere I go because of my opinions. I've had a long time to think things through, and I'm surprised I got this far. But that's not all I want you to know about here. There is radiation, Fukushima radiation in your food now. It's been there 10 years. It's the reason why people are coming down with cancer. On the
Yep.
West Coast, especially, children are being born with cancer, and we're being conditioned to accept that as normal. There's cures for cancer that are natural. But people like me, we get disappeared when we talk about it too much. And here I am with my face in the camera. I don't know. I don't care no more. We've had 120 something odd natural therapists, chiropractors, Chinese medicine, Dr. Suarez in South America disappeared. Something else happened. The school that I went to is gone. It was in place for 50 years, and the leadership disappeared. And I was told not to talk about that no more. Rockefeller, back in the 100 years ago, he had the same kind of process. He hunted out naturopathic schools. What is that? The alternative schools and all that, and shut them down. The reason why I found out about natural therapy because I used to hang out with really, really old people in Chicago. I'm from Chicago, and we're a different kind of folk, in Chicago. We got a blessing about organization and economics that's not really bandied about the rest of African American society doesn't really know. They're worried about us. The organizations that I used to belong to, including religious, there were FBI agents there sitting there, just sitting there. We even got to know his name. I think his name was Fred. And he would forget his name. Well, that's
they
the world
need
we
us to
live
be
in.
sick. I say that all the time that they purposely make us sick so that then they can sell us the treatment, not the cure, the treatment.
The projects they have going to take over the world require a lot of money. There's a lot of money in medicine. And, the people that control medicine and media, and we give them $50 billion just because, and then they want some more money, and then they are well, I'm not going to say a K word. They're doing certain things to Palestinians, and then they whipped around and accused us, our children. So we're supposed to get the same treatment. They have to condition us to help them off ourselves. They don't have the numbers, but they have a lot of lies and a lot of control of what you see and hear. And then this food thing, this radiation in Fukushima Daiichi's been burning 10 years. It's not known widely that we lost 2 salmon harvests. We were bailed out. They were bailed out. On the West Coast, the animals are escaping the sea. They hate the sea. The tide pools are empty of the little animals because they were killed off. The insects are disappearing. Homeless people, well, animals too. The whole flocks of animals in Australia drop dead, like kangaroos, because they live outside a lot. And their government in Australia says, oh, that was a thunderstorm heart attack. We don't know where it comes from. Yet the birds are dropping down from the sky. Whales are coming up on the beach eating rocks. It takes 3 years for a whale to starve. A skinny whale, no fish, cancer rates jumping, and they told us ahead of time that they would be like up 75%, and they called it because of smoking. People are not smoking like that no more. Jellyfish, animals that we thought that they were extinct. They're coming up off the bottom of the ocean, escaping the ocean. That ocean water evaporates and makes our rain.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Sister. I got a bunch of people still down here at the bottom. You know what? I ain't even see y'all. I'm sorry. Mute y'all mics in the background till y'all come because somebody got some. Look, we got all these people. I didn't know they was down here. Sorry, y'all.
Okay, let me tell you this much. Burdock, wormwood.
Yes.
Marijuana to a certain extent, but it absorbs radiation. Do not touch sea moss.
No.
Leave that stuff alone. It comes out of the ocean. The ocean's full of radiation. Sea moss was good for absorbing radiation.
So it's the radiation. There's something wrong with sea moss. Is what they putting in the ocean. Is that what you're saying?
It's the sea moss is really good for soaking up radiation. When the world was cleaner, that was a plus. Now you're taking it's delivered to you and you're paying for it. You're paying the exclusive price to eat that stuff. Dr. Sebi would have told you, but something happened to him. Quit believing everything you see. Get down to the natural grocery store and start reading. Open a book. There's still plenty stuff to know online. There's people. Well, what I'm saying, the herbs, wormwood, soursop, burdock, laetria, which are basically seeds, apricot, peach, and avocado. I like the avocado; they're more appealing. You break them up, you chew them up, you eat them. They deliver cyanide specifically to cancer cells. You can beat this. People in Japan after World War II, there was a whole nursing home full of people that were sick and weak, but they lived through that during World War II because their doctor knew just what I told you now. All right. There's a lady by the name of the radical sister. She's a very humble woman. She's maybe a little confused, but she's a little humble woman, Anjali Muhammad. She's on YouTube. She has very low ratings for people looking, but she has a loyal following. She wrote a book of remedies. Get that book. Anjali Muhammad, the radical sister. She has reams. She's been talking about this for 10 years. Get over there as soon as possible and get all the information. Dr. Dana Durnford been to jail for exposing these people in their lies. People in Japan, they're done. Their population is ruined. Their gene. They had sent their women of childbirth age out of Japan, anywhere but Hawaii or California they could go. They have been funded so they can save their germline. Black people, the last people to know. They're sending they want to send our pregnant women to California all of a sudden because it's reparations time. Wake up. That's not reparations. You can't be on that state. That state should have been evacuated 10 years ago. I have pictures that have been scrubbed off the internet of deformed babies in Japan. You know, it's horrible. That's coming here. It's building up high. Is there more radiation on the California coast, but it's scattered wider than it is in Japan. We're directly downwind. The whole country is not the country. The world has been contaminated with that. It's been burning tons per day into the air, into the ocean, and in groundwater, into the ground. It's burning straight through the ground. They're letting it go if they could save it at all. It's way worse than Chernobyl. This is war. If you wanted to, well, let me tell you, the early symptoms of radiation poisoning: confusion, delusion, dementia, violent behavior. Like the people in those airplanes, they're boxing. They're not telling you that the pilot and the co-pilot fighting too and going mental too. The airplanes, anything mechanical, glass, wood, metal can be degraded by radiation, and certainly human flesh. It's responsible for a dementia epidemic as well.
But this is why I say it's so much that they are doing to us that it's like you can never do enough to get around all of it. This is why I feel like we just need to get up and fight against what's happening to us. This is my thing. It's like either way it goes, we're dying slowly, or either we fight. But either way it goes, this is what our demise eventually is going to be. And so if people understand that, this is my perspective of why I say what you're saying about the food and all of this stuff is very true. What the other brother was saying about what they're doing because he's been in the services and these are the type of things that are going on. Like all of this stuff is true. And so at every turn and everywhere you go, from the time you wake up and go outside and breathe in the air that's outside, there is something affect. You go to the store, you think that you're eating good. You go to the produce. You, even if you're trying to eat good and stay away from the bad food, there's still no such thing. So my question is, do you like, you know, do you live on your knees begging? Do you just come to a slow death? I mean, like, this is why I say what I say. Like, I don't think that there's any way. And all that you're saying, there is no way for anybody to just say, well, I'm just going to avoid all of those things. What are we going to do? Never eat again? You know, I go to drink a bottle of water and people tell me, don't drink that. It's nanoplastic in it. Oh, that water is horrible. Aquafina is the worst one. Like, you can't even drink the water from nowhere, from the sink or nowhere. It's so much that I don't even know how you begin to deal with it, right? I'm ready to get up and fight now. You know, you just get frustrated, you just start swinging. That's where I'm at. Like, I don't know how we get around any of this, because everything you're saying
we gotta get.
Go ahead, brother. What you were saying?
I was going to say scientific as we are, and just very quickly, because I'm going to be quick, and then I'm going to leave out of respect for the other brothers and sisters. But we have to get very scientific. Now, we have Imhotep University, and I also gave you the African Centered Herbal Science and Medicine, which you have both of those, and anybody that want to learn first aid is Imhotep University. I put in the chat. Okay. And you can go to both of those sites. You'll see on the regular site, you'll see Imhotep University, and then you also have the link, which is you click into that African Centered Science, you'll be able to find the same thing. But first aid is on there. It's a very free course, and that's on Imhotep University. Now we have to be more scientific. There is a way out where the Africans have built for millions of years, because Africa's been in existence 4.2 million years that we know of. And they have the adobo homes, which are natural homes, which is able to filter sunlight through magnification, which is able to filter the air from the earth building and things of that nature, and the shape of it. And so we can do indoor planting. Anyone can do that. Anyone can do that. Get organic seeds. Do indoor planting. There are farmers such as the Johnsons and the Franklins, which are black people.
You have to get heirloom seeds. Who got me on in the background? Every time I say something, I hear myself again. Let me see.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear. I'm gonna mute some people.
You got me on
the device in the background.
You got me on the device in the background. Not me.
Because I hear myself echoing through the mic. But go ahead. I'm
just be quiet. We have to get scientific. And on my channel, and I was very happy for you to pull these things out. And I'm very proud of the work that you're doing. And certainly would say be encouraged, but all is not lost. We have to get scientific, and there are those of us that are pushing science. We can teach basic life support. We can teach CPR. Those things are free. You can attend Imhotep University to learn about African-centered herbal science and medicine. So there's a lot of things that we can do to help ourselves. We can do indoor planting. In pots and things of that nature. You don't need a lot of room. You can recreate avocados and this is wartime stuff. Replant pineapples, replant corn, beans, and from the seed you can continue to replant. So we've got to be innovative, and we have to be intelligent. And we've done this before. In Africa, we've always survived. I don't think our problem is going to be a problem of survival, because we're going to do that. We are resilient people. And we've seen that down through history, no matter what invader has invaded Africa or what has invaded Turtle Island, which is America, because that's the second Africa, and the Nile is the Mississippi. But we can survive. We've always done that. We set up these citadels. Our challenge is going to be to get rid of these brown people and get rid of these. And the red man is going to have to help us. The red man is going to have to help us. He's going to join. Man is the enemy. The yellow man is the enemy. There's no such thing as them. We only count them as a result of racism, but really nothing exists except the red and the brown, the red and the black. And so these brown people who call themselves brown people, because the true brown people come from black and red. These brown people call themselves brown people who are invaders of the Spaniards, and these other invaders of the Caucasian, which calls themselves Asian people. These are the ones that we'll have to stand up against. Our problem, and I'll say this, and I'm going to leave in the last 2 minutes. Our problem is that we don't understand that they're our enemy too. The white man is the enemy, the brown man is the enemy, and the yellow man is the enemy. They're the enemy. They're the enemy. And anybody that assimilate, even if they're black or red, anybody that assimilate with this devil and his demons that's keeping us in this bondage, we have to understand, we have to be able to point them out and realize that they're the enemy. And once you know that they're the enemy, then you know what to do. You know what to do. Black people have to come together. Everybody in the world know that we're the most intelligent, most resilient, most creative people in the world. When they took us from Africa, they took intelligent people that help feed them, they help give them science, they help give them medicine, they help deliver babies, help do operations. 9-year-old boys doing operations, 9-year-old girls delivering babies and doing operations. So we have to know that who the enemy is. And I think the right move in my leaving is for you to continue to push this out and talk about the brown people, and they're the enemy. They'll do anything. They'll sell their mother out. So you know what they'll do to us. And continue to say that they're the enemy, and understand these are the people that voted the devil in is going to send them back. So you can't trust them. You can't trust them. So I want to thank you again, sister. And I'm going to send some information to your inbox. And I hope that we can call and talk. And my number is on the earlier link that I sent. But more than that, I'm going to send information to your inbox if I know what your email is, and continue to do the work. Huh?
I could put the. I'll
continue to do the work that you're doing.
I could put the. I'll put my. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. You'll put it in the chat, or
my email right there.
My email right there
on the screen.
Well, thank you very much. And I'll be reaching out, my number being there, so I hope we can talk. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think I see it back here in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, I think I see it back here in the chat. Okay.
Okay, let me see. Who has somebody got me on there?
Somebody got me.
You gotta turn off their device in the back. Somebody got me on the device in the back. Okay, I think it might. No, I still hear myself. Let me see who that is. Because I can hear the echo too.
Yeah, I can hear the echo too.
It's not me.
It's not me.
Look, because we can hear you too. Somebody,
y'all listen to the show
on something in the background. Somebody listen to the show through the studio in the back. Let me see. It was one of these two. I think they got it.
Shalom.
Okay, hold on. I can't hear it. Okay, I can't hear it no more. Tanjan is not muted. So I don't.
Can I say something real quick? Because I gotta leave.
Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, it depends on what you're gonna say. Because I want to say something. I want to talk about the immigrants. Do anybody have anything they want to say about that? If not, then we can move on. But since that was where we started, I want you to share this. There have been people who have been waiting a long time to say something. I didn't see them down at the bottom, and they've been waiting a very long time to talk. And that was the topic where we started. If anybody wanted to speak on that. So I want to know if somebody wants to say something about that has been waiting. Like we got this brother back here with his what that is, red and white. Is that a last dragon over there in his room? Is that a New York hat you got on? Look, he got on his white beater. He been waiting so nicely and to talk.
You hear me?
We got the brother with the dreads. I know we got Tanjani here. I don't know the other person. We got brother Burn over there. So I just want to make sure that everybody gets the chance to talk. When I do these lives, sometimes I'll be here be like 3 o'clock in the morning. Now y'all not gonna keep me up till 3 o'clock at night. We're not doing that, okay? So I just want to say in that sense, if y'all already
be long.
If you've already spoke, and if you don't have something to say about the immigrant situation right now, I would like you to actually wait and let somebody else that wants to say something, because I know they were waiting to say that, and then we kind of went off into other topics.
I'll wait till y'all finish with the immigration stuff. Matter of fact, I'll come back because I got.
Well, what you want to talk about? Is there anybody? Did anybody say? Do somebody got something to say about the immigrants?
No, bro, you know what? Look, I'll do this. I want you to, because you were talking about the storms earlier. That's when I chimed in, right?
Yeah.
So I want you to look up something, right?
I have something I can say about the immigrants that I think is significant.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I can hear, but everybody talking
about him though.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna mute some folks. That's what I'm gonna do, because y'all got to come on and let people talk when they talking. Let's not be rude. Okay, I think it was Tanjan said she had something to say about the immigrants. Okay, what you were gonna say, brother? You've been waiting a long time. Go ahead, because you've been up here for a minute.
I was
you got more patience you got more patience than me. Go ahead. I want you to go.
Well, no, just one. Okay, go ahead. I'm muting.
I was watching real closely these fires in California, right? And for a minute, I was thinking to myself, this is the biggest thing I've ever seen. But it's not. It's not even in the top 10, even as bad as it is, right? What I want you to do is look at the storm when you get a chance. Look up the storms that happened around the world last year, right? Mm-hmm. And also in 2020, when we was out burning everything up and wearing masks.
Yeah.
The pandemic news and the George Floyd news dominated that entire year. And the whole time while everybody was paying attention to that, Europe was underwater, China, Asia was underwater. There were major cities all over the world underwater. The entire province underwater, aerial views, and all of these disaster pictures look the same. All of them, the ones from the war in Ukraine, the ones from the war at Gaza, the ones from the hurricane, the ones from Hawaii, and everywhere else. All the aerial photographs look the same, and it's always an entire area completely decimated. This is happening a lot around the world, and there's something to it. It's much, much bigger than you think it is, and they're not talking so much about it. You know what I mean? Like the news will cover a horrible storm, but they're not adding up the, everything that's going on to put something together. Because I'm kind of old. I'm 55, right? You can't tell, but I'm 55.
You see, you just camera. Now we want to see your face. You now want to see your face. You 55. You
yeah,
55
I remember horrible storms when I was growing up, and once in a while, you heard about them. But this, what's happening in the world right now, is different. I wasn't one that was all crazy with the Y2K shit and the global warming bullshit. I'm not one of those people, but I'm not stupid either. Something is going on in the world right now, different. It ain't about niggas, man. Mankind is in trouble.
I think it's the new world order. I agree with you. Have you heard what's going on now, though? Like, even with California, did you hear that one of the biggest markets in Ghana that supplies all of the people's food and stuff and the people to work, the whole thing burnt down?
Ironic how the broad that runs Cali was just over there.
Yeah, and then I want to say right now, I could be wrong. I mean, because there's a lot going on. France, I think it is. There's some flooding that's going on in somewhere else too. So you're right. Right now, we are not the only place that's going through some crazy stuff.
Y'all all speak Pig Latin on here? Y'all understand it, right?
No.
Y'all don't?
No.
Damn.
We still something to fact you 55.
Because there's a lot of theories out here about this fire, right? And one of them is that they're digging a big hole from one area to another, and they need that space cleared out. And their plans for this hole, that's the word I'm going to use. Their plans, you could take the path of this fire and lay it right on top, and there's zero difference.
Yeah.
And listen, you were talking about smart cities earlier. I'm out of here after this. You were talking about smart cities earlier, right? They already dug the trench over in the Arabian Peninsula somewhere for a line city, something called a line city. You can look that up. This is going to be an enclosed city, miles long, but really skinny. And only people like worth $3 million or more are going to be allowed to live in there. It's still going to be able to, accommodate millions of people, but it's going to have its own ecosystem, own animals and everything, and its own food production. It won't need the outside world for anything. And the best designers in the world have already put all their ideas together to make this work. And the trench has already been dug. You need to think about what they're going to do when they start putting these enclosed cities around the world. What they're going to do to the people that's outside of them. You know what I mean? We got to think about some real look, COVID was colossal. They shut down the planet in a day. They crashing planes in the office buildings. You think they're going to stop? More is coming, and it's going to get bigger, and it's going to affect more people. Safeguard yourself and prepare. That's all I got to say.
I agree.
Oh, man, Meech, I've been waiting for years to get in front of you, and here you are. God damn. Next time you drop the link, though, I'll jump up here.
Let me ask y'all, should I do this more? I don't do enough of these. When I say sometimes people be acting like they don't want to click the link, but I like having conversations. And I know that some people have gotten off the topic that we're talking about at the moment, but I don't think anybody has come up here and not give some shit that we need to hear. So I like the knowledge. I like the back and forth. I like to not always be the one on here running my mouth. So I would do these more, if y'all gonna come up and we gonna have our little round tables, we can do this. I'm okay. I like this.
I'll be back. I'm gonna reach out to you too. My name is Reese. Look for my name in your emails. I'm gonna reach out to you.
I see. All right. Thank you, Reese. And thank you for being patient. I'm sorry you waited so long. You was up here for a minute in the back. All right, let me see.
Yeah,
that was relevant though, because he wanted to go back to what I was talking about in the beginning. So that was a lot. He's been waiting a long time because that was when we were talking about the California stuff. So that was in the beginning. So let me see, Tanjan, where you at? You said you wanted to say something real quick. I know you got that baby boy over there. So you go ahead and say your piece, because I know you got to go and take care of that baby. I heard him jumping around in the back earlier.
Yeah, he in the back. He broke my lamp, girl. And thank God I'm a creator. So instead of me getting on his little butt, I said, oh, I know how to turn this into something real good. I'm going to show you my pictures. But let me tell you about these damn immigrants, okay?
Go ahead.
Now, I'm going to tell you something. I believe that Gavin Newsom and that woman, the color woman, and some other folks got together and paid them damn illegals to go in different parts of the city of LA to set some shit on fire because he wanted to buy LA. See, that's what I believe. He wanted to gentrify the city of LA so he could own it. Because I'm going to tell you something. Let me look at this pattern. Prior to that, I don't think it was $128 billion. That was supposed to be a homeless project program for people who are homeless in the Bay Area. This wigger decides he wants to take that money, instead of putting it in the housing project for the homeless, he decides to go buy him a mansion over in Sacramento, California. When they questioned Gavin nonsense about it, he got all kinds of, he don't want to talk. He want to hurry up and go. He ain't said not true or nothing. He just say, look, I'm in the middle of a meeting. I got to go. All that was all on, somebody had it on TikTok. They seen it. And it was posted on YouTube. And this one sister, she posted it up. She said, look at what Gavin Newsom did. And she from Oakland. So we all know who he is. He arrogant. Now, he's the same man that says every child should get these vaccinations before they go, and these immunizations before they go to school. And he ain't none of his kids got it. But let me tell you about these immigrants. All these immigrants that's setting them fires up like that, they want to lie and tell you climate change. Well, we've been watching social media and we've seen different. Y'all getting caught, Jorge and Consuelo. Y'all getting caught. And y'all,
now the other one, let me ask you, Tanjan. The ones you seen, because I know the one that I did the video about, he was an immigrant. He was a Mexican. I mean, I don't know if he here legally, but he was talking Spanish. I mean, clearly the ones you seen, because the one I seen, it was like the back of the man. He was a homeless man, but I really couldn't tell. He wasn't black, but I couldn't
They
really
paid
tell
him
what
to.
he looked like. The other ones you seen,
Yeah.
you think they immigrants?
They are immigrants. One couldn't speak English. He didn't speak no English. But he did say this. Somebody who translated said this. They give him money. That's and they said, who's they? He wouldn't say. So I said, Gavin Newsom trying to buy LA so he could be a billionaire. He don't want to be Trump. That's all he's trying to do. He arrogant. He don't care about the people and how they living in their
do think
life.
this is bigger than Newsom. I think he's definitely in with the stuff, but because he's the
He with the shit though.
But it's much bigger than him.
If he could take homeless, if he could take the homeless money fund and say, fuck the homeless in the Bay Area, let them keep sleeping on the streets and buy you a nice new mansion over in Sacramento, California. I wouldn't put it past him of causing all that damn gentrification and people's houses getting caught on fire just so he could just kind of fix it up and turn it into stuff that he bought.
Politically,
you know
that's what
saying?
they do. This same setup happens everywhere. They gentrify people. They did fire in California and Flint. They poisoned the water. So, like I said, I think it's bigger than Newsom himself. This is the patterns that the politicians and the government follow along with the plans that they have. So, I mean, he did all this by himself. Trust and believe me, it wasn't Newsom that was standing up there. Who was that man from the public works? He said,
yeah, he should have been fired 20 years ago.
His ass said, we're going to bring everything back to the way it was before we started these fires. Oh, really? You started them, huh? Did you see that?
Yeah.
You see when
you heard what he said? I said, did you just tell on yourself?
Wait
a minute. Let me tell you one more thing about these damn immigrants. Now I'm so sick up here speaking for these damn immigrants, but they don't give a hell about us. Okay, now they come here on purpose. They want you to feel sorry for them. I wish I was there in Chicago because I would have hurt feelings. Okay, I would have hurt some feelings up in that damn courtyard, whatever the hell that shit is. Jorge, Consuelo, Ubuntu, Umbaya, y'all gotta go. Y'all just gotta go and take your babies that was just born here with you. They're visitors. They're not Americans. Okay, take them. I want to hurt some feelings because I'm so sick of them. And over here in the Bay Area, let me tell you what they were doing over here. They have mid-pen housing. Y'all look it up.
Your mic going out, Tanjan.
Yeah, most of mid-pen houses was owned by a bunch of I don't understand English type of migrants and immigrants.
Oh, that's her reception. Okay, I want to play this video for y'all real quick. Can I play this video for y'all? I uploaded it, so I want to play this for y'all to see what this man said. Hold on, watch. Okay. Yep, here we go. Watch. Y'all can see that. Okay, whether you can see it or not, this man talking, I want y'all to hear what he said. Y'all couldn't hear it on my phone, so watch. Let me play this.
My first piece of advice to you is let's take care of our mental and physical health first before we embark upon what is going to be a journey to rebuild these communities back and rebuild them better than they were when we started this fire.
When you what? When you started the fire? What, bro? Say it again. Say it again. One more again.
Back and rebuild them better than they were when we started this fire.
I mean, I know y'all tell me that was a Freudian slip. Hold on, sorry, let me get my peoples back up here. He said, we're gonna bring it back to before we started this fire. So you started the fire. I mean, just Who says that? I do think that that was definitely a Freudian slip where you are telling on yourself, because in your mind, you're talking to these people while you know y'all planned this, right? So it slipped out because you're just talking and you're talking fast, so you're telling on yourself. That's what he said. And the funny thing is, you guys, is that that section of what he said and stuff, he oops, sorry. He that was on the news. Who microphone was that? Right here, I think. When I went to Fox to go look for it, that was a Fox News segment. And even though somebody captured it and put it on social media because they was recording with their phone on their TV, it's not on Fox's news channel. Like if you go to YouTube, they have all the. I spent time. I looked through all of them. I found every news story in the past couple of days that got his face and he talking. That one is not up there. It's like after he said it, it was live. They removed that one. That one's not on Fox. So I'm just throw that out there. But that's what he said. I had some more people here. I add them to the stage. Here we go. I'm sorry, I didn't see y'all down there. I'm new to this. I'm not true to this, not yet. Anyway, I just wanted to show y'all that. Y'all go ahead. I don't know if Tejan coming back up. Her microphone was messed up.
Hey, just real quick, me.
Yeah, go ahead.
And everybody else. We're hearing patterns. They say build back better. That's a pattern. That's a dog whistle.
That's what he said what you was saying earlier. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, build back better. We keep hearing it because that they're telling us what they're doing. And when we start saying, "Oh yeah, build back better," that's what we want to do. You're a parrot because you don't even know what you're saying. You know, you're capping for the oligarchs, and I'm for the working class. Just so everybody knows, like I'm for the poor people. I'm not against rich people because not all rich people are bad, but a lot of them are. And then a lot of poor people are just dumb, and that's where that's why I came up here, because I want to take it to the Bible real quick, Michi.
Why we gotta go to the Bible? You know, I left that Bible a long time ago. You try to make me jump back in it.
Yeah, we got to go back in it at least
you
one more
your
time.
Bible, I'm about to start doing some tarot readings.
It's not too far away because you can't get tarot without Kabbalah.
What?
Yeah.
It's 12. What time it is? It's 1:15 in the morning. You want to have Bible study?
No, but we ain't gonna do Bible study. We're gonna just look at one word. Okay, so the King James Version, Proverbs chapter 11, verse 15. He that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it, but he that hateth suretyship is sure. So the word smart was used in the King James. People who are reading the New King James, they took smart out. It was revised out. But what does the word smart mean in Hebrew? Evil, bad, and punishment. Smart meters, smartphones, PG&E.
You taking us back. You taking us back to that Greek vine, huh? You breaking down the root of the word.
Yeah, that's that Hebrew.
Yeah, you got to go back to the. I used to be a preacher. I had them vines. We would go back and what the real word meant. This is how we knew that the serpent had sex, because to know of someone, that's what it actually meant at that time. I know. So doesn't know smart means evil? Is that the root of what it really meant in the translation?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 15.
Okay, I ain't mad you pulled out the Bible. All right. That was all right.
Yeah. Excuse me while I whip this out. Hey, I'll tell you, anybody.
This smart stuff is going to destroy us. You take the smart with the AI, It is. It's going to destroy the very fabric of human beings. Like I put up something and y'all might have seen it in the and y'all could chime in. Anybody want to say something? If you're not talking when you're not, just mute your mic because sometimes the background noise. But y'all jump in. We in here talking. But I put up a reel of this company that's making like AI women, and you can have them as companions. They could be your secretary. He even suggested it could be your girlfriend. There is something evil and wrong when society takes on a robot to be your companion. How lonely must you be? What kind of mentality is that you're going to make a companion with a robot? You don't even know how to interact with people. That is some evil shit. It's finna take everybody's jobs. It's finna invade everybody's life. Like if you understand the crux of what the AI and all the smart stuff is, it's a lot of invasion. The phone, we think it's cool because it's smart technology and it's AI, but I think that it's actually very creepy, the fact that I can have a conversation and my phone is next to me, but I'm not on my phone, but I'm talking to someone and my phone is listening to me. And we're talking about what we want to eat or whatever. And as soon as I get on my phone, Google knows that I want to go to Olive Garden up the street. So it automatically comes up when I go to the Google search to get the directions or whatever, because it's already heard what I said, It's not cool. We think that, oh, this is so cool. No, it's actually very creepy. It's very invasive, and it is taking away human nature for people to do the stuff they do. Like, let's say everybody get AI does take all of the jobs. Well, when it does. And people are like, okay, well, how are we going to live? So let's say the government give you a universal income, right? Because they've been testing that program. So just like in the pandemic, everybody went home. They gave you a check. They wanted to test if that really worked. So we give you a check to stay home, especially if we do it with cryptocurrency. It ain't really nothing backing that right now. So let's say we do that as our transactions. You could get this and stay at home. But do you know how many people during that time had no meaning in their life? You know how many people just withered away? They were depressed. They needed to go to work. They gave them meaning to get out their house every day. They didn't have nothing to do. I know people that were sober. I had a support group at the time just for people to come in and talk online. And there were people that had been sober for like 12 years and they went back to drinking liquor. Because being at home and being alone and being isolated, it's not good for people to be like that. So even though you shouldn't work like a slave every day, if AI takes over everything and you get up every day, and like, what meaning does your life have if all your companion, our interactions are with people online and stuff that's not real? Like, that's not, something's wrong with that. That's not, it's not right. It is evil. There is an evilness to it. Some of the things we need to just do, because human beings need to get up and they need to be doing stuff and interacting with each other. So yeah, I think AI gonna destroy us in a lot of ways that we don't realize yet.
Hey, real quick, Michi, the other part of smart technology is that technology means dialectic. And we were talking earlier, or you were talking earlier about the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. But the word dialectic, we have to isolate that word because that's where the word technology comes from. So we might get a new gadget, we might get some new device to use. But at the end of the day, the word technology means dialectic, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. We just don't know it. We are the new technology. We are the state of the art. This conversation we're having right now, people might disregard it, but this is for me, because I'm speaking with Michi X. Shit, I gotta come with my A game, and I've been drinking, but that's just I have a mind of a king. I won't never be fooled, so I just drink and I just do what I do. But at the same time, all of us contributing together, we will not leave here the same way that we showed up. This is a technology. It's a dialectic. We're having a conversation. We're sharing with each other and we're growing from it. This is the state of the art. This is CERN. They want to talk about, oh, they're colliding particles together. Shit, we done collided like 8 or 9, 10 particles together. We're the collider. We're doing that right now. Okay, that's it.
What's going on, chat? How y'all doing? Salute.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
All right. Good looking out for letting me on. You know what I'm saying? But so this goes back to like he was just saying, we're carbon beings, right? We're electrical beings. You know what I'm saying? And they know that. You see what I'm saying? Also with the let's go back the transhumanism thing. You talk about the relationship thing and the making these dolls. That's going back to transhumanism, right? All these trans, right? You see what I'm saying? Transhumanism, trans, you know what? Trans, you see what I'm saying? That's going back to that. Now let's go back to something that rhymes with trans, and that's Pan, right? Like Pan. You see what I'm saying? The god Pan that these people worship, right? Pansexual, Pan, you see what I'm saying? Pandemic, you see what I'm saying?
Pan-African.
We all got it. We got it. It's symbolism, right? It's etymology and stuff like that to these words that a lot of people don't know about. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of different, deeper meanings to a lot of this stuff. You see what I'm saying? Once you decode it, once you know it,
brother. But I'm just saying, isn't Pan the Greek god of the wild?
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I was getting
Oh,
at.
look,
Exactly.
them brothers vibing. They like, we here. I'm listening. I'm learning. Y'all teaching Michi something today.
Yeah, man. So I mean, that's all. When you really break it down to that kind of aspect, that's what it all boils down to, right? You see what I'm saying? Okay, now we talk about AI, but to get before the AI, let's bring in these immigrants, right? And that's what they've been doing for a while. See, my boy broke it down to me the other day. Around that time, the 3 strikes law and stuff was happening. While they was locking brothers up, they was bringing immigrants in. You see what I'm saying? The 86 amnesty bill with Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was started with a lot of this stuff with this immigration, with the 86 Amnesty Act. You see what I'm saying? Why you think they made that movie Scarface? They made that movie Scarface for a reason, to show you that they bring these criminals over here. Is it art imitating life, or is it life imitating art? You see what I'm saying? These movies are strong. These movies we watch them. We watch these movies. You know what kind of value we watch it for? Entertainment value. But there's really hidden subliminal messages behind them. They give you the lies on the news, and they give you the truth in the movies. That's how that works. They give you the propaganda on the news, and you think it's propaganda in these movies, but it's really true. Just like, for example, Transformer. What happened with it? One of the Transformers 3 or something like that? What did they do with Megatron after they killed him and threw him in the ocean? What did they do after Bin Laden? They killed Bin Laden, threw him in the ocean. Come on now. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's too. I can keep going with this. You know what I'm saying? It's there's a lot of stuff that they don't tell us about. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at, for example, these fires, right? I'm in Cali. You see what I'm saying? I'm from New York, but I'm in Cali. It's a lot. I've been a lot of places, right? Okay, so for example, they talk about Santa Ana winds, right? But they're not telling you about this Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority, which is over the water in California, right? There's a group of I ain't gonna say, I don't want to say because it's your channel, but I call them on my channel, I call them Creed people. There's a group of Creed people, you see what I'm saying, that are controlled. They're called the Resnicks. They're over the water in California. 60% of the water that they control. Have you heard about that? The Resnicks, look them up. How does the one family own 60% of the water in the whole state?
I seen that. Yeah.
So what does that tell you? You see what I'm saying? That tells you, see, everything is for sale. You see what I'm saying? And that lets you know that these people are not really operating. They're operating commerce. They're not really operating in no political, any kind of democracy. You see what I'm saying? They're not really operating any kind of, you see what I'm saying? Any kind of fair law. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a difference between law, something being legal, and lawful is something totally different. You see what I'm saying? Legal, lawful is the real deal. Legal is under their maritime law, maritime amnesty law. You see what I'm saying? So, we're under that system now. We're not operating in real, you see what I'm saying? The real common law like it should be. You see what I'm saying? The real natural law. We're not operating that like we should be. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, brother, I got one thing to add. I'm not taking away. I just want to throw something out there that everyone has heard. We've heard this phrase that space has no sound. Okay. Now, another sound is a synonym for law. So you got Trump, he started Space Force. You got Elon Musk with his punk ass, excuse my language. He's got SpaceX, and space has no sound. So that means space has no law. So when I'm looking at, because I study foreign policy, I study domestic policy, they have something called public-private partnerships. See, now in the United States, domestic people know about the PPP loans, but they don't know that they put out the PPP loans to hide the public-private partnerships. The same way that they hid the Bureau of Land Management with Black Lives Matters. And that was back in 2014. So I don't mean to take away from what you're saying, but space has no law. And they got us believing in moon landings and fucking Mars missions and all this
They
stuff.
land on the damn moon. They was lying.
Yeah, it was probably somebody showing their butt cheeks. And then we're all out here.
What's his name? I can't even think of it right now because it's like 1:30 in the morning. But what was his name? He was old getting senile. He admitted they never landed on the moon. He did that Freudian slip thing like homie just did on the news. He admitted we never landed on the moon.
Yeah, it was Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
He was in a moment like I'm in right now where I've had, I'm a wine bibber. So I've had a little bit to drink, but
you say that one more time. Why every time I have one of these shows, I always get the nigga who been sipping? I ain't got nothing to drink. Sip me something.
So y'all know that. Okay, y'all know that trail, that fire trail.
I work today. Okay, I work today. Okay, it's my off time.
You earn that drink. You grown, bro.
Turn up.
Because I don't got no drink and stuff. I'm about to make a cup of coffee because it's going on 2:00 in the morning. Every time I do this,
well, can the young lady that hasn't had anything to drink? Can I say something?
I was gonna say Bando and Miss Chris. What y'all got to add to this? We want to hear from y'all.
First of all, good evening, kings and queens, and good evening, Michi. It is an honor and pleasure to actually be on your live. I've been following you for 3 years, and I always wanted an opportunity to speak with you. And when I came on and I came in when you were showing the video about Chicago, and I live in Illinois. So I definitely wanted an opportunity to speak on that if we can go back to that for a moment.
Yep, we go back wherever you want.
Okay. So living in Illinois, I'm actually, for the past 4 years, I'm actually an advocate for the homeless, an advocate for supportive and affordable housing and those with disabilities. So this is definitely my lane, and I'm very passionate about it. And when we talk about Chicago, and I'm going to be nice as far as the mayor, I think he's way in over his head. That's my personal opinion. When he decided to run and to be the mayor. But like most politicians, they say a lot of things to get themselves elected. And then when they get in, that's a different story. But in regards to the immigrants, it's very troubling for myself and my peers who advocate for funding, and knowing that we're like fighting for this pot of money that is split between throughout the entire state of Illinois, right? To make sure that those who are homeless, to try to get them a safe place to live. And then when you bring in the migrants, the immigrants, I'm a people person. I feel that everyone has the right to live and have a home, a stable home, a safe home. But when you come into our country that we were born in and that we helped build, and we're already fighting against government to make sure that we have just a significant amount of funding each year just to maintain the services that we have. And now you allow a group of people to come into our state, into our sanctioned cities, And now you're taking funding away from us, and you're taking services, you're taking the shelters, you're taking the affordable supportive housing that is already limited. It's very disturbing to us. And it's very frustrating. And especially when you have a mayor that when he came in, he promised certain things. And of course, he probably didn't foresee this happening, but I feel like that he's totally turned his back on the people who voted him in and the people that are from his city. So I just want to say that I'm not sure what the answer is, but myself and my peers and those that I work with every day, we're going to continue to fight to make sure that the funds and the services that we've helped to establish and to build, that they're not taken away and just given to a group of people, that anyone can come to the United States and get all of these services and benefits, but the people who were born here, who work here, who died here, who who are suffering, you take it from us. So it's very frustrating. I wish that I have some ideas, but I won't say, those ideas here. Keep it politically correct. But I just, it's frustrating to go to meetings. At that particular meeting, some of my peers, because they live in the city, I live about an hour from Chicago, but again, we all advocate for the entire state of Illinois. They were actually turned away because they're known, and because they have, just like the one lady whose voice was being heard in the video, a lot of times when
they let all them immigrants and all them people come in there to make it seem one way, when there were people out there with opposing views that need to have their voice heard about who's not getting funds and getting help, and they wouldn't let them in.
That is correct. And that happens a lot. It happens a lot. Because again, when you're an advocate, as you know, and you're known within your area, they know
like,
what we're about.
Here come, you're considered a troublemaker. You make trouble for them.
Exactly. But we're good trouble.
I know they be like, oh shit, here come meet you. They be trying to have meetings and change the location so I don't find out. And I show up like, bitch, I found out. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, that happens.
Let me ask you, when you see the services and all the money and the housing and everything that they have been giving to the immigrants, even before that happened, have you ever seen the city show up and provide that type of housing funds and money and things for the homeless ever?
Did my facial expression say anything? No, ma'am. No. That's what we're for. That's what the advocates, that's what we're for. But as far as the politicians and those who have the money and those who are in front of the camera when it's good publicity and they act like that they're supporting us, no. When we go to advocate in April every year, we go to the Capitol to advocate in regards to funding that we need each year. Even then, when we set up meetings prior to going and they know that we're coming, a lot of times, they're not available for us. Not all of them, but a lot of them, it's like, okay, here, we're used to them. We know what they're going to talk about. We don't want to take time out to talk to them. But yet, when it's time to be elected, then you want to show up at our services and you want to act like that you've been there for us all along. So that's, I won't get all off into voting, but before I got into advocacy, I really wasn't big on like voting on the local level, but it's very important that we know, if you do vote, that you know who you're voting for, because it's easy for people to say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. No, we have to study these people before we elect them, because in the end, they work for us, but yet they act like they don't.
if I give you my email address, I'm about to put it back. Will you email me your information? I'm coming to Chicago. I'm coming. I got more than one reason. I got about 7 reasons to be there. I'm coming to Chicago. And I would love to speak with you and some of the people and even do a story about it, about the homeless there. Look, almost 40% of homeless people in this country are Black people, right? So I'm sure that's what you're dealing with there in Chicago too. But, in Illinois, but I would like to come and get the story of how much they disregard American homeless citizens, but they cry so much about trying to find housing for these immigrants. Like it's such an injustice to leave them out. So I'm gonna put my email there. Email me your information, since it's me, give me your number. Because I need to come see another sister there and get a story about her son that I need to talk to. And just with everything going on, I really kind of want to be in the area when the shit go down, because Chicago is the first place that they come to. So I'm about to get my little GMC. I'm about to head that way.
Yes, definitely. Actually, if I say this real quick and then I'll let someone else speak. One of the organizations that I work
they be talking all day. You talk much you want, girl. Go ahead.
Okay. I just try to be, okay. But one of the organizations that I work with, actually part of our services is actually one of the trainings that we do is called Telling My Truth. And it allows us to develop and outline, why we got involved in advocacy, because all of us that are involved in this one organization at one point was unhoused, myself included. I come from corporate America. I was with the same company for 20 plus years. And my story briefly is that being unhoused can happen to anyone at any time. 5 years ago, my life changed because of 2 main health issues that I was unable to work and I lost my job. And after 6 months, I lost everything. And I actually ended up in a shelter, and that shelter actually helped me get back on my feet and kind of started me on this work that I do now. And actually the shelter, I'm actually a board member at. I'm a board member at the shelter, and I'm actually helping now with our tent city to get those out of tent city and to get into some type of temporary housing, because we're in the middle of the winter, right? And hopefully get them permanent housing. But that's how I got started, because I was unhoused 5 years ago. But
I was homeless. People look at you. Look, y'all look at me now. I would tell you, I had a child, and I used to have to go in Colorado, where they housing all of them immigrants now, to the homeless coalition, and I had to stand in line to get a voucher because the shelters were full, and they wouldn't have let me stay in one of the regular shelters with a child, but they didn't have anywhere for me and my son to be. And I just go there, and because I had a child, they would give me a voucher to go and get a motel, not a hotel. They would give me a place to stay for 3 nights, and then I had to come back, okay, and get it to stand in line and get another voucher to go to the motels. But they was host strolls. I will never forget the time they sent me to the host stroll, and it was so disgusting in there. I just slept in my car that night with my son, because I was not going into a room where it was just a mattress on the floor, mold everywhere, and clearly this is a room people come in by the hour just to do their drugs. Like, I've been there, and I remember driving around in my car and seeing people going in their houses or apartments, no matter how little it was, and it was like, dang, I just wish I had a roof over my head. So you are right. Anybody can end up without somewhere to be and be in that predicament. I have been there myself. So yeah. I'm gonna come down and we're gonna get some of y'all stories then, because I think homeless people, and whether that's the word we use, you said unhoused, so that must be y'all prefer a term like that, but it happens to a lot of people. And I think that in the situations we are in, that you're going to see much more of America, people who never thought they would be in that situation, they're going to be in that. There are more people and families, people with kids and everything, living in their cars right now. It's sad to watch in all of these places, American tax dollars housing all of these immigrants, but you don't have this for American people who might be homeless, but they've been paying taxes for years. They deserve that more than somebody else. I don't know what state it was in, but I saw a news story, and I don't recall what state it was in, but there was housing apartments. They were fully furnished. They were putting immigrants in them and they could live there rent free for 2 years. They were already furnished with flat screen TVs. They didn't have to pay no water, no utilities, no lights, no nothing. It was all paid for 2 years. Like, when do they ever have a program for Americans in those situations? Like, it's crazy.
Never.
Situation. And I think that we watch the news and we see all of their stories. And then when you see homeless, you see people in tents, crazy, dirty, begging for money, Skid Row. They don't show you the real deal of what people in those situations are like. We have a false image of what people that are homeless and how they get in them situations look like. We think everybody is just this homeless person under a bridge who prefer to sleep under the bridge, who dirty and do drugs and beg all day. That's not really the truth. And even those people have a story. I would never forget, I was one to always give out money to homeless people. And I would tell you, they will take the food and be grateful. But the most grateful moments I have ever seen from the people who are homeless for real, who sleep outside, who ain't bathed in weeks, if you see them. So many people will give them $1 and walk over them. Do you know how many people I've watched cry because I will cop a squat and eat some pizza with them and ask them their name, ask them their story. How you get here? What happened to you? You know? And that will, they like, well, people give me money all day, but they feel so not seen. I'm just somebody out here on the street. Yeah, they gave me some dollars, but nobody sees me. Ask them their name. Eat a piece of pizza with their ass when you feed them. It do something to them because you make them feel like a human being all over again. And so even those people have their stories, you know, and I don't think that we tell them enough, especially being that almost 40% of homeless people are our people. I think we should know their stories, you know. We claim we care so much, Black empowerment. Well, we're missing a big portion of that by looking over our people that are on the streets, sleeping in tents and just walking past them every day, you know. So yeah,
I agree.
So thank you for the work you do. Thank you.
It's I don't need thanks, but thank you for saying that. It's something that I have to do. It's tough some days. Like I said, I have 2 physical disabilities that could have me sitting down every day, but I get up every day and push myself because I know someone pushed for me, and I also do it for people who are no longer here, who unfortunately lost their life because unfortunately they never got housed. So that's my motivation every day.
Yeah, well, you keep going. Yeah,
I will. Thank you. And I'm gonna send you my information, and I would love
please
to
do. Because
contact
when I get there, I'm coming to see you.
Okay.
I'm coming to Illinois. I'm coming to Chicago. I'm about to find me an Airbnb and post up for a week or 2. We got some work to do.
Okay.
Do what you do, and I'm gonna do what I do. I'm gonna use my platform, and we gonna tell some stories, and we gonna bring people the real deal of what's going on out there.
That's awesome. Thank you.
No problem. All right, let me see who else. Bando, Kev, what's up, bro? You been on
What's
here
up, Michi?
quiet with your dreads hanging, you know what I'm saying, waiting.
I'm just chilling like a villain, you feel me? I'm just posted up like a lantern. First off, I do want to say how much I appreciate you for hosting this space. And the sister here also, I really want to give a big shout out to, you know, Black Americans that's really advocating for our people. I'm from LA.
Okay.
I ain't never really been to Chicago yet, but I've been watching and seeing a lot of what's been going on there. First off with the reparations, and then this whole immigrant situation is crazy. I'm from Cali, so you know, immigrants is a big crazy. I mean, it's wild. It's been like that my whole life. And even now they over here protesting because they know ICE is finna come get them. So
they finna be quiet as hell next week.
Exactly. So I'm just glad, honestly, especially because of content creators like Michi and others. A lot of the younger generation is being able to get this information and see what's going on. Because I feel like when I was young, I never had the I never had the knowledge to kind of argue with some of these people when they would say crazy things like, oh, Black Americans is lazy. Oh, y'all reparations. Y'all just want a handout. Now with all these content creators that's becoming popular, it's like now me and younger, we got the ammo. We ready to go up against people that say crazy things about our people, especially immigrants. Like immigrants that have been here maybe first generation, second generation. The level of shit talking that they be saying, it's really out of pocket. Like to look at the situation that's happening in LA with the fires, right? You know, me and my mama was talking about this, and she even brought up a little biblical thing called, what was it, Sodom and Gomorrah, right? I guess it was about, I guess just God just saying, when you do so much bad stuff, your city just gonna get burnt down. You know what I'm saying? All the sin just builds up, and then it's like, all right, finally, God just gonna say, I'm just gonna burn this shit the fuck down because y'all doing too much wrong. On top of that, it's like, all right, well, if this is something biblical, are the elites using that story to kind of like justify this? Because all right, they're just gonna move this, or they're gonna use this to start building the smart cities. And from what I've been seeing in all these news clips, when smart cities built, that's going to slowly kill all the people in the area because of the radiation. So it's
I
like,
don't mean to interrupt you, brother, but you are exactly right.
Exactly.
They
So it's
are
like,
using the Bible as a playbook.
say it again. They're using the Bible as a
elite.
playbook, right? Exactly. So I'm like, I'm thinking to
They can
myself,
do
I'm
it
like,
and then blame it on Revelations.
it's like this is crazy. So I'm like, all right. I'm still young, so I don't really understand too much, but I'm seeing it. I'm soaking up the game. I'm all right. We need to make sure, and I really appreciate these spaces that have been popping up for Black Americans. It's like, okay, we finally getting on this level. Like, all right, we know who our people are. Because I was always confused. I was always on that blackness. Like, oh, these immigrants, oh, they us, they black, they us. And I was like, no. These people going against us. Not just these first generation immigrants or second generation immigrants. You got people like the Chicago mayor that is behind the scenes. Most likely he probably a boule, you know what I'm saying? And they're being our biggest enemies, you know, specifically to the Black community. We thinking that these Black leaders that have been put in positions of power are here to help us, but in reality, they're our biggest enemies, and they're doing everything they can with their power to keep us down. This whole idea that literally, I know America is the only country that does that. When you can just let people just come in illegally, just come in, just start taking up all the resources. It's not like any other country. No other country would allow that.
You're right. No other country is going to do that. And you're not going to go to any other country and start talking about their constitution and their rights, and you should have them. And you're not staying but a day or two past that passport expired, that visa, and they kicking you out. You're right. Nobody else does this. Nobody but America.
So it's tough to watch this because it's like, all right, how can we empower ourselves even more? How do we battle this? And like you were saying earlier, Michi, it's so many different things, from the food to the legislations and laws that get passed, that it's like, dang, we got so many battles to, like, I'm like, dang. Honestly, my focus right now is just trying to make sure I know who's who, you know what I'm saying? Who's a tether and who's a real Black American, so we can finally come together and unite us as a people and start talking and getting these ideas in our head so we can fight against some of this shit. Like, at least piece by
movie. You got to watch the movie Blazing Saddles. Watch it again. It's in the Library of Congress for a reason. When they wanted to move the people out of Rockridge, it was the Attorney General who got a signature from the governor, and the governor was Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks. He played the governor. Mel Brooks. Another favorite movie of mine that he did was Spaceballs. Space. We talked about Space Force, SpaceX. Space has no sound. But anyways, that movie Blazing Saddles, that's gentrification to build a railroad. And if we look at, what's going on over there in California, my home, where I was born and raised, I'm not from Malibu. I'm not from Pacific Palisades, but I'm about 20, 30 minutes from there, like where I was born.
Right,
But
and I'm from
watch
Compton.
Blazing Saddles, it shows you that the Attorney General brought in thugs to push the people of Rockridge off the land. And somebody that looked like us, who was named Sheriff Bart, was able to overcome that. So we are the question and the answer, just like Nas said.
Right.
We literally are. But Blazing Saddles, please, Michi, have you seen Blazing Saddles?
I don't be watching on TV, nope. But you said it's in the Library of Congress. I actually be on that website often because in there you find public domain things, documentaries and stuff. So I go in there and get a lot of stuff from that website. So I would go check it out.
No, Michi, Blazing Saddles is a movie. Richard Pryor.
Right. It's the movie. When you go to the Library of Congress, in there they have a section in there that's public domain stuff, that's movies, articles, documentaries, and things like that. And that's why I be in there. So I'm saying I know where to find it.
Michi, you're a nerd.
Kinda.
But you know what's crazy? And I'll land with this.
Because Blazing Saddles is in the Library of Congress. And if we want to talk about gentrification, that movie was put out in, I believe, 1974. And it is in the Library of Congress. It is a historical document because it is what they do.
Yeah. But you know what? I want to land with this. The thing is, because I'm from LA, and I remember when I moved back to LA after college.
Brenda, you in LA right now?
No, actually, I'm not in LA right now. I'm actually traveling, but my home is LA. I'm in Cali right now.
I was going to ask you about the fires if you was there, but go ahead.
My family there. I've been talking to them like crazy about it. You know what I'm saying? And when I was just back, like a couple years ago, when I moved back to LA from college, I remember having a business partner, and he was living in downtown LA where all the homeless people were. It made me so angry seeing how many like Black homeless people that we had in LA. And I would spend so much time literally on Skid Row talking to those people, like trying to understand their stories, like helping them out, giving whatever I could, water, food, money, whatever it could be. And I understood, like, man, they really have a whole plan to put Black people in this type of situation. Not only that, when I was working in LA, like traveling around, like I would do Uber, Lyft, all medical delivery, all kinds of stuff. I would talk to some of the older generation Black people, and they kind of got to the point where they were just fed up, like, we just got to get out of California or get out of LA. Like it's getting to that time. It was almost like they were completely like almost defeated. But I understood, because it's just like when you look at how the political scope is, because we have to, in LA as Black people, we got to battle against not only white people, we got to battle against these Mexicans. And then the Mexicans are setting up this whole, like, almost like it's really human trafficking. They really setting it up so they can just bring in all these illegal immigrants. And it's just a regular thing that white people really just look the other way and they don't care about it. So it's only setting us back. So when I look at this technology thing, I'm gonna end with this. When I look at this technology thing, it's really a gift and a curse. But I'm ultimately thankful that we could come together specifically as Black Americans, so we can start, really preparing our people and getting educated. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually in Cali right now, and I just, it's a couple different things with that. But whenever y'all get a chance, Michi, if y'all could look this up, or whenever y'all get a chance, there's something called the Office of New America. Has anybody ever heard of that? Now, that's legislation that was put down specifically stating that they were going to give these people, you see what I'm saying, benefits and stuff like that, and make them try to basically push them into being middle class. So I mean, if anybody get a chance, look up Office of New America. So that lets you know these people been had this stuff in play for years. This stuff is not, you know, they didn't think about this yesterday. This stuff has been in play. Why you think?
I wrote it down.
Yeah, why you think, for example, stuff they show stuff on The Simpsons, right? I mean, see that right there, they kind of letting you know right there and telling you right there by having stuff on The Simpsons subliminally years and ahead, it comes true, letting you know that they behind a lot of this stuff. You see
Yeah,
what I'm
that's
saying?
the problem. We were talking about that the other night. Somebody was saying to me, I was on a meeting with my tribe and we were talking about some of this stuff, and a guy was saying like they be predicting all this stuff. Predicting, that's the conditioning thing again that we was talking about. So what happens is whoever is responsible for creating The Simpsons, they are working in cahoots with politicians and the other people, and they use that show as a primer, right? Let's go to the episode of where Trump was coming down the escalator with a blue suit on and a red tie. Okay. Then years later, he's the president and he's coming down the escalator with a blue suit on and a red tie. Now, I don't think that Trump was even in on it, maybe, but whoever dressed him that day is a part of that establishment and said, bruh, we're going to take you now for a speaking engagement. We're going to go to the mall. Come on, let's go down this escalator. And they told him to put on this blue suit and this red tie, and they got him dressed for the day. So they're not really predicting anything. You're right. They're using it as a primer to condition you, and then they'll show you stuff on The Simpsons, and it's just letting you know these are things that they already have planned ahead of time, and then they're going to make them happen. Just like all the movies that we see, right? What is it called? Left Behind, or what is it? What was that movie that
Leave the world behind? That's the engineering consent. That's the. Have you ever heard of Edward Bernays? Anybody ever heard of Edward Bernays and propaganda? Anybody into propaganda?
Well, homeboy brought up Edward Bernays. I got his name. I already wrote that.
See, you on it, my dude. You on it. See, you on it.
But yeah, that movie just telling you to get ready. We're gonna have some. See, everything being AI is a problem, but it's really helping them too, because once everything becomes that way, what they're gonna tell you is that made systems easier for people to hack. So now, when all of your systems are run by these AI units and people, coming in and keeping together, when somebody hacks the unit, then they can shut down your water supply. Now we can shut down all of these different things, and they can say, "Oh, it was an attack from somewhere else." So, again, they're just preparing us for that. Think about what happened in that movie. And I think the one thing that sticks out to me the most is when dude go and ask the guy if he can help him with some medicine because of his son. And he really don't want to help his ass with nothing. I want y'all to know that's going to be me. Do not bring your ass to my house, to my steps, to my tent, to my village, talk about my son. You should have been prepared. Look, I'll shoot you and put you out your misery. And that depends on how many bullets I got, because I might not waste this bullet on your ass either. Get away from my gate. So that's real life, though. Y'all should take all of them scenarios in that movie, because the truth is nothing that happened in that movie is so far-fetched that it couldn't happen. What happens if the systems get hacked like that? You don't think that's exactly what would happen?
Hey, me, right? It's predictive programming. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
All the way back from Star Trek, maybe even the Twilight Zone, because the Twilight Zone was supported by a soap company. I'm not sure which company, because that's back when they were supporting soap operas. So you have Twilight Zone comes up, some soap company, I think it was Tide, supports Twilight Zone, but then you have Star Trek that comes out, and I believe that the Rand Corporation was behind financially supporting Star Trek. And Star Trek is full of predictive programming. We have tablets today. They had tablets back in the 60s on that show. We had floppy disks at one time, and back in the 60s, they had the floppy disks in the show, and as well as small screens, for looking at.
Camera
yeah,
phone.
FaceTime. Yeah, yeah, FaceTime.
You know what's one show that we really have just about everything that's in there that exists today? When we watched it, we was little, the Jetsons. So there are flying cars. Sony has one. Okay, they hover. There are flying motorcycles. Of course, they're not in circulation big like that. We do have Rosie the robots. Okay, you can actually get a robot right now. You can buy one. You've been able to buy one for probably about a year that will come and can clean your house and do household tasks, and it learns from you telling it how it does, and then they'll do it your way. When she used to go to her, they had video phones. Remember, his boss would call and be on the phone like, what the hell are you doing? Or whatever his name was. So we got our video phones, right? We walk around with them in our hand. When you talk about going to her closet, you remember how she would go to her closet and see what kind of outfits she got or try stuff on before she actually put it on? Well, I teach people how to make money online all day long. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but when you go to like furniture stores and you're going to buy furniture, you know that there's a thing on there that you can show on your phone the section of your house you're going to put the piece of furniture, and it will virtually put it there so you can see if it fits, how big it is, and what it'll look like in your house. Women can go online. The men might not know this. We can try on wigs because of the facial recognition. They just take your face. You can try on glasses. You can try on shirts, everything else on your body by just taking a picture. You can try on shades of makeup before you actually buy the lipstick or whatever it is. So you can actually see what it is you look like in something computerized or something in your home before you even decide if it's something you want. So every single thing in that actual, cartoon actually exists. And even from the Rosie the Robot, there's a restaurant that I go here, and they actually have like this robot, and it's not like a person, it's like a more of a machine where it's kind of rounded, kind of like Rosie the Robot was, and it's kind of rounded, and it has like a little digital face on it, but it has these trays, and it comes out, it welcomes you to the restaurant, it takes your order, it hears everything you say, it brings you your food, your receipt, tell you thank you, it's very polite, it's the waitress. And when I see it, it reminds me of Rosie the Robot. So everything in that show actually exists right now. So yeah.
Yeah, one thing I found out about with the Jetsons and the Flintstones is that the Jetsons and the Flintstones was happening at the same time. I don't know if anybody else knows that. It was 1961 that the Flintstones premiered. That was the same year of the first alien abduction of Barney and Betty. Oh, it wasn't Rubble. Barney and Betty Hill. Okay, 1961. And then 1963, the Jetsons comes out. But the Jetsons and the Flintstones universe was happening at the same time. And we're living in that world right now.
Bro Burn. Somebody said could I let you talk? Look, he like that's me. You was over there, you was eating chicken. We think that hot sauce, which you was putting hot sauce on. Bro Bird, somebody said let that brother talk. I be looking at the chat sometimes, y'all. You right. I'm sorry if y'all want to talk, y'all can jump in. We got Sister M on here. We got Bearded Combo, but you've been waiting a while. You done had a whole meal with some hot sauce and everything, Bro Bird. You want to say something? You made us hungry over here. You on mute. You got to unmute your thing. Somebody in the chat said, let that bro speak.
One other thing I want to add is that people that are homeless.
It might be it's unmuted now. Say something. I think I unmuted you.
Yo.
Yep, we can hear you. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I just wanted to say it's basically a land grab, and I just recently figured out how they got by with all the stuff they've been doing. I've been thinking about, why did we forget? It's like a section of time. I don't know when it happened, between 1930 and 1950 or whatever, but I don't know. These type of things have happened, I think, all throughout history. And, it's been covered up because of trauma and, folks, they losing everything. So they have no records of what's been happening. And I think that's what's going on right now. Like, they keep erasing history to erase us, basically. All of our accomplishments and stuff like that, and it's just forgotten. And then ain't nobody gonna talk about it. But we're in a new kind of, we're in a new civilization now, so we can get this type of information out. and that's very important. And hey, we gonna win this thing. I think we're winning right now. I already see some changes. A lot of folks don't like Trump for whatever reason, but like with the food, which is a big, it's a big impact on us as a Black community, especially in the schools and stuff. Which I have a lot of recent knowledge because I worked in like a school position type, But yeah, they killing us, they poisoning us, and they starting off with the kids. They starting us out with the baby formula, you know. I mean, and all of the schools, the daycares, and the boys clubs, all that shit. They trying to kill our kids. They getting them, where they be gay or they want to eat. They be gay. They just fucking with they be sick or gay. That's where all this stuff is coming from. That's why the Democrats were trying to push all that stuff, to change. Because they know what they put in the food. It's in the food. We're being poisoned constantly, but that's just one level of it. Not being talking about the air or the radio or the TV. Y'all already uncovered on some of that stuff, but we just been hitting on all levels. But if we're aware, we can beat them. And guns ain't really necessarily the answer. I know that's gonna piss a lot of folks off, but we got to play a different game. You talking about guns? You still playing that game? We don't know, man. We hire people. We're a higher level than them. So, I mean, I'm sure some people can recognize what I'm about to say. Like, okay, say somebody, they disrespects you or, harms you or somebody that you love or whatever. We should be at the position right now that we don't need no gun. You hey, once it's recognized, you say, hey, I don't want to deal with these people anymore. Hey, maybe they won't make up in the morning, or that's not even a maybe. I'm just trying to portray a point. I'm trying to get a point across right here. But we playing the wrong game, man. These people aren't on our level. You know what I'm saying? We don't need no gun, really. If we're up there, if we're up there as a spiritual, at our spiritual highness, we're our best self. We'll just say that. We don't need that.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Most people not gonna relate to that.
People. We gotta stop playing with these people because they don't play fair anyway. It ain't cheating. You know what I'm saying? The game is rigged. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. They get on the plantation. If I speak your nephew, there's no way testimony. I get it. Most of us ain't on that level though, so they need protection.
We're too scared. One fake gangster. We're scared as hell. You won't do shit to the white man. You do whatever, yes or no, sir.
Let me ask you,
man, you'll kill him quick. You'll kill him quick.
Since you're talking about the food, what you think about Robert Kennedy Jr. and what he's talking about and having to revamp?
I love it. I love it. I already see the results. I was in the grocery store the other day, about 2-3 days ago, and I looked at the ingredients. I didn't see no dyes. Now I did see some high fructose corn syrup and some things I looked at, but I'm seeing change, and that's big. That's huge. They using like I think it was keratin. I can't remember exactly. I've been going through some things with my phone and whatnot, but I'm transitioning but I'm seeing change, and I'm gonna document it. You know what I mean? Hey, they tried to kill me last year. I dropped. A lot of cats will say niggas don't want to work. I want to work. I got mad skills, but the thing is, I'm too good. I want to be the greatest at everything I attempt. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, they take that's a threat to them. Especially people of a different color than me. You know what I'm saying? But I don't give a damn. But I think this is a way that I can reach people to just disperse my knowledge that I have, because the trees talk to me. The sky talk to me. I look at this. I look at a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't see. They can't see. Or they don't see. They don't want to see. I don't know what it is, but I'm your humble servant. I'm ready. I'm ready for war, and I support you, Misha, and all you do. You a soldier. It's just crazy that you know, it's so many weak ass motherfuckers out here. It pisses me off, man. You know, these guys are they so emotional. It's so emotional. You know, if you know the game, if you know they're trying to piss you off, they're trying to make, well, don't let them win then. That's all I say. I don't let them win. And I usually win when it comes to that. But see, what they attack me is the pen and the paper. They ain't gonna cover me straight up. They gonna come hide back and, you know, try to talk to folks and what you know about. No, I ain't nothing to tell though. But they will not come at me. They know our power, even though we don't. They scared of us. But when we assert that power, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
But you're absolutely right. Can I say something? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, I was finna go to you next. Go ahead, Em. Yeah.
Well, with him, I'm saying the big picture is about the immigrants and everything. We're bringing them in. They're giving them the money to buy homes and businesses and things like that. And all it's doing is making us Americans mad at them. They're trying to separate us, keep us more divided. America's not stupid, but neither are we. You know, they killed Frederick Allen. He was getting too close to bringing the communities together. So this is the main plan. Now, why they got us all here in America, I'm not too sure. But the main thing is they're trying to separate us even more. You have a lot of the immigrants, you have a lot of Africans online with their platforms, and they speak about being African American and the things, but they don't know what African Americans have been through. First of all, again, you know, you can't be African and American. Right. So just here, you know. Now, I know a little bit of my heritage, but we all came from one place, and we're scattered throughout the world. The Bible says it. We're more than the sands of the sea. If we come together, the white people, that's what they don't want. Look at what Nixon said. That's his biggest fear, is us coming together. This is all a plan of separation.
In that way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You know, that's how the conditioning works. You're absolutely right.
What are you gonna do about it and when? That's the whole thing. I've seen this one woman, she said a smart thing to do is, you know, as far as all these hangings and, you know, mysterious killings of our brothers and sisters, is we should have some kind of, and this is, I believe this, like some kind of phone tree type thing. You know, if you're in trouble, you know, you can have like a program number where at least, I don't know, maybe 2,000 people in that community come to your aid. You know, because I'm sure there's way more than us who are wanting to do something, but where do you start when we can't get together in the first place, and they just keep pushing and pushing us away from each other?
Yeah, the hard part, I think, is that the conditioning is there. So for example, I to like when we talk about white people, they'll say, well, white people ain't, you know, the new white people today, they weren't folks back then, but they are conditioned by the media and everything they see without being told. They're subliminally conditioned to think that they are better. They're the standard of beauty, they're this and they're that. Racist feelings come across because it's actually embedded in them from the media, right? Then when we talk about, you know, the perspective that's given to Black people, that's what we think. That's what some of us even think about ourselves. Then you got the immigrants, and they have been conditioned here. They're watching news, they're watching media, they're told that the Black people in America are thugs, they're scum, those who you stay away from. So then they come here with a certain attitude, like they think they're better than us, because that's what they've been conditioned to think, and they get more favor, and then they sit back and get all this, and they think, oh, this is the American dream. They think this is how the hell it works. So they can't understand if we American, why don't we have anything? It must be because we're
come on now, why would they think that in the first place?
So, I mean, I can't uncondition everybody, though. The bottom line is, even though it's a false reality and they conditioned everybody that way to be at odds, against each other. The reality is immigrants don't like us and think they're better than us. I think it's disrespectful the way they come in our country and treat us.
Right.
There are a lot of white people that think they're better than black people because of the way they condition. And so when you can't uncondition them all, they do want to separate. Because if y'all came together, what would have happened is we would all be at the Capitol, like what happened when they went to Trump, but it would be all of us standing up and they wouldn't be able to do nothing with that. So that's what they're scared of. But the reality is I can't uncondition all the Negroes that I know. So I know damn well I can't condition a group of people. So we still gotta, live within the reality of what people think and how they feel.
Right. You have a huge platform, and I think like the main thing is to get people to come together at this point. Because bottom line is, things are wrapping up real quick and real tight. And it's not looking good for anybody right now. But I can say this, when Trump comes in, you think the way he wants to make America better, he let the immigrants come in by Kamala. But he's going to take everybody out by way of himself. Because how are they going to pull off? America is just so crazy that they're just pick people up off the street. Knowing we've been here for years, we've been here all of our lives, longer than they have, but they're cleaning up, make America great again. Let's get them all out. We brought the immigrants in. Now we're going to take them all out by getting rid of the immigrants because we can't tell them apart.
You know what? I gotta say something though. You know what? Trump actually said that and even in 2016, but he actually said he was gonna have a meeting with DACA. I don't know if they already did, but I read an article on that about how he was gonna meet with DACA, and somebody else reported on it too. So I don't know, man. If you're gonna meet with DACA, that must mean you're gonna let some of them stay. That's how I take it. It's like, but I mean, I'm gonna wait till he gets in. I don't want to. You see what I'm saying? That's my thing. I don't want to say too much because I want to see for myself. But I'm just saying
one thing. And when you want to talk, you gotta unmute your mic. I muted it because I think that's where the feedback is coming from. Maybe you got something on when everybody talk and you unmuted it. The feedback come in. I don't know if you got us on another device. Yeah, it seemed like when I muted it, go away. Because when anybody talking, it come up. But anyway, I muted you. I just want you to know that. So when you get ready to talk, you got to unmute it. That's all. But I think Trump, out of all the politicians, I don't think that he is going to do every single thing that he say. But he vowed it. And I'm going to tell you right now, Trump ain't changed his tone since the last time he was in office. And Trump did the things he said he was going to do if it wasn't something in his way stopping him. So I would tell you, out of all of the presidents we've seen, I don't think that Trump is playing. And unless somebody comes in and gets in the way to stop what he's doing, he's sending your ass home. He's taking away your naturalization. He's not dealing with these DACA babies. You got to go. He's not dealing with none of that bullshit. And when people be like, oh, he's not going to deport these people. I remember the last time he deported them. Yes, he is. Now, it may be more, and it may cost more for him to do it. But I'm going to tell you, the last time he rounded them up and said they had to go, I was in Aurora, Colorado. I'm telling you, we have a ton of them immigrants out there. They scattered like roaches. The neighborhoods was empty. There was no mariacha, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We didn't see none of that shit coming down the street because them niggas be out there all night on the she's 16. Why the fuck is y'all partying until 2? Don't she need to take her young ass to bed? They out there drinking whatever they drank. And with the little maracas and coming on down the street, they used to be partying all night. All of that shit ceased. They was gone. So I seen it with my own eyes. He wasn't playing then. He did start building the wall, but then, Biden them is selling off pieces of the wall. It's like as Biden is leaving, he's doing as much as he can to make it difficult. He's giving away all the funds. Like he promised all that help 100%. When have you ever seen a government give 100% help to a city with a disaster? So he promised that. But Trump gangster enough to get in there and be like, well, I'm in here now. I'm not giving you shit. What you got is all you getting. Like Trump will do that. So I will say that I think it's going to be very interesting because I think that Trump is going to do everything that he said he was going to do as long as it's not something that stops him from doing it. And remember, everything is red across the board. Now, this is the thing about Trump, though. Sometimes he pisses off his own party. So sometimes Republicans will go against what Trump say too. But if they are in agreement, and a lot they are in agreement, all the Republicans are tired of this trans movement shit in the schools. They're tired of the immigrant shit. They agree on that. And for me, those are the things that I think matter the most to me. Like all the other shit, I don't know here, there. If he do that, he's done enough that makes me happy. And so they all seem to agree in that. So this is going to be, I think, a very interesting 4 years. Definitely. And I'm ready to see what's about to be on and popping. I got my popcorn ready. That's all I would say.
I got mine ready too. And I can tell you this, just remember this. The Bible says, never forget the days of old. Your enemy is always going to be your enemy. It doesn't matter how good you think they are, no matter what they've done for you. Your enemy is your enemy. And we all know who that is. Now, as far as Trump, yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see because he says he does what he says. And I think it's going to be very interesting, and I think it's going to be very scary at the same time.
Trump is a gangster. He gonna start. We're gonna get caught up in the middle of it because he don't give no damn, no fucks, whatever you want to say. He don't give none. Zero. He is the whitest gangster man I've ever seen in my life. Trump said, you know what's funny? Now, how many of y'all think, if you've been watching, did you see Biden's ass? He was on the podium. Somebody asked him, do we give you or do we give credit to Trump for the ceasefire, right? There's a ceasefire going on. Now, I can't believe they've been bombing Gaza all this time. Let's be clear. Gaza is little. Is there anything left? Like, I'm baffled. So they asked Biden, he says to them, do we give credit to you or to Trump? And he turns around and Biden says, is that a joke? Yeah, no, it's not a joke. We saw Trump the other day say, you tell them to release those hostages or all hell gonna break loose as soon as I get in the office. I'm not playing with y'all. We saw Trump say that. Now there's a ceasefire. Sir, I'm gonna give that. Those points are gonna go to Trump. You didn't do that shit, Biden. You have 4 years and you didn't stop this. You steady sending weapons and all kind of shit to help them fight, to help them keep doing stuff. Trump do that. I mean, when he's in the office, Trump will look you in the face and say, you want to go to war? Because we could go to war. But that's what he would tell your ass, right? So this is going to be interesting because Trump's not playing with nobody. If they want to go to war, they can go to war. They know that Trump is not playing. And when he say that, he mean it. So people do tend to back off. I would never forget the story a man told. He said, one of the terrorist groups, Trump was in a meeting with them and he pulled out his cell phone and he said, give this to him. And he showed the phone to the man and it was a picture and the location of where the head of their terrorist group is at. And he showed him that and he said, tell him I don't have time to play games with him. Basically, he's saying, we know where he at. We'll bomb this nigga tomorrow and he'll be dead. Do you know that just that move made them say okay and back up? That's some gangster shit. I don't care what none of y'all. I'm from Detroit, man. I know a gangster when I see one. That's some gangster shit. Trump will fight you. Trump will blow your shit up. He do not care. Do you want to go to war? This is America, baby. I've been waiting to push a button. Make me push a button. Now, the problem is, if he push a button, there's other people that can push buttons back. So we, as the American people, we might get caught up in the crossfire. You know, when people have drive-bys and innocent people get shot, the American people might get shot on accident. But Trump had to start all kind of shit while he in the White House. I'm actually looking forward to the next 4 years because I just like the color purple. You know, she said I slid the food in there and I wait to see what colors come out and hit the wall because he kept giving her nasty food. I just want to see what kind of shit gonna hit the fan. That's all. I'm ready. I'm ready to get this show going. We got somebody new up here. We got Tina up here and Bearded Combo. You ain't said nothing, brother. You got a word you want to put in? Steela, did you say something? I don't know. Because y'all don't got y'all faces up here, so I don't know. But go ahead, Tina and Bearded Combo. You've been up here for a minute, bro. You got something you want? You got to jump in here. We just be talking.
Well, hello, everyone. Tonight, Michi again. I'm like the other lady. I didn't get her name. And I keep looking to the side because I'm on my projector. And I'm looking at everybody on the wall. And I got my phone. But anyway.
What's his name? Bro Burn, you silly.
Can y'all hear me?
No, we can hear you. I was laughing at the brother up there. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, Michi, I'm from Chicago too.
Okay.
I'm also a Pisces. Been here 55 years. This government, I just on the 14th filed my lawsuit on things that, this government of ours. I was the ward of the state. First of all, let me just say this. I was burned at 3 years old. I suffered 3rd-degree burns on my left leg and my backside area by my private parts. I was then put in the ward of the state. I was burned by my father. He's gone on now. My mother, I'm the oldest of 13. I just lost my baby brother the 9th of November. He was 33, cancer. When I got burned, my mom was actually out helping getting people to vote. So when I say, again, I'm 55, I'll be 56 in February. So when I say I don't, this voting, first of all, I believe we're operating off of the 4 founding. Can I say the 4 founding faggot laws?
Yeah.
Why are we in 2025 operating off of laws in the 1800s that we weren't involved, the people of my color wasn't involved in those laws. These laws are only being updated. They ain't being changed. They just being updated from the 1800s. So I don't get that.
Like the Patriot Act.
I just don't get that. So I'm like you. I'm sitting back like Whoopi in Color Purple, but when that man put the gas in the stove and then she got the fuck on at the rocking chair, that's me. That's me. But and going forward, so I speak to judges. I've been asked to. I've did 2 years in a row to speak to mental health. An advocate for mental health. And I speak to judges, state's attorneys. I speak to them to give them an insight on people before they make it to somebody's judge, somebody's bench. Okay, saying that, I'm a ward of the state. I'm a ward of the state because at 3, I was placed in different foster homes, the worst things possible, group homes, own family, incest things. Like I've survived a lot. When I tell you, I lost a son in 2007, 19 years old in Rockford, Illinois. Going forward, again, I have 2 sons left. I just filed a lawsuit again 2 days ago on the 14th. I just was like, enough is enough. Like, my son, my oldest son, he was in jail. And he called me one day and said, Mom, I'm trying to get my birth certificate because I'm about to come home. I need my birth certificate. Oh, okay. He's saying, but they saying your name ain't your name. And he's laughing. And I don't know what kind of mood I was in. So I'm like, how the fuck, excuse me, don't let them tell you who your mama is. And he said something. And that was that. Then fast forward, he comes home. He's downtown in the clerk's office. I'm laying in the bed and I get text. And he's saying the same thing. So now I sat up. But before I could call him, he's calling me and saying, Mom, I got it. He say, but you got secrets. I'm like, what you mean? And mind you, I had 3 children, no abortions, none of that. My baby boy, deceased, been gone 16 years. Those 2 left. So he says, Mom, you got secrets because your last name ain't your last name. I just want to show you the file that I have of myself. I've yet to go to the FBI and see what kind of files they got on me, but these are records and everything that happened to me as a child, and my birth certificate and his birth certificate. And his birth certificate says, I don't mind, my name is Tina Branch, Branch. And his birth certificate says my name is Tina Rogers. I'm like, what? I know the Rogers name, definitely know the name, but how could that be possible that that got on my son's birth certificate? Rogers is my father's name. His name is not even on my birth certificate because my mother was incarcerated in a juvenile facility when she had me. So he couldn't assign nothing, and different, like, I would have never associated that man on anything of mine. Like, it's crazy how on paper they have my life. Fast forward, I've been to the penitentiary for boosting. Stealing. If people don't know, that's stealing. That's hustling. Hey, all those other hustles I couldn't do. I couldn't go in nobody's pocket. I couldn't sell myself. Those were things that I just didn't get taught to do. Now, mind you, I learned this to eat. Me and my brother were in foster homes together. One of my brothers. I have 9 brothers, 8 now, 9. And I had 3 sisters, but I have 2 left. So it's 10 of us left. It's 11 of us left. But at any rate, just going fast forward with this plight, because I'm in some organizations on this west side that I believe in, that I've boots on the ground, that I know about. And when you were saying you was coming, I definitely was trying to email you, trying to pay attention to everything everybody was saying. I have people in California. I called them like, hey, they like, we good with, they Compton, Long Beach, that area, you know. But and I was thinking about going out there, seeing what I could do to help. But at any rate, I just want to say that these Venezuelans, because I got to knock on the door, homeless. I got to knock on the door last week, paperwork here too, that I have to go. But I got in this apartment in the home under the Homeless Act. I had a homeless letter, and I get disability. And I worked with Chicago Park District in the summer, part-time. And Tina Swag Center I have. But at any rate, I get a knock on the door and I'm getting like, wait a minute, what is going on? What is going on? And it's so disheartening that, again, I'm 55, and to see all the things that people can get, and I'm from here. Like, I'm from here. And to get a knock at my door to say that eviction notice, and I got in this apartment under the Homeless Act. Like, I'm Michi, like I'm just like, again, I speak to the chief judge. I spoke for them, a judge of mine, that I was in this veterans program, mental health program. I passed with flying colors, smoked weed every day, every time I had to go, until they understood me. I got them to understand me. I ain't been on nothing. I ain't been to jail in a minute. And that program, I salute the program and the judge. she on speed dial. I text her earlier and let her know. I'm like, I wanted to stop by the chief judge office, but I didn't. She was like, and I told her why, and she forwarded me information where I could get the help that I need. But as far as homelessness and all these programs that they say that they have, I am a living witness to you. It's a bullshit. I mean, I don't know what they want. I'm a proud survivor. That's just what it is. I'm not finna be around this acting like I'm 2 screws loose, because I'm not. I'm a survivor, and I stand 10 toes in that. And there are other things that I've survived that I'm a crier. And I just looked up today the crying spirit, because I've been doing some healing work. And I'm like, why do I always? And so I had to look it up today. So the tears, they say, is like people that speak in tongues, maybe, or it's the praise that the brother was talking about that's in our DNA, us of color. And I'm a crier. That's just what it is. But I'm a goon. I'm a goon. And I'm ready, like you said, and there are organizations here that I do believe in. One is called Black Men United. One of the founders' name is Terry Young. He's an ex-veteran. He been to the penitentiary too at the feds. They gave him life. He gave it back. He's out here boots on the ground with our people. And the only thing I don't understand why people ain't giving out those book bags you talked about, Michi. Yeah, I went and got me cans of Crisco. Me and my best friend, she's a police officer. She's about to retire, write a book, but I closed my mouth too because of her. This has been my best friend for over 30. Furnaces out of bricks, things of that nature. Hey, I'm ready. Again, yes, I'm a felon. I speak to judges, but what I've been through, yeah, I got mine ready. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell nobody. I don't know what to tell you because I got it. I got it over here. My son lives in Denver. My other one is here, back in the penitentiary. But my grandson got shot. He survived. He called me the other day and said, Grandma, I'm finna be 18. I said, yes, because when he's 16, he got shot. Him and his girlfriend walking to the gas station and she passed away. She got shot in her butt and she passed away. But it's a lot, Michi. It's a lot. I'm trying to write the book, get it out there, start my YouTube page. I got 10 subscribers. But again, there's a way.
10 subscribers. We got to get you some more subscribers.
There's a way that I want to help you. Tina.
That's what
Tina
I want to
Swag
know.
Center. And it's spirit within a girl or a guy. Tina Swag Center. And it's a lot. It's a lot. And I'm pushing. But I do believe that in this time, in this era, that I sit and watch a lot of people and the things that they talk about that I know and I lived through and I saw, and I know it's bullshit. Like the narrative about Trump. I was in the penitentiary around the time Whitney and Bobby got married. And my people out, they send me magazines. I'm a reader. I'm like you. I do my research. And I got some magazines with the wed and the guest list. And Trump was on that guest list. That I do my research. Trump helped. I think it was Sean John or it wasn't Diddy. Might have been Diddy. But he helped one of them with their label. And I'm saying, now we go up again. I'm about to be 56. I'm saying that man ain't racist. And I'm just listening to the rhetoric that's going on and just how these people playing in our face. And I'm going around like I have a lot of testosterone in me too. Cause I be around this bitch like, what we doing? I got 8 brothers and they trained to go kill us. about their sister. That's how I help my mama, and I'm the oldest. They ain't, and they got issues and shit. I ain't seen them in a minute because I'm doing some healing. But again, just where I come from, my auntie say you're not. We not ginger. We don't come from gingerbread. We come from thug bread. And she gone. Rest in peace, Ernestine. But I come from, again, and I'm Choctaw. My grandmama told me I was Choctaw and my grandfather was Blackfoot. So, like she said, you can't be too African and American. And why did they shut the narrative down? I just went this last summer to Cahokia Mounds in Illinois, the pyramids that's here in Illinois, where everybody passed that got to Chicago or to that came from Mississippi, Alabama, those routes. Yeah, it's a historical site here in Illinois I just went to. But again, I'll be on here all night talking. But again, what I do know, my truths, fuck them beliefs. I talk my truths, what I see, what I've lived through, and what I know. And DCFS, I did my research. If I was in the custody of y'all from 6, again, I was burned, 3rd-degree burns. If I could, but I got on my night clothes and I don't sleep in underwear because I would show the scar, 18-inch on my left, that it grew with me. Again, I was 4 years old when this happened. So but nobody's ever, my aunts that tried to tell me what happened, there's no clear understanding of what happened, but my memory and what I've always said that my father sat me on the radiator. I remember that. And again, all this paperwork of the people that took care of me, Department of Corrections, and at 20, I had my first child at 14, and I did that to get away from the molesters, and it just you would think that the scars that I had would stop people from touching, and it didn't. It didn't. And I came up with this brilliant idea to have a child and get away. It worked.
Yes.
I had my first one 14, the second one at 15, and the last one at 17. And they're all grown children, except for my baby boy. He died when he was 19, but he got killed. And the guy's in jail, serving his time. The guy, Marquise D. Thomas, is in jail.
You hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna say you've been through a lot. Ooh, it's a lot there. It's a lot of hurt. It's a lot of pain. My question is, what can I do for you? How can we help you? We got a lot of people here. It's folks in here listening in the chat, and you here on my platform, and we talking. And so I feel like when people are presented with things, it's okay to, when you don't know, you don't know. But once you're presented with what you know, then you can't act like you don't know. And we know you hurting right now. It's a lot. And it's just, as soon as you got on here, it's just all come flooding out. It just running out like a faucet. The pipe done bust. And how can we help you?
Michi, can I ask her a question?
You can, and maybe you don't have an answer for that right now, but you got my email. How can we assist you?
Yes, I do. Michi,
right here. She want to talk to you.
And I memorized it to write it down later.
She's in Illinois. She's in Illinois, but she want to say something to you. Go ahead, sis. Talk to her.
Well, because the first thing that you mentioned, Queen, is that the notice you got about your housing, and that's one of the things that I work with. So I want to make sure you're okay with that without telling me your personal information. Are you okay with your housing, or do you need assistance?
Okay, if I could just, I got in this program, and this is 25, 24, 23. I got in this program in 2023, and the guy, he said that I know, I'm not gonna say his name right now, but he said that Tina, all you need is your homeless letter and your award letter, that's saying what kind of income you get. Now, mind you, I'm on housing list, been on it since 19 or whatever. Because I got put out and then I went live because I just couldn't understand how I was getting put out. And so some friends reached out, people reached out, and I stayed with a guy friend of mine. And
so do you need some help right now though?
Yeah, I go to court on the 24th, the
Okay.
21st of this month. I've been packing though, but I mean, I don't know.
You don't know where everything is going, right? So let me ask you, for Miss Chris is saying that she helps people in those situations. So how can, there's a private chat in the back, how can we connect you to so she can see if she can help you with that? And you have my email address. So what I need you to do is to email me, because we have a healing childhood trauma coming up with Mrs. Megan McGlover. This will be our fourth one, and it is an amazing thing. It's a donation base. You can come in there. You ain't got nothing. And I want to make sure that you get into the next one. I sit in there with y'all. I tell my childhood issues, and I cry with y'all, and we work on things together. So I want to make sure that you get in that, but we want to also make sure that we can give you some help. We don't want to just sit here and listen to your pain as entertainment, right? So if we can help you, we want to help you. And so how can we get you in touch with Miss Chris? Go ahead, Miss Chris. How can we get y'all in touch so she can see what help she can get?
I have a pen ready, Miss Chris, or I'm going to see how I can get in the chat. I pulled out my laptop later, but you had called me on my cell phone, called me up to the platform before I could pull out my laptop to be on. But I have a pen if I can get your email or whatever information.
I just put it in the chat. Can you see the chat or no? If not, I'll give it to you.
Because you on the cell phone, it might
okay,
be.
Yeah, I'm on the chat. I'm on it, Thompson, Crystal.
No, you see, yeah, that's the private chat. Okay, not the regular. Okay, so you see it. Yep, there it goes. Okay, let me write it down.
So email me your contact information, and I'll call you later today.
Okay.
I know, because it is 2:48.
Well, okay, Miss Crystal, thank you so much.
What's a good time to contact you?
At any time. I'm up now with y'all. It's 1:48 here in Chicago.
Business hours. Can I call 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Not right now. 1 o'clock. Is that good?
That's fine.
Okay. So email me your name and your phone number, and I'll call you at 1 o'clock.
I will.
And you're gonna send me an email so I can get you in the next make sure we get you in the next therapy session we have. Yes.
And yes, Miss Michi, and while we're on here, that is Michi. Your email
is I'm gonna put it right here on the screen. I'm gonna just put the banner up for you. There you go. You see it? The real MichiX@gmail.com. You see it?
It hasn't popped up. Oh yeah. I see it. I see it.
Banner. Okay,
I'm
there you
looking
go.
at the screen on the thing and not on my
there
phone.
There you go. Okay, it might be a few minutes behind. Yeah.
Okay, the real. This is crazy because the other day I was on the phone with a sister of mine and I was venting, and this is what she said. And another sister about getting my YouTube started. But this is what this sister said. My sister Tony Ward. She said, Tina, she said, I sent out to the universe right now that somebody's gonna hear you and hear your story. And Michi, I've been following you. I never thought it was gonna be you.
Well, you ain't you're not finna sit on my platform.
This to me 3 days ago.
She said, tell me you need some help, and I'm not gonna help you. That's what I do. Y'all know, a lot of y'all think I just run my mouth on YouTube. I actually spend a lot of time in the community helping people. This is what I do. And so, if I don't know what to do to help somebody, I'm gonna find out who can. But you here and in front of all of these people, what do we look like walking away, just letting you? We can see you obviously need some help. So what we look like, we talk about Black people got to stick together and we got to unify. We got a sister on here who got a whole lot going on. If we can't come together and help one sister, we all better pack it up and shut the fuck up and don't never talk about unity or helping each other ever again. This should be simple for us. Even if
you
we
know
can't,
what? I really
even if
got
we
on
can't,
here
can't
because I'm a
fix
servant.
everything, you should not walk through this alone. If nothing else, you should have our support so that you're not going through it alone. If nothing else, okay. So you know, I'm not finna do that. You're not finna sit here and tell me what you're going through, and I'm just finna listen to it and then go on like it ain't my problem. You done came up here and told it, it's my problem now. You done said it in front of me. What you want me to do with that?
Cats
You
out
think
the
I'm just
bag.
me to just gonna say, oh, okay, you already know. I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. You here now, so let us help you.
And you know what? This like the universe is real. My brother up here, yes, with the red, white, and blue on. He said with the power in our and that it is so real. I've been
He just be
tapping
up there
in
with his
for like
gestures
3
and shit at
years.
the camera.
I've been tapping into the power for like 3 years, and this right now is real. It's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. And I believe in both. Like the brother said, I believe in my power too. But I believe in the power of that pistol too. Like I'm a Pisces. I like it in twos. It is what it is.
Now let me say this, y'all, to everybody. I love y'all, and every time I get on here, this always happens. Y'all know we've been going almost 5 hours, and I'm tired. But everybody that's been up here, I do not want y'all to be up here and not have spoke. So I want to say for everybody that's up here, if y'all don't mind to get the people who have not said nothing, I would like to hear from y'all. I believe the brother over there, I gotta go back, Bearded Combo. We got Saf. Did I say that right? I don't think you said anything yet, but I would like y'all to say that. And then we have the sister, Madame X, who came back. I know there were other people that said they couldn't get in because the studio was full, and I'm so glad to hear that. And if I had it in me like last time, I would actually stay with y'all till the sun came up, but I can't do that today because I'm getting delirious. My head kind of hurting. Okay, so but everybody's up here. I want to give y'all chance to speak. Y'all been waiting. I'm gonna do that, but then after that, we're gonna wrap it up. And I see that this is needed, so we're gonna do this again. Okay, I promise y'all, I won't make it long. We're gonna do this like once a week. Let y'all get it out. Let's work it out, and let's help each other. Let's figure out what's going on. Okay. So if y'all want to be here, I can be here. We're gonna do this. Okay. So I apologize to the people that could not get up here in the studio. But like I said, the live been going on. We've been on almost 5 hours. It's 4 hours and 48 minutes. And I got some people up here who ain't got to speak. So I want to give them their turn. Okay. So let me see. Go ahead, Beauty Combo, bro. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Staff next. And I think that's it. If not, y'all let me know. Oh, then Madame X. So go ahead, Beauty Combo.
Peace and blessings to the chat and to the panel. You know what I'm saying? I'm also from Chicago, and I'm sorry to hear about that sister that's out west. I got a sister that also works in a non-for-profit, and what they do, well, she does is, they help with housing and help with medical and put the ladies up and things like that. I don't know exactly where it's at, or you know what I'm saying, but I know that's what she does. So you know what I'm saying. If anyway that we can help with that, you know what I'm saying, I'll be more than happy to, you know what I'm saying, any way that I can also help. But with the migrant situation, it is heavily prevalent in Chicago, you know what I'm saying, and it is an issue. Like y'all said, um, me and some of the brothers that I affiliate myself with, we from time to time we go hand out hat scarves and we buy heaters and thermals and things of that nature, and we hand it out to the women because it's families that stand on Roosevelt Road here in Chicago. I'm talking about it's women out there with babies that's birthing babies outside in these tents. That's not going to the doctor. Yeah, on Roosevelt Road. It's a strip that's out here in Chicago. Yeah, it's families out there. 115. It was an old Jewels that was closed down. They opened it up. They put them in their housing. I stay over east. They just literally put some migrants out on 73rd and Phillips. They ran up in the house, like mind you, this building was abandoned. They ran up in there, fixed it up, did whatever they did, and they was in there for months since they been here, and they just not getting them out of here. There's a few spots around here where they just ran up in a bit, and you don't see no police going in getting them. You don't see no action towards trying to discipline or none of that. So it's hard, but again, it's about us, and like everybody been resonating with the community thing and being together. It take us to stop shit like this. regardless of whatever the agenda is or whatever we think it could be or whatever we speculating on. It's about us, you know what I'm saying, coming together as a people trying to figure out what the hell our next step gonna be and what direction we should be going in, you know. And I also say the TikTok, you got a TikTok up there. TikTok allows us to see a lot of things in America. It allows us to see other things in other places that we normally wouldn't see.
Yeah.
And you know, and they put it out here like the cybersecurity. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking the cybersecurity reasons, but in essence, on my show, I do I'm on a podcast. So I had a brother come on, and he was like, "Well, who stands to gain the most from this, or who stands to gain less from TikTok being in existence?" And he was talking about the meta world, you know, with the Facebook and the Instagram, and then also had a brother come on and say, "Well, you know what? I buy a lot of my things off of TikTok, the TikTok shop because it's cheaper. It's cheaper than Amazon." You know what I'm saying? So, and I got to thinking like, well, damn. Well, if that's the case and they trying to sell it and it need to be bought by the 19, I'm like, well, why don't they just put an equal equity into it and get that little fucking 0.5 or whatever percentage or 1.5% to the people of America, because they gonna do the same shit that China doing with it. You know, because the brother was mentioning, well, you know, America already in our business, so why we care about China being in our business? I mean, but it's a different because over there in China, like how we talking right now, we can't do this in China. If they found out we was doing this, they coming to get us and they finna what? We ain't gonna go. But it's different over there. You can't speak out about injustices and shit over there. You got to be quiet. You know what I'm saying? So we able to do this here. I got a young brother that's in Japan right now. He say, man, you know what? It ain't even about the freedom. You know, he actually said, man, we fight for y'all right not to give a fuck. He says they out there fighting for us to be able to do whatever the hell we want to do in this country. It don't matter whether it's criminal, it don't matter whether it's moral or whatever. He say they don't give a fuck about none. They don't care about none of that. And I'm listening to him like, nigga, you supposed to be. He said, no, that ain't what it's about. You know what I'm saying? He said that's what they tell y'all. Now, I mean, he didn't go further into the conversation because you know he got to talk about page 13 and a lot of shit he couldn't talk about and all that. But you know, just general and I'm like, well, damn, like this shit is like crazy, bro. But it's a messed up world, man. The only way we're gonna elevate, man, like I say, is together and striving and helping each other and by, you know what I'm saying, trying to pull each other up by our bootstraps, man, and not being with this individualistic mentality, because that shit ain't getting us nowhere. It ain't got us nowhere and it ain't gonna get us nowhere. You know, so I say try something different, you know what I'm saying? And that's all, man. And just peace and blessings to the panel. You know what I'm saying? I enjoyed the discussion. You know, it wasn't nothing wrong with waiting my turn to talk because everybody had the good points, you know what I'm saying? So, you know.
Please
Yeah.
leave your information in the chat. I'd like to visit your podcast.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And the sister who was talking earlier, they want your Tina, they want to know what people was asking what your YouTube channel is too. Put it in the chat so and we can all go over it. Put it in the YouTube chat so everybody can see it, not the private one, y'all. Let me see. Go ahead, Seth. You wanted to say something? You've been waiting all this time.
Yeah, Mitchie. I've been following you since the pandemic started. You know, and you was saying, you know, some right and exact shit. I was agreeing with you. So you know, just hearing everybody's story, especially the sister that was speaking and you know, everything that she's been through and everybody mentioning, you know, all of our people being unhoused. And it's just a shame because the last people that should be unhoused in this land is us. And I'm about to say something that might, you know, offend some people. It's an unpopular fact. But the sister actually, she mentioned it when she, you know, told her about her heritage, her Choctaw heritage and her Blackfoot heritage. But a lot of our people, you know, have been indoctrinated to believe a certain thing about their identity. And you know, we've been called all kinds of names from Negro to Black to colored to mulatto to African American, and we're the only people who've been reclassified so many times. And the UN and the international courts came out with the UNDRIP. And if you were to read the UNDRIP, which is the United Nations Rights of Indigenous People, the Declaration of our rights as Indigenous people, if you were to read UNDRIP, you will see all of the bullet points that they outline have happened to our people in America, from the reclassification to the cultural assimilation, assimilating us into white society, and our townships and cities basically being destroyed through fires, floods, Jim Crow, and the taking of the land grabbing. All of these things are considered genocide, and our people have endured genocide for hundreds of years now. And the way that we've been reclassified, that takes us out of our power, because when you are without a nation, you're without a state. And a person who has been taken out of their state, out of their sovereign capacity, it's almost like you don't exist anymore. And the term Black, and this is, a very unpopular fact. People get really offended when they hear these things, but you gotta open your ears to it, because it's extremely important. But the term Black, legally in law, means civilis mortis, which means you are dead in law. You don't exist. And our people have always wondered, why do these things happen to us? Why they hate us? Why they killing us? It's not that they hate you because, you have copper colored skin. It's not that they hate you because your hair grows to the sun. Yeah, they might hate on that. But the reason that, all of the things that's happened to us in this land, in America, is over land. The corporation, United States Corporation, that we exist under as citizens right now, that corporation is a de facto corporation. The only real lawful nation that can exist on this landmass is our nations, because we are the de jure people, meaning this is our land by blood, by birthright. We have the birthright right to actually establish sovereignty on the American soil and to write law. No one else has that authority. Any other party or entity that were to come upon this soil would be a de facto organization. And that is what the United States government is. And when we culturally assimilated into this government with the civil rights movement, and basically forsook our tribal governments, that's pretty much when it just ended for us. Y'all know about people have mentioned, Black Panther, Library of Congress. There's been so many things that y'all have mentioned that I wanted to chime in. And Michi, if you be on the Library of Congress, you can research some of the things. It's so much information out there that proves who you are. and that you're not from any other landmass, and that you're actually the indigenous people of this landmass. And those proofs can be found all over the internet, including the Library of Congress. Everybody in government, at least if they're in the right position, they know exactly who we are. Kamala Harris, she knows exactly who we are, which is why she made that statement about reparations that she did, because she knows our story and our history. That's why they always have to research it. Okay, so I just wanted to just really put that out there. And my theories as to why we experience so much hell, and that's because we're not operating in our sovereign capacity. We're operating as Black, and that means that we're already dead. So what is it to kill us if we already dead?
I'm learning what you're
If
talking
we already dead in
about.
law.
Yeah.
Obama said it, that no Black has no standing by law too. That's why, and people got mad. He said it on the Tom Joyner show.
Because y'all were talking about indoctrination and predictive programming, and how they trick you psychologically. But we have been under so many psyops, so many psychological programs. And honestly, the airing of roots in schools, that was one of those programs, y'all. That's
You know how
when we
long
really
people were
started
running
calling
around
ourselves African.
that was a real story?
It was actually plagiarized. Alex Haley plagiarized a book called The African. And please, y'all, I beg that y'all verify question me. That's one thing that
So, sis,
really
you don't
got
believe in
us,
the transatlantic
is
slave
not
trade at
understanding.
all?
We can get into that, but I just want y'all to hear me out first before you go into researching and verifying everything. But Alex Haley plagiarized a book titled The African that was actually written by a white man. And there you can actually find the court records about this.
Yeah, Roots was not a
And
true story
even
at all about his life or nothing. It was all
yes, it's not his story. He also, but even in the series Roots, you will go rewatch Roots, please, you all. Rewatch Roots from the perspective of an adult. You will hear so many times our people talking about how they are American, and they make a differentiation between themselves and Kunta, the African.
Well, I don't know if there's any truth to the slave trade, but I would tell you that my mother, who is Black, her mother, who is Black, and her mother, who is Black, comes from a picture that I have of a mother that is a full-blooded Cherokee Indian, if that's what you would call them. They didn't call themselves Indians. She is a Black woman who is as dark as the sister that is speaking right now, and she has two long braids with a part down the middle of her head, and she is a Black woman. She didn't come from no slave ship. Not my great-great-grandmother. She was indigenous to this. So I don't know. I'm not saying that all of us here came from the slave trade. I don't know if there's truth to that, but I do know that the true natives in this country, when they got here, were Black people. And what you see now, and I say the word Black because that's what we all used to. I know what you were saying about there. That's just what we identify with for people to understand.
I feel you.
But
I use the word melanated.
now is what we see now are $5 Indians. They raped them to water down the race, to water down what they look like and overtake it. And then when reparations were given, because they did come in here and take their land, they gave paperwork for $5 to white people that could get paperwork to say they were Indian, so they
Down the
could
Dawes Road.
feel the reparations that was supposed to be for them. So all of these so-called Indians y'all see running around here, they not the true Indians nor the natives of this land. They are the raped up, watered down, lying ass $5 Indians. They're not real. That's not even them. It's like they stole our identity for some of us. I don't know if some of us came over on a ship. Maybe because there were other ones that were dropped off at other places in Jamaica and things like that. So I'm not saying that part didn't happen. But to say that there is not a group of Black people here that we come from the natives, that we
Yeah. I can go
so
with
when
that.
I hear these motherfuckers say, we all, somebody said in the chat earlier, we all immigrants. No, we not. No, we not.
No, we're not.
That's what they want you to think. That's what they
Don't
want us
let,
to think.
that's what they want you to think,
You know what I'm
because
saying?
if you
And white
if you
people
don't
is
if
immigrants
you don't
like them
actually
before
claim
we're
your
ever immigrants.
identity,
The white people are the real
if
slaves.
you're
The real
actually
slaves are the white people.
the indigenous people are the landlords. If we never claim our sovereignty as the landlords of America, the greatest land on the earth, then that means that these people actually get to keep our land in trust. And they can play and do whatever, set up all kinds of corporations and businesses on our land and get all kinds of money off of our resources, using our resources. They're drilling oil. We use, oh my gosh, y'all. When I say the
Martin Luther King
billionaires
said
and
it best.
millionaires of
Right. Now you're
America
right, sis.
was the copper colored people. But now that we are Black, we're no longer
And it's
the
like
indigenous person.
you're not
They
gonna get
got the
no
land now.
reparation because in order to get the
And do whatever they
reparations,
want.
when you come back to it's hard to really look at it all, because if we claim reparations for a group of us that say we're indigenous to this land, they're going to tell you that we've already given the natives their reparations. So if you're in that group, you're not entitled to nothing new because we've given them reservation, we've given them land. Like if you go to Connecticut, the Mohegan Sun Casino, that's all on native land. They get money for all of that. They make all kind of money off of those casinos. So you can't claim that and claim reparations because they'll tell you they already gave it to Native Americans. So that's a way of not allowing you to claim naturally who you are, right? And then when we go into this Atlantic slave trade, African American story, they tell you that's the issue with that too, because you actually have to have a label of a people. You have to be a culture, a group. And this is why we have ADOS and then the fake ass FBA. You know, but you have to be some type of a group of people. So what are we? You can't just say you're Black. You can't say you're native because they'll say we already gave you your reparations then.
Because we're not native.
This where it gets
We're
you.
not native.
We're a lot of people that
indigenous.
don't have no
There's a
identity.
difference.
The biggest thing they ever stole from us is our identity.
Oh man. Please say that.
And that's what they
Please
keep doing.
say that. Because when they stole your identity, they stole everything else that comes with it. Because as an heir, you know, your birthright, you're supposed to get your dad and your mama land. It's supposed, all these things are supposed to pass. Do y'all know what heirs property is? That's one big thing that we're really dealing with in this country. Heirs property. And people are losing their lands over these heirs property, quote unquote, laws, which are really just policies and statutes. Because again, de facto corporations cannot make laws, they can only make policy. But heirs property is owned mostly by indigenous people. They call us Black, African American, whatever. The reason why we're losing the heirs property is because we don't have our identity. If we were to have our identity as indigenous people operating from an indigenous government that is sovereign and de jure, not de facto, meaning that it has a higher power than the de facto government, and that means that these people cannot take our land.
Yeah, we're American now.
So these things got to be talked about, because we're losing when we don't understand these things, we lose big.
Facts. See, we're actually American nationals. There's a difference between being a citizen and American national. You see what I'm saying? That's another thing.
Exactly.
We're American national.
I'm
These
an
people,
American national of my country, Georgia. My country is Georgia. And I operate as an independent sovereign government, an American Indian government. I have my own private status and then have dual citizenship with the American government.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm learning this stuff
we
now.
got to talk more about these things. We have to.
We can
have
definitely have
to.
these conversations. I'm learning more about this through my tribe that I'm with. We actually have a tribe and we are sovereign. I have my tribal name, I have my birth certificate, I even have identification. We have our own passports, and they're all recognized and honored. I don't know what other way to say it, but you can
Because you're sovereign.
yeah, y'all call me Michi, but my name is Amakila Malachi.
That's what's up. That's what's up, though.
So, but yeah, so I'm learning because this is new to me, but that's what I'm learning in my tribe that I'm with. But you're absolutely right. A lot of this, it's a lot. Everybody that I know that knows this, they've been studying this for many
It's a
years.
lot. I've been doing it for 5 years.
Yes. Everybody I know has years of learning this. So I'm like a baby in this, but I do hear what you're saying. Absolutely. So see, that's one thing.
But thank you for hearing me out.
Come up here and school me some more, because that's something I don't know. I do not know everything. What I know, but that I don't know, and I'm learning. It's a lot, though. It is a lot to learn.
It is a lot.
Yeah, because there's different. There's a couple different types of laws. Like there's law of the land and there's maritime amity law. That's the law of the sea.
That's
right.
Exactly.
That's what we operating under. You see what I mean?
Say
So,
that. And
I mean,
the reason
that's
why.
Yeah, break it down, sis.
The reason why is these people came over here through the sea. Okay. What the brother said about space earlier, that there's no law in space. Well, that kind of is the same thing about the sea. If you I don't know if y'all ever been on a cruise or whatever, but the ocean is kind of like no man's land. It's really not no government or sovereignty that operates out there. So it's like there's no law out there.
There's no
but
law.
they do have admiralty law, which governs commerce, and commerce happens over the waterways. But the law that governs land, that operates on land, is de jure governments. The people, the indigenous people of that land, they are the de jure, meaning they have the birthright, God-given right to actually be sovereign on that land. No one else can be sovereign on that land. And this land, America, the only people that can be sovereign on this land is me and you. Me and you. We have to come into that understanding if we really gonna stand. I'm not saying that this is a guaranteed fix for our problems, but what the fuck else do we have? What else
But
we gonna
knowledge
do?
is power, and I think that we have lost our power because of a lack of knowledge. There's a lot we don't know, and because of that, that is what has actually kept us captive. Even just knowledge of me talking about what the government is doing, down to what they've kept from us, to what you say. So you say it don't fix all our problems. I think it's just so much we have to address, but this is definitely one aspect of it, because knowledge is power. But I want to take it further, because I don't believe knowledge is just power. I think the fact that we don't have the knowledge, and we have been, they've kept us dumbfounded, and that is why they have been able to control us as much as they have. So that knowledge is one thing, but then our people got to take the next step, because applied knowledge is power, right? It's not
Applied
what you know.
knowledge.
Don't
Yep.
tell me what you know. Show me what you know.
Absolutely.
Because if you can show me and you can put those things to use and they're real, like what you're talking about, there are people who are living that sovereign life. Like you said, you separate, you understand those things. So you took that knowledge and you are using it to take your power back. That has been taken. So yeah, I think
all of
that's
that.
why we're where we are. It's a lack of knowledge, and that's when we say be conscious or to wake up. That's what we mean. Like come and understand what you don't understand. This is why we keep walking in these cycles of what we're going through because we just don't understand the reality. We're buying the lies, the
What we
conditioning.
have to learn is that Black is not a nationality, and we have to stop
It's
calling
not a
ourselves Black.
nationality.
Black is not
It's
a
a status.
nationality.
Just like
And
for
we
example,
just stop talking about we're fighting for reparation. We should fight for reclamation. We want to reclaim what is ours, not no no reparations. Stop with the reparation and start with the reclamation. We want to
Yes,
reclaim.
repair yourself
That's right.
through knowledge, through healing therapy. Let's give ourselves some good food, learn how to take care of ourselves and reclaim your identity. Reclaim all that
Reclaim.
land that your
That's what we
grandmama,
should
your
be teaching
granddad
about.
has had.
Reclaiming.
Yep. Yep. That's
That's
stolen through land
ours.
grabs.
It's held in trust because the motherfuckers know that the shit is ours.
Yep.
And they've been able to play around, do whatever the hell we want. And they do all of these PSYOP programs to keep us from reclaiming it. And that's how they continue to do whatever they want on the land. But once
Exactly.
we understand who we are and apply that
And
knowledge,
apply it.
then we can,
Exactly. Because we need to
yeah,
stop
then
talking
they got a
about we're
real problem.
fighting. That's how come they're not recognizing us. Because Black is not a nationality. So we got to stop that mess. We got to
That's
stop it.
fact. It's an adjective. How you gonna be an adjective?
Exactly. Exactly.
I think
Y'all
that
look
we
up
have a better chance of lighting this place up before we ever have a chance of waking all of our people up. This is a lot. And somebody said something that buying the lies feel better. And the truth is, I've said this before, I'm gonna say it again, and y'all probably gonna hear me say it more times. But it wasn't until recently in my life understanding reality, real reality, right? That ignorance is bliss. When you don't know
Yeah.
no better, you can live in that ignorance and it feel good. And I always equate that to things like not knowing the reality. Like Baldwin said, to be conscious is to be in a constant state of rage. And to understand the truth, you be pissed off a lot. You don't have this bliss. Everybody out, y'all making cookies and wait for Santa to come down the chimney. It's so nice. The lights in the house for the Christmas trees and the little carols and the cookies and the gingerbread. It's a nice feeling. But I'm too woke. I can't do it. Because I know better. And so that means I don't get to enjoy that bliss that everybody else has in their ignorance. And so it's not like I missed it, but I get it because, you have you ever tried to talk to people about these things and they be like, I don't want to hear all that, man. They be getting upset because you're
All the
messing up,
time.
you busting
All
their
the
bubble.
time.
Don't bust my bubble. They just shut up. I don't want to hear that.
Exactly. That's my whole family,
Even my
But
even my
if we
kids,
don't do it,
I have a 40-year-old and a 27-year-old, and they be like, "Oh, mom, here you go again. You're on that trip." Yeah.
but if we act on it, nobody's gonna be on it.
If I call you and tell your ass up, you gonna listen. I'll shut this damn phone off. I don't care if you're 23.
But yeah, we just basically walking in our purpose. We're the ones that was given the task because I guess, I don't know, we can take it or whatever, but we're the ones that was given the burden and we doing the work. And it's going to benefit everybody, who just wasn't able to, take that in because it is a lot. There's so many people, all these millionaires and billionaires who have our artifacts in their private collections and shit. And when you know these things and you living in a world of people who don't know these things, it's like you live in two different paradigms at the same time.
Facts. Like even like with the police, for example. Like even for example with the police, for example, right? The police is supposed to be civil service. The police is supposed to work for you. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, police work for the municipality. You see what I'm saying? The municipality is a corporation. So for example, the police, so meter maids and those people that put a boot on your car are the same kind of people. They work for the municipality too. So you know what I do? I equate the police with the meter maid. The basically the police are supposed to be working for you. You see what I'm saying? So when they beat somebody up or shoot somebody, they call it violence, right? Or it's really called domestic terrorism. It's not police brutality like they said. You see what I'm saying? And we have all these civil rights lawyers, right? Civil rights, that's another thing. Civil rights.
We don't have any human rights lawyers.
It's under the color of law. The color of law is also de facto.
We should have human rights lawyers. We don't have human rights lawyers in America.
She said it right there. We need human rights lawyers. Overseas, they have human rights lawyers. Over here, we have the fake con artists.
We have
civil rights
lawyers.
The ambulance chasers. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
The police is supposed to be working for you. And they got it, us twisted just like the government. And they got it twisted to where we're supposed to be working for them. Like we're at their fingertips. It don't work like that. You see what I'm saying? And look how, for example, Kamal and them and all these fires and them, these people still asking for donations. How do they want donations for the public to help the public? Shouldn't they be helping? Isn't that what the federal government is all about and the state government is all about? Pay attention. I'm telling you, y'all, we getting played. They trying to play us. You know what I'm saying? That's what the government's for. And they asking other citizens to help other citizens. We should be doing that anyway. But at the same time, what do we need the federal government for if that's the case, right? If they're telling us to help other people, come on now. I'm in California. That fire stuff is grimy. That whole situation was grimy. You see what I'm saying? That whole thing was a play. If you look at there's a new like a bullet train that's gonna come from Vegas they want to go from here to Vegas, right? You see what I'm saying? That's under the same little map line as the fires. Come on, we gotta pay attention. You see what I'm saying? We gotta really pay attention. Like,
we got somebody new up here. We got brother Rick Tim, like Men in Black. All right.
Oh.
And I'm new too. This is my first
I won't let
time
nobody
ever
else up. I
coming
can't
in.
help it. Why y'all keep clicking the link? I can't help it. If you hear, I gotta let you up.
Yeah, and I'm new too. This is my first time ever on your platform, Michi.
Is it? Okay. Well, hey, Michelle.
Yes, it is. Balance and wellness to everyone.
That's my name my mama gave me too. I'm a Michelle too.
Really?
yeah, salute Michelle. Michelle's spitting some facts.
Yeah, Michi is my nickname, but I'm a Michelle.
Okay. I love you, Michi. I listen to you all the time, but this is my first. I just kind of like came in and I heard this conversation. I said, no, I have to chime in.
Well, good. I'm glad you came up.
Okay.
I'm glad too.
Rick, what you want to say? You clicked in. You want to say something? You gotta unmute your mic. Is muted.
Hey, actually, Meech, I just getting off work and I didn't know what the topic of discussion was. I saw that you was live and I saw that you had a panel going. So I'm like, man, I just really want to chime in and speak to Meechie because you rarely do this, you know? So hello to you and everybody on the panel, and exactly what is the main topic of discussion right now?
Well, we was talking about everything. We done been through the California fires. We done talked about what else we talked about? What's going on in Chicago with the immigrants and all the stuff they out there doing. Then we done got into a whole bunch of other stuff. We talked about eating right and how we in here being poisoned. We done talked about the sister over here helping with the unhoused. We done helped another sister. We gonna get her some counseling and help her with her housing. And now we talking about sovereignty. So we been all over the place tonight.
Good stuff. That sounds good, man. As far as the immigrant situation going, we know how Joe Biden and the Democrats have just gave them a red carpet while steady boo-booing on black folk, the people that can sway the vote for them. And that's why they lost this time, I feel. You know, it seemed like to me the Democrats were willing to let Trump win without, just so they couldn't give black folk our just due, you know. So they got to live with that error right now, and I'm not mad about it. You know, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Biden supporter. I'm a Black Power supporter, and the only way we're gonna get out of this bind we in is stop participating in these politics and this religion, and until we can somehow get some type of cohesive mindset that's togetherness, man, we gonna stay fragmented. We gonna keep having all these different opinions, different ideologies, and it's kind of heartbreaking in the way that these people got us set up out here, you know. And that's all I really want to say on that.
I was gonna say though, you know, humanly, I really don't think that we all have to come together. What I think is that we need to find groups of Black people who agree, are on the same page, and we move the way we move. And then there's other groups of people who move the way they move. I think that trying to get everybody to come together is unrealistic. But what we can do is find people that we have like minds, like visions, and like goals, and we can unite together, right? And we can do that in smaller groups, because Black people are not a monolith. And when you look at other groups of people, all white people are not on the same page. All Mexicans are not on the same page.
No,
So I think
exactly.
what we got to do is, like, you know, here we have these people up here, just a panel as an analogy. We all up here. I don't think anybody is too much disagreed. We're all adding to the conversation. People have come up here. We're all focused on survival. We understand the government on that BS. You know, we need to eat better. Everybody that has added something to this conversation, we all seem to be on the same page. So I think that we need to just find the people that are on the same page with us, and we can build with those people. And I think if we did that, you would see a lot more get built, because as we try to bring people into the fold that don't really agree, they actually kind of stop what you're doing and tear things down and make it harder to build. So I think if we just stuck to those we agree with, call it your tribe, right? And y'all get together, like-minded people, and we build with those people who agree. And for whoever don't, then you go on over there and do whatever you're doing. You know, like Sin Ren or Sin Re. I know they've been talking, and you said this a while back, but I ain't slow and I catch everything up in the chat. But you've been talking a lot of shit, and I'm kind of tired, but there is a link. And if you would like to click that motherfucker, I got some energy and a cup of coffee to stay up and cuss your ass out. I don't understand what you're doing at 3:30 in the morning, just in somebody comment section talking crazy. The last thing you said was, this sound like a plantation church. First of all, ain't nobody in here on the plantation. We too woke for that shit on this panel. And I don't think any of us go to church anymore, baby. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about. But if you like to hit the link and come up here and explain it, I got time. If you got time, other than that, shut the fuck up in my chat. It's too late for your bullshit. Go on somewhere else with that. Go to bed or something, motherfucker. Anyway, so you wanted to say something else, brother? I just wanted to throw that out there. But that's all we was talking about. So I don't know. Anybody else got something they want to throw out there? If not,
Yes,
I'm going to go unless Sin Re want to get cussed out. Go ahead, Madame X. Now, after Madame X, if Sin Re, Ren, whatever your name is, don't want to come up here and get cussed out, we're going to call it a night. It's almost 4 o'clock. It's 3 in the morning. So
I would like to make this
we're going
point.
to give you the last word, sis.
The reason why I'm in this region is because I was sent here by the Church of the Second Coming. We called it that for a reason. It would get people's attention. I was taught to meditate and pray effectively. I suppose they would call it a psychic, but I that's just what I am. That's what I can do. I was trained to do it. I also follow Bible prophecy. And if you pick up a newspaper, if you get online, you'll see it played out from frame to frame. You won't have anything to worry about as far as your mission in your own life when you listen for that still small voice that's inside you. I know exactly who I am and why I was reincarnated to come here now. Michi, I'm shadow banned from your email for a reason. I usually can't get in the comments. My comments are canceled wherever I go, usually. Sometimes I get them off on that coffee break or something like that. I am here for a reason. I understand the legalisms. You can stand on that, but these people will not respect that. What can supersede that is, like you said, if we put our minds together, if we meditate together, if we focus at the beginning on one subject that has been scientifically proven, meditationalists can affect environmental change all over this planet. That's why it's been scientifically proved that people who pray together towards supposedly like a healing of a person that's not anywhere near them. I also learned this in naturopath school. You can heal somebody you don't even touch. Even some animals have that sense. Even cats, they exist on a fourth or fifth dimensional realm that we have been shamed or chased out of. If you spend 20 minutes a day, twice a day, maybe before you go to bed, before you go out, you ask for what you want, then you listen. There's dictionaries even online. The best one, I suppose, is 10,000 Dreams by Enderman. It's free. It's a record of previous people's experiences interpreting what they see with their third eye while they're asleep or awake. I can only tell you this, but I will let you know this. There's people across the board. I was sent here by woke Mexicans, okay? Things ain't always one way or the other. Being an adult, you can accept that and move on. You use your reality for what you need it to be. You deal with it as it comes. I always write my dreams down. I have been hitting 1,000 past 20 years. I was set aside and hid toward this day. I'm going to let you know now. We will not be able to stay here on this continent. It will be ruined. They have permission to push us off of it inch at a time. Well, more than an inch now, huh, Mile? There will be no tolerating living here. You're going to run away in tears. Condition yourself, disassociate from materialism, attachments, so you're not invested in trying to save like the family China and the bomb is dropping. Twice a day, meditation. Track your dreams and impressions. There's help online for that. What you're looking for through tarot's a crutch. You have it in you. You're fortunate you were born with that decalcified pineal gland. The people that are trying to control this country, this world, and whatnot, killing up babies, dropping bombs on babies, well, in a way, they have permission to do that because we resist what we already have. It's in you. The kingdom is in you. The Bible, more or less, is not a book of fairy tales. My forebears wrote it. Use it wisely. It's been tampered with. Use it. It's enough in there for you to test one portion against the other and come out with a decision. And when you sit down and meditate, you're quiet, like in nature, our original self, what Geronimo used to do, he brought his woman with him. She was the medicine woman. She prayed and meditated, and they could evade the cavalry. Well, when she wasn't in place to do that, distracted and whatnot, they fell. That's all it is. That is everything it is. You already have it. That's all I got to say.
What if you don't dream?
I dream lucidly.
I said, what if you don't dream? Or you don't remember your dream?
It's time for you to start remembering. You put a piece of paper by your bed and a pen. My batteries weren't wearing down.
I used to dream. I don't dream anymore.
Well, that can be recovered. That's your
Yeah.
natural state. You're not in a natural state now with this stress.
Yeah.
I was given some help toward that. Native American people came and got me, and they wanted to train me to run their medicine meetings in their sweats. They know it. Other people know. Sometimes
I'm
Mexicans know it too. They still recover their native self.
I'm gonna drop a couple people down, okay? Because it's full, and I don't know if Siri or whoever trying to come up here. So I'm gonna give folks.
I have to go because my batteries run down.
Okay.
Please take your meditation time, your prayer time seriously. And that is my holy scriptural history book. I mean, how dare you? It's the boat that brought you over. You're insulting your grandma, your great grandma, the boat that brought you over. We were disobedient people, stiff necked. That's why we got transport to Spain by Tiberius after the fall as 80, 70, and became citizens. We created Spain and Portugal, the house of Judah, the house of David. And the Spanish Inquisition was because of us. That's why we're over here in part. There was other people here. Gullahs were here. They were Hebrew speakers, and other, nationalities. Hamites were here. Get over it. It was a trade between continents. Columbus didn't discover nothing. Get over it. Good night.
Good night, sis. Okay.
I gotta go.
Okay. And let me see. It was another brother in the back. I guess Siri or whoever ain't come up here talking no shit. I don't think that's you. That's the real Aaron. Your mic is on mute. You gotta unmute it.
Salute to you, Michi X. Long time no see, sis. It's been a while. We've been on some panels together. I've been following you for a few years, and you always come with some real knowledge of things. The thing that really got me stirred up to this particular panel of yours was the fact that you were talking about the fires. I was born and raised in Chicago on the South Side, so I got something to do with that. But now I currently live in LA. So
wow.
Yeah.
You from Chicago? We're talking about them with the immigrants, and you over in LA. So you're in LA now?
Yeah. Yep.
Hello?
Yep.
So
I'm here. Can you?
Yeah, that was somebody else. Hold on.
No, that's this Lioness. You say come meet you on your shit. I'm from Chicago too.
Oh, you ghetto bitch. Shut up. I will cut
you
out.
No, bitch. You said come meet you on here.
Oh, somebody.
You said come meet you on here, bitch.
Oh my God.
Turn on your camera.
Bitch, you said come
talking. Okay.
Turn on your camera. Don't talk shit with your icon
I'm the governor
on.
here in Chicago.
This bitch.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm the governor. No, bitch, you gonna shut the fuck up, bitch. You said come to your shit.
Don't talk shit with your camera off.
Yeah.
Put your camera on when you talk shit.
Come on with your camera
We'll bring her
on.
back
Turn
up
your
in a
camera
minute.
on.
She smoked crack. She not gonna turn on
That's
the camera.
not how we do.
We'll bring her back up when she know how to act. This brother is talking and you can't even be quiet for 5 damn minutes. This bitch is a stalker. She been stalking for years. She got 50 damn things. I kick her out. She come right back in. I know who the fuck this is. Bitch, you not see Ren. I didn't even invite your dumb ass up here. But brother, finish. So you're in LA now.
Yeah.
What's going on out there? Where are you at in LA? Are you okay? You close to the fires? Tell me a little bit about that.
Actually, I'm in a safe zone, if you will call it that. I'm downtown. Many of the fires were actually in a lot of the hilly areas, like the Palisades, and that's another thing I wanted to mention. They've been talking so much about the Palisades and Eaton and stuff like that, but a lot of people don't realize what Altadena was on fire too. And Altadena is actually a historically Black neighborhood in LA County, but no one really ever says anything about that. But matter of fact, come to think of it, Michi, I think you said something about Altadena. Yeah, actually,
one of the people that follow me, she was in Altadena that lost her house, and she let me know she had her bug out bag ready to go. But she lost her house and emailed me and told me that. But yep, she's the one that let me know that. So yeah, I do have some people that have been watching from Altadena.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You mentioned that too, and you did a very superb video on that. And from what I understand, about 80 families lost their homes out there. Well, one of the things about the Altadena fire that actually broke my heart was it was a man out there, and he was an elderly man, but he didn't leave his house because he had a disabled son. So they both perished because he wouldn't leave his son, and
couldn't get him out. That is a hard place to be. I couldn't leave
Yeah,
my
man. I'm
child.
guessing he couldn't move fast enough himself.
Man, that has everything
Yeah.
to do with like we
But
had a
yeah,
brother here earlier talking about, making sure you get your body in shape, being physically fit as a part of survival. And like, that's why you got to be fit. You should be able to, I don't care how grown they is. I don't care how old you is. You should have been able to put him in a wagon, something, and pull him. I'm not
Yeah, but it
leaving
was
him.
a 94-year-old woman that died out
Must
there as well. It
feel.
was a 94-year-old woman. She was just too old to move. Her peoples came to look for her,
And she
and
couldn't get nobody.
she had burned in the house. She had burnt up in the house with
That's
the
crazy.
house.
Ain't nobody come to help her get him. Like, she got a disabled son in her house, and you not going. That's crazy, man.
yeah. But LA and Chicago have some similarities and some differences. I said that earlier in the chat. It's just, I came out here to pursue, as cliche as it may sound, I came out here to pursue filmmaking, and I look at what we're doing up here on these platforms as an extension of filmmaking. I mean, content creating, getting on these YouTube platforms. To me, it's like an extension of it. I mean, we still can get our message out. We can be our own media, our own news, because we know that the mainstream news is not going to tell the whole story. And like I said before, Michi, I've been following you for a few years. You definitely support my guy, my brother, Q Butter. I mean, the Zayak School. I'm definitely down for that. So, yep.
Well, thank you. Thank you for supporting me all this time and supporting Q. I appreciate it. I really do, for everybody that has shown me all the support over all this time. And it's nice to come up here and get to talk to y'all, see y'all face. So thank y'all.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I like that too. I love seeing all these beautiful melanated faces up here.
And we'll do this. We'll do this again. I'm gonna try to do it like once a week. What's the day? Today's Friday now, but I'm gonna do it on the weekend. How about that? I know people like, we work every day. I'm gonna do it on a Saturday. How about Saturdays be our day for panels? We'll do it Saturdays. But I always enjoy this to get to talk to y'all, And usually I stay up all day, but I just got stuff to do tomorrow because I'm one of them people. I used to be on Q's panel. I would sit here and talk to y'all till the sun come up. The last time I did this, I put everybody, I said, y'all carry on. I went downstairs, made some coffee, and came back. We was on till 6:30 in the morning. People talking about I got to go to work. So I don't never mind to do this. I've had a good time. So thank y'all for coming on here. I'm going to let this crazy lady come back on. We're going to see what she got to say. I want to show y'all this. We're going to end the show with, I'm going to show you crazy. Y'all want to see crazy? Let me show you crazy, okay? This lady, I don't know what she be smoking, but
Don't act no fool with
different accounts. She been talking junk to me for like 4 years. She go on every platform. Like, who got that much time to stalk somebody? But she won't show her face. But the lady is crazy. And I mean, I think she's in Chicago. It would be nice if she bring her dumb ass up here and talk about Chicago. But instead, as soon as I let her up here, she gonna start yelling like a backslide out of here. Go ahead, come on, crackhead. It's your turn. Go ahead.
Your son a crackhead, bitch. You said come find you.
Turn on your camera.
No, you come find me on my channel. She know what I look like. I look better than all y'all. I'm the governor here in Chicago. Stop playing with me. I'll be in your parade.
Right
Stop playing with me. You gonna shut the fuck up. I'll be in your parades,
you're
nigga.
not the
So shut up.
governess
I'm here to
of
talk to this cunt.
Chicago.
Say I'm here to talk to her. Shut up.
Where you at in Chicago?
I'm here in Chicago, nigga. With Chairman Fred, nigga.
I doubt that very
Yeah,
seriously.
I'm here in Chicago with the governor, nigga. Come.
Oh no, you're definitely.
I'm on my page.
She don't get no penis.
Yeah, you know my page, bitch. Show them to my page.
Now, what's your page? I want to know. I don't know. What's your page?
Yeah, I bet you she won't show you to my page.
Let's know what your page is.
I bet you won't show it to my page.
Oh, we gonna beat you.
Tell us your whole name and tell us
Show
what
it to my page, bitch.
Yeah, hit that mute button.
And you keep muting, ho. You keep
say 2 words before I get muted.
You keep muting, ho. Show them to
when I'm saying yeah.
Show them to my page, bitch.
I mute the lady. What a crazy ass. Let's see how many words you
Show them to my page.
2 words.
We asking you what's your page? What's the name of your page?
Dolby Rhythm. There you go. She know my page. You know my page, bitch. You be talking me. Bitch, you sent me that shit, ho. You sent me that shit, bitch. What you send me, bitch? I bet you can't answer no questions. But when this go to court and that fucking bitch with that PPP loan go to court, yeah, bitch. You lied on the Sonia Massey family, bitch. I'm here in Chicago, governors. They didn't email you. Sonia Massey family didn't email you.
Who I lied on? Who family?
You said Sonya Massey family emailed you, bitch. They didn't email you.
I said Sonya Massey family emailed me.
Yes, you do, bitch. Yes, you did, bitch. We got the.
No, ma'am.
Yes, the fuck you did, bitch. You want to play the receipts?
Sonya Massey's friends from her
Oh,
family.
you did, bitch. We got the. We got.
With her family. Okay.
You said Sonya Massey family emailed you, bitch. We got the video.
I know. Yeah.
We got the video, bitch.
I know. So you mad because I got emailed by friends that
bitch, you stalk
to the family. You mad because I made a
documentary. No, you
what are you mad?
You a stalker, ho.
What happened? Huh?
You's a stalker, bitch. Did you hear me?
I don't.
And you a liar, bitch. You sent me that shit. You sent me that shit, bitch.
What? I don't.
Yeah, don't. I know these motherfuckers don't know what the fuck is going on. So, bitch.
What we're not going to do is get my, my video demonetized. We've been up here for 5 whole hours. We're not finna get demonetized because you deranged. Go back over to your channel where you probably got 3 people who watch you, ma'am. Because see, this is the problem. Every time I try and argue with you, bitch, because I actually like to fight. I really do. You just never shut the fuck up, or you never get to asking any questions or making any points. So like, you can't even argue with you. Like, you're not even a good bitch to fight with. So I'm gonna have to let you go fight with somebody else because it's too early in the morning to be doing this. So have a good night, Sergeant Dobby, the governess that look better than everybody else. This bitch is crazy. And apparently I'm going to court. I don't know.
She look better than everybody else, but she won't prove it. She won't show it.
We don't even know what the lady looked like. I know she got the smoke crack in her off time and in her own time because she is always like this. She go to everybody's channel. If I show up on somebody else's channel and come up on their panel, Goddess Masterpiece, she jump on there. She always yelling like she sound like she just smoked like 12 packs of Newports before she start yelling like she smoked them crack pipes. I don't know, but something wrong with the lady. Look, she's still in the back. I'm not letting you back up, girl. So I don't know why you still back there. Leave. You really love me, bitch. This is why you do all of this. You just want some attention from me. You want to be my friend. Governess. Now if I let you back up, you go to act right. Let you back up. Ain't nobody do all this all this time. But it'll be talking about, we gonna put your video in yellow because this bitch in here talking crazy like this. You gonna fuck up the YouTube algorithm. Nobody want to hear all of that shit. Going back to smoking crack in Chicago, girl, leave me alone. I hope a Venezuelan whoop your ass. How about that? I won't be mad. If there's any immigrants out there want to get somebody, get her, and we'll give you the black bag. Somebody said that's K too. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, she does it a lot. See, nobody be so bad. She always be talking about what I'm doing. Bitch, Sonya Massey, you lied on her family. Girl, shut the fuck up. I was in Chicago. I spoke with family, dumbass. I got the brother number in the phone. What the fuck is you talking about? You mad for what? I thought the documentary did was a really good one on Sonya. I thought that we honored her name and her friends spoke highly on her. Her family did not want to speak. I said that because, they got their attorneys. They said it wasn't much they could say right now. But I don't understand what you mad for. I thought we did a beautiful job honoring Sonya's name and telling her story. You know what I'm saying? The documentary, since the bitch yelling about it, if y'all have not seen the special we did, I won't say it's a documentary. We did a special. It's actually on my YouTube page. Y'all should go and check it out. It doesn't have that many views. For as much as we love black people, seems like y'all don't really be giving a fuck about the real black stuff because, if you go look at it, it's one of the least viewed things on my page. Y'all should go check it out. I think we did a good job. Thank you, Lioness, for reminding me to remind the 906 people that are still in here. Damn, at 4 o'clock in the morning. Y'all was hanging out. Shout out to all the people watching. Shout out to MX Network. Y'all done hung out with us because we just dropped down to 900 or so. We was over 1,000 damn near this whole time. I love y'all. Thank you to everybody that was watching. Thank you to everybody on MX Network. Shout out to everybody that gave the super chat. Shout out to the lady that gave that $100 and everybody else that gave. I appreciate it. And everybody who came up here, y'all. So with that said, I'm going to get out of here. Somebody said it was on MX Network. Yes, it was on MX Network. And somebody said they was tired of the commercials a couple times. If you ever want to watch these shows commercial free, click the link in the description of your YouTube video, y'all, and get your subscription at MX Network. There is a paid one, and there's plenty of paid stuff to watch, but there is a free one that has some free things you can watch, and you can always watch the lives free while I'm free for 24 hours. After that, if you miss it, they go into the paid section. And there are some things that you have to have a paid subscription to watch. And sometimes I have shows like that too. But for the most part, y'all would have been able to watch this. Everybody on MX Network, some of them have free subscriptions. They watch this without any commercials tonight if y'all don't want to watch them over on YouTube. And we have a chat over there as well, you guys, and a super chat and all of that stuff. So it's just like over here. You still here? Damn, bitch, leave. She's still in the back. Y'all can't see her, but I can see her ass.
Misery love company, man. Misery love company.
So you just sitting there itching. We about to kick you out the studio. That's what we're gonna do. Boom, you got to go. Girl, just bye. Get out.
She is such a bad representation of Chicago. Man, I just say that.
Like,
man,
you ain't people looking at you doing all of that.
Chairman Fred Hampton Jr.
Y'all, she just need a man, y'all. She need a man in her life. That's all. She need a man in her life.
But do y'all see me running around acting like that?
There ain't no man gonna fix that. She gonna end up running him away.
She need a man, but you is not gonna catch me.
Don't put that on no man.
Talking nobody.
I'm from the south side. I'm from the south side. I'm from the south side, Inglewood to be exact, and we don't even act like that.
Yeah, she got too much pressure built up. You can tell, man.
She came back. She came back. Why is you here? Watch this. Hold on.
My whole family from Inglewood, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? So you not from Inglewood then? You must be from the fucking north side, dude.
As soon as she get on stage, she just go in. Just, girl, something wrong with you. Who is your mama? I would invite you to the next therapy session, but you gonna get in there and start talking like this, and nobody gonna get fucking healed, bitch. You can't come. I've never uninvited anybody to the healing session. You can't come. He's still back there too, girl. Bye. Go home. We leaving, y'all. We about to go to bed anyway. Good night, y'all. I love y'all.
Hey, Michi. Michi, let me say this before you go, Michi. It was really an honor getting up here on your panel, man. You know, I've been watching you for many, many years, and you bring so much knowledge to these beautiful Black people out here. And sadly, the lady you got on backstage, you know, she's in a minority. Most of us out here love what you bring. Keep bringing that unadulterated truth, Michi. Real talk, 101.
Thank y'all for y'all.
All right.
Y'all, I say this in a way that, like, I am who I am out of everything I've been through, and I'm gonna be me no matter what. But if it was not people that loved me, if y'all were not here to show up when I went live, if y'all did not show up at my events, if y'all was not there to support me, there would be nobody to hear Amici. So there is no me without y'all. So I just want to thank y'all for letting my greatness shine and being supporters of that greatness so that it even has an audience to be great in front of. So I just want to thank y'all for that. I appreciate y'all. And I know I spend a lot of time like cussing people out that be doing bullshit. And I don't think I give the people who support me enough love. I don't say this enough. So I just want to say that to y'all. I appreciate y'all. And as much as y'all like, thank you and meet you, we want to come up here with you. I'm honored to, you know, sit with y'all and see y'all faces and talk to y'all and get to see the people who support me. And I noticed the names because y'all been around for a while, but now I get to see faces and stuff. And so I have enjoyed talking to you guys, and we would definitely do this. Maybe, like I said, once a week. I'll do it on a Saturday though, you know, so maybe more people ain't feeling like they got to get up and go to work, because somebody might got to go to work in a minute because it's Friday morning, y'all. It's 4 o'clock. But I love y'all. I do. I love y'all to life. And yeah, let's go get this knowledge and go get free. How about that? All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. All right, good night.
Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks.
All right.
Good
Good morning, everyone.